You're listening to The Garden of Eve, a Boat Angel Family Films production. Written by Brian Stewart and narrated by Kevin Richards. All materials copyright 2022, Boat Angel Family Films. Introduction.
Be fruitful and multiply, God said to Adam and Eve. Years later, I felt the Holy Spirit telling me to leave my lucrative career as an art director and produce a live-action film based on the book of Genesis. It was a big move. We all want to hold on to our careers, our money, and our habits, both good and bad. We go after many things that are harmful to us. After all, aren't we all human? But there's a better way, a narrow way, where the path chosen is not the wide one that leads to destruction, but truly the narrow one that leads to eternal life.
Chapter 1. The Great Divide.
I remember the first time I saw her. She had a swish to her walk, and she seemed to float above the floor. Her hair was thick and luxurious, just like you would expect an angel to have. That is, of course, if you believe that God created angels that were female. I don't know, as I've only read about the male angels that are strong and courageous, like Gabriel, Michael, and the fallen ones. Now it seems that they are ever present on earth, though I'm told Lucifer himself is not ever present. The demons that fell with him must somehow have been cloned with the same evil tendencies for jealousy, deceit, rage, and plain unbridled hatred for mankind. But perhaps I'm getting a little ahead of myself, as nothing could have prepared me for what lay down the road. I walked up to her, and she was dusting off furniture, moving things around in her family's big furniture store, Spitz Design. I had just bought my first house, and in spite of my love for antique furniture and Persian rugs, I knew my place was starting to resemble the set for the Addams Family. I had dark blood-red drapes, blood-red velour-covered furniture, and huge red-patterned oriental rugs in every room. My Florida house was covered in thick draperies, some which had come from old movie sets. It was a bachelor's pad for sure, and why not? I was a bachelor, except for my dogs. I barely entertained, and I knew the safest way to avoid sexual sin was just to totally avoid women. So that was the way I was rolling. But this girl appeared different. I glanced, and her name tag said Michelle. That name has a meaning. Messenger of God. I'd been praying for years to find a wife. My first wife had left me for a lesbian tennis instructor she had met at church, ironically, and used to taunt me by saying, "Well, you love women too, don't you?" As if that were justification for her breaking our marriage vows and breaking my heart. Mine had never really been broken before. It had been stepped on, crushed, and wounded, but not broken. Although I didn't know it then, God loves broken hearts. He's attracted to those who are broken and who need Him more than life and breath itself. Can I blame God for that? No. Do I blame God for being attracted to the pain inside my heart? No, of course not. In fact, I believe He allows those things that bring me pain and misery just like He authorized Daniel's night in the lion's den, Noah's 40 days on the ark and the world's first real deluge, and Joseph's time in the pit and in prison. I've been told that suffering brings out the best in us. I've seen some of the world's masterpieces at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Cleveland Museum of Art, the Los Angeles Museum of Art, the Frick, the Dali Museum, and even the Renoir Estate. I know that a painting without any black or dark colors on the canvas can appear very one-dimensional. I have been told that our lives, when yielded to God, are like a canvas, and we can't complain too much when He allows the black paint to be brushed on. The results, when we look back, will be quite exceptional. "Well," Michelle said as she caught me staring at her face, not her figure, "it was lovely beyond belief." Her skin was creamy and contrasted well with her thick, dark hair. The difference couldn't have been more apparent. She straightened up and looked at me in the eye, taking me a bit by surprise. "Do you need some help?" she asked. "You have a lot of dusting to do around here," I observed, pointing to the nearly endless warehouse of couches, bedroom suites, dining sets, cabinets, side tables, and lamps that were everywhere. "Yes, but we sell the inventory pretty quickly, and if something is gathering dust, I tell my assistants to mark it down. Adios, amigos." She pointed to the table she was dusting and pulled off the 30% off tag. "See, you can save on this one. $60. You interested? I mean, you were looking at it, weren't you?" She had me in her sights. Truth or dare? "I wasn't looking at the table. I was looking on you. I mean at you. I don't think I've ever seen someone so beautiful that wasn't on a movie set," I admitted. "What are you, some kind of director?" She looked me over for some indication that I was more than I actually was. "No, I just do the props sometimes, and a little bit of set design," I responded. "I guess I'm just not used to seeing a girl so beautiful in the real world." "What other world is there," she challenged, "than the real world?" "Well, La La Land, you know, movies, TV, where everyone is perfect, or they are by the time wardrobe, makeup, and Photoshop finishes with them." "The light must not be very good in here," she countered and extended her hand. "I'm Michelle. What's your name?" "Ian, but my friends call me Johnny," I laughed. "Is that what we are now?" she asked slyly. "Friends, just because you call me beautiful?" "No," I accepted her handshake. "I was mistaken. I shouldn't have called you beautiful. I didn't get a good look at you. I should have called you gorgeous, otherworldly, angelic, overwhelmingly radiant." I was on a roll, but she wasn't blushing. She was taking my excessive comments in stride. "Okay," she agreed. "Look, if I call you Johnny, will you quit complimenting me at least for now, Ian? I got a lot of pieces to mark down, and we're having our Memorial Day sale on Monday." "Well, that's probably a good day to have it," I smart-alecked back, "since Monday is Memorial Day." "Very astute. Look, I don't know what you're looking for, but if you follow me around, you'll get the first crack at our discounted items. You looking for a couch? Dining set?" "Well, actually, my folks are coming to visit me. They know I've been working on a few big-time movies lately, and they'll be quite disappointed if I don't get rid of my collection of Addams Family Gothic furniture. They're not big fans of goth, so maybe I'll get a few lighter colors and at least redo my living room in creams and taupe, not the maroons and blacks." "I like goth," she stated as she flung her hair from over her back to over her right shoulder. "My friends in high school used to call me Morticia. Do you know what that means?" "Well, I know what a mortician is, and I know mort is Latin for death, right?" "Yeah, you try going to a Mormon high school in Utah with all the blonde-haired cheerleaders and suntanned red and brown-haired preppies, and be the only girl with long, dark hair and nearly porcelain skin." "Well, you don't look that white," I offered as a condolence. "Well, it's not the middle of winter either," she stated. "We went out on my friend's sailboat, and I've been playing tennis every day, so hence the rosy cheeks." "Is that what those are?" I joked, deciding to take my kitten to a testing level to see if I had lost her. "I thought it was blood from overexertion." "Ha ha," she responded. "Look at this one." She plopped down onto a huge sectional. "It's a variety of colors, all sorts of neutrals, and a bit of orange, tan, off-white, cream with nice subtle patterns. You get a few matching chairs and it'll go well with a lot of the bleached white and white oak and pine finishes that are getting more and more popular every year." "Quite a change for me," I replied. In truth, I knew my mom would love the furniture. I knew it would fit. And I really knew it was time to grow up and not decorate anymore for the Addams house. "Okay, sold. Can you deliver it today?" "Me? Today?" She shrugged. "Do I look like I do deliveries?" Nope, but you have nice upper arm muscles. Look, just have your store deliver, but if you want to, come over and see how it looks when they set it up. I'd like a second opinion. I reached into my wallet for my card. This is my address, 1522 Terrace, South Beach, next to the old Rockefeller estate, where Versace used to live. You mean that haunted castle? You bought one of the lots near the haunted castle, and you want me to visit? She smiled. Can you just come with the delivery driver around 7? I was serious. I might need your ideas for a new dining set. I'll have a check ready for you when you get there. I made a bold move of walking out and disciplined myself not to look back. That, in short, is how I met Michelle, the love of my lifetime. My house was not pretentious. It was a one-floor ranch style in a development with Mediterranean, Tudor, and mission-style architecture. Mine was a simple 3,000 square feet, with a standard 2-car garage, kitchen, family room, and the added bonus of having a nice-sized yard. That was rare for a place so close to the beach, where real estate is often sold per foot. There was no HOA, so people were free to do what they wanted to the outside of their properties. I had 2 mature pine trees planted, as well as the traditional stately palms surrounding the driveways. The winter Rockefeller compound had fallen into disrepair and was bulldozed away when most of them had relocated to West Virginia, and New York. 40 acres of prime South Miami real estate were then divided into 40 lots, and I bought the smallest and built the smallest floor plan, giving myself plenty of space. I think I was the only single guy in the neighborhood, but it didn't seem to bother anybody. I cut my own lawn, walked my own dog, even put up my own holiday decorations. I did my own handyman work, too. I painted and did repairs and such. I think my neighbors' husbands, who were your standard collection of doctors, lawyers, CPAs, CEOs, executives, and business owners, all hated me for it, but I didn't care. They never really spoke to me, and many openly avoided me. I must say, I got a lot of attention from their teenage sons and daughters, who, having heard I was in the movie business, were always dropping off headshots and demo reels, hoping that they would be the next Disney star. Some would even leave me little gifts. I had a couple of small greyhounds that I took out for walks. They were not the full-size runners like at the greyhound track. The kids would approach me on my various walks saying things like, "Hi, Mr. Walker. It's certainly a pleasant day, isn't it? What films are you working on now, Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker, did you get a chance to look at my demo reel? Do you think you could get me an audition, Mr. Walker?" Well, you get the idea. But I knew better than to get any teenagers' hopes up. Besides, I was the art director, stylist, prop master, and really whatever they wished me to be. That certainly did not include casting. I guess they were not reading my IMDb page. It was pretty clear from my 40-plus credits what I was being hired for. I rushed home from the Spitz Furniture Barn, grabbed my furniture dolly from the garage, and removed my overstuffed red-maroon couch and the 2 matching wingback chairs. I had made oversized doors everywhere, so it was no problem pulling them into the garage. It barely had adequate space, since I used it a lot for my various props. When I finished, I found out my heart was racing, but not because of the exertion. I worked 14-hour days on movie sets without air conditioning in jungles, mountains, and warehouses made to look like luxury apartments and office complexes. I was used to the fast pace and the hard work. My mom would always look at me and say, "Ian, why don't you put on a few pounds? You're all skin and bones." My dad, however, would come to my defense. "Marion, leave Ian alone. He can get fat when he's my age if he wants." "No thanks, Dad," I would say, winking at him. "I like staying thin. It makes my job easier, being light on my feet." I knew my heart was beating faster because of her, the mortician. South Beach was a magnet for beautiful girls, with large swaths of the beach reserved for European sunbathing, which simply means topless. So as a good Southern Baptist church-going boy, I just simply avoided the beach, at least during the sunbathing hours. I spent plenty of time riding along the sidewalks in the parks, exercising my dog, and making friends with the locals. I simply avoided the temptations. I knew not to underestimate the lure of a naked woman. I mean, look at what happened to Adam, eating that crazy fruit because his naked mate offered it to him. I tried to clean up a bit, as I knew I would only have one chance to make another first impression. After that, whatever she thought of me would take a great deal to change. The first thing I did was shed my tattered jeans and stretched out t-shirt, favoring a new pair of board shorts, clean Vans, and a scripture t-shirt that simply said, 316, real love. I figured if she believed in God, she'd recognize the most famous Bible scripture of all time. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. My mom was raised a proper New York Catholic and had told me never to discuss money, religion, or politics, but I knew the conversation would come up sooner or later, and I figured I'd get it done right without delays. If she was opposed to my belief in God and in Christ, it was not going to work. I was not going to change, and I would be an idiot for thinking I was going to change her. For better or worse, richer or poorer, those things can blend, but different spiritual beliefs were just simply incompatible. They caused a division that could rarely be overcome. There was one thing about my house you would notice if you ever came over: the music. Yep, there was never a time, morning, noon, or night, when I wasn't playing music. I grew up around a lot of music, whether on the radio, stereo, banjo music, or playing piano, so it was a big part of my life. Having it on just put me into a comfort zone. I had over 3,000 songs on my player, all divided up. I decided to put on the show tunes, tracks from The Wizard of Oz, Sound of Music, Les Miserables, and my own version of The Hunchback of Notre Dame, complete with cathedral bells. Adding to those were soundtracks from The Phantom, Flashdance, Footloose, Jesus Christ Superstar, Pictures at an Exhibition, Hollow the Mountain King. Well, you get the idea. My collection was eclectic, but hey, never a dull moment. I don't know why music affected me so much. How do you explain a grown man crying every time he heard that the hills were alive with the sound of music, and to run to the hills to find solace? Maybe it just reminded me that the higher we get on this earth, the closer we get to God in heaven. I knew that if Michelle made no complaints about the music when she was over, well, the sky was the limit. Suddenly, I heard the honking of a horn. The truck had arrived, and two fairly robust fellows were lowering the lift gate and taking out my new couch and chairs. And there she was, knocking on the door. I answered with my dogs bounding up next to me and music playing in the background. "I have a COD for Ian Walker," she stated, still looking at her clipboard. $3,557. Would that be check or card? "Check, but you have the wrong name. It's Johnny Walker, just like the whiskey, Morticia," I said, wondering if our wonderful repartee was going to carry over now that it had shifted to my turf. She crossed out Ian and wrote in Johnny. "I'm sorry, Johnny," Michelle said, cracking a grin. "Johnny it is. Bert and Ernie want to know if they should come in the main entrance or around the side." I stepped out of the way and opened the door even further. Both of my dogs took advantage of their temporary freedom and made a beeline for Bert and Ernie, nearly knocking them over and jumping onto my sofa. It was time for the whistle. It was blown as loud as I could. It stopped them in their tracks, and they ran back to me. Michelle ignored the commotion, finishing her paperwork. "Alex, Norm, get back into the house and go to the backyard," My two loyal friends hung their heads in shame and made their way into the backyard, brushing by her as they retreated. I finished writing down the proper amount on the check and handed it to her. I added 100 for the delivery. Bert and Ernie, would you like to come in? She put the check on her clipboard and walked into the living room. It was only a one-story, but the entryway and main room were impressive. They had 25-foot ceilings with two wrought iron chandeliers I had brought back from Jamaica after I had propped Blackbeard, one of the many period pirate movies which we so often found ourselves filming down there. If the director was happy with me, sometimes he'd just let me keep the props. I had to pay to ship them home, of course. Michelle had not made any complaints about the music and said nothing about the shirt, although it was clear that she noticed it. The dogs didn't bother her either, and she even stooped down and gave each a very firm and gracious pat on the head. Her attention certainly did not go unnoticed, because although they kept a distance, they definitely kept her in their sights. The first thing we looked at was my dining room. The table was limed oak, and it was oversized. It sat at least 8 without leaves, and the chairs were heavy and covered in dark red velvet. The backboard was high, about 10 feet, and displayed my collection of Roseville pottery vases in the many wonderfully subdued Roseville colors. "Looks like a set for the Serpico film," she said. You mean Pacino and Scarface?" I asked. "Yeah, how did you know?" "Well, it's Miami couture. Scarface is the typical decorating scheme, and drugs don't seem to have lost their popularity here, in spite of the prisons being full of convicted felons. And nothing will ever replace the Miami Vice vibe. Nowadays, it's the lawyers, judges, and even police who do them. Only the poor dealer selling the crack and dime bags still gets picked up. At least that's my opinion." "You have a lot of opinions," she said, looking at my T-shirt. "You mean about the fallen nature of mankind?" I responded. "Yeah, your shirt makes a pretty clear statement, 316, she smiled. "I was lost, and now I'm found. Blind, but now I see," I responded, glancing to the background. Bert and Ernie were setting up my new couch, and it looked great. I could see that they were finished. "Do you have to go back to your warehouse, or can you join me for dinner? I make a mean grouper." Michelle was taken aback. "You're offering me grouper for dinner?" "Or mako, but most girls don't like to eat shark." "No," she jested. "Most girls don't like to meet sharks, eat sharks, or be eaten by them." I stared at her for just a minute, wondering if she thought I was a shark. She answered smoothly, "Yeah, I can stay for your grouper while you're cooking it. Why don't I look around a bit, take a few measurements, and see if we can discourage your Miami Vice friends from making unwanted visits?" I had to hand it to her. She had comebacks as quick as anyone I had ever heard. One zinger after another, and she gave as good as she got. I was very impressed. My friends had called her type the ball buster, but I didn't. I called her type interesting. And if you're going to spend the rest of your life with a wife, why not find someone you could actually talk to and not just look at? Lucky for me, I had already prepared the fish. They just needed about 10 minutes on the broiler, and my fresh bread was ready to be cut. I had made a casserole, so I really didn't need any additional vegetables. I was just pulling the hot pan out when she nearly surprised me. "It smells wonderful," she stated. "When did you catch it?" "How do you know I didn't get it at Winn-Dixie?" "I saw your fishing tackle in a few of your photos. Your red neck and slight squint lines give you away totally," she smiled. "That obvious, huh? I can send you home with a few packages. I caught it yesterday after church, off the reef. I usually get a kingfish or two, and I was just glad I could keep it. It was about 40 pounds, and I had to haul it up from about 350 feet. That's a lot of ocean." "What did you use for bait? Sardines?" she asked. No, I used ballyhoo, and it seemed to do the trick." I offered her some from the hot plate. She accepted and took a small bite. "Quite good. Do you need help setting your table?" "We'll use paper plates and eat outside if you don't mind." I want you to get to know my dogs a bit. Oh, I have a macaw, too. And don't freak out when you see him." We both went into the backyard where my dogs were occupied with their normal wrestling routine, both fighting over the same toy. Freddie, my macaw, didn't say anything. I suppose he was wondering who else was invading his space. We sat down, and Michelle was pretty efficient, handing out the plates and silverware. "Dear Lord," I prayed, "thank you for my new furniture and my house guest, Michelle. Please bless this meal in Jesus' name." A hearty amen cut the air, only it wasn't Michelle who was responding. It was Freddie, my macaw. "And pass the grub, awk, awk," he added. He knows when I'm cooking fish. It's his favorite. I stepped over and gave Freddie a nice piece of the grouper right in his dish. "Freddie wants more! Freddie wants more!" he taunted. "Not now, Freddie," I replied. "Maybe later." I turned to my house guest. "These guys can be a bit demanding," she said. I shrugged. "It's very amusing," she smiled, eating a big piece of fish, "and definitely not what I was expecting." Well, it wasn't long after that Michelle announced her departure. She had told me she had done a lot of measurements, and that if I wanted to modernize my place, she would help me do it at a discount. She was surprisingly non-critical and actually commented positively on several of my furniture pieces. She especially liked my backyard, which was quite unique. I caught a few side glances as she was sizing me up. She was quite a bit younger than me, though for someone 40, I think I looked more like I was in my mid-30s. I couldn't tell how old she was, but just by her youthful mannerisms, I imagined she was only in her mid-20s. She certainly wasn't the typical South Beach 20-something, spending daddy's money and living it up. She was pretty passionate about her design work and even offered me a sketch of how she would redo my living room. That night, as I went to sleep, I found myself dreaming about her. My dogs have something against me sleeping in. I'm not sure quite what it is, but when that sun comes up, they're up and usually biting at my toes to get me out of bed. I don't have a dog door, and even though I'm in a gated community, it's still not safe with all the drug runners and criminals. I'm not about to leave my door open. I wasn't worried so much about the robberies, but I didn't want my throat slit by someone who fancies that I may have some cash or jewelry lying about. So it was 6:30, and up I was, stumbling down the hall to open the patio door and have my eyes nearly blinded by the morning sun. I could smell the salt air, so how could I complain? I was 2 or 3 blocks from the beach, and we had another gorgeous day. I enjoyed coffee on my new sofa, reminding myself to go by later that week and pick out a few pieces for my living room. I'd see if maybe I could arrange to take Michelle somewhere besides my house. I put on my stereo and played my favorite Bible verses by James Earl Jones, who spoke with just enough authority and diction that even the most dry Bible passages hit home. I recited the Lord's Prayer, added a bit of the Psalms, and got in my vehicle to go to work. My office was in Key Biscayne, in a high-rise that I shared with a few other local designers. I had been asked to do some of the sets for one of the many attractions in and around Orlando. They knew I had done some work on the Blackbeard Pirate series and wanted my help to decorate some of the newer hotel lobbies and restaurants. It was usually fun work with decent-sized budgets, and the design review process was normally a breeze. When I did the films out of the country, I didn't have to worry about which materials were flammable, how they reflected light, or which sets were going to be partially green screened. There were no colors I absolutely had to avoid. It was a normal movie design architecture job, and I was grateful to be traveling to Jamaica, Venezuela, Quebec, or the Bahamas. Teresa, my right-hand gal, came into my office. "Why so quiet this morning, Johnny?" she asked. "Late night?" "Yep, a late night and early morning with the boys." I pulled out a few sketches Michelle had done. "What do you think of this for my living room and dining room?" Teresa was married and was always trying to set me up with somebody. She grabbed the drawings out of my hands. "Nice. Who's the artist?" "I dropped into that big furniture place over by the racetrack. I wanted to get some different furniture. Mom and Dad are coming to visit, and you know what they always say about my place? Anyway, I bought a nice couch, a couple chairs, and the owner's daughter, Michelle, came with the delivery and drew up some new ideas. I'm thinking of going back. For her or the furniture? Teresa asked, smiling. Is she religious? I don't know. Freddie said amen for our food, I replied. She never had a chance to agree or disagree with the blessing. You made her dinner? Teresa said, studying me. That's pretty serious. She must be a looker. Let me guess, blonde hair, thin and blue eyes? Nope, not at all. She doesn't look like she even lives in Miami and has really dark hair, but there's just something about her. It's chemistry. Oh, that black magic working its way in my heart. That black magic drawing me into the dark. That black magic casting a spell on my brain. That black magic keep me, Lord, from the pain. I sang, not really aware of the words I was even saying. Teresa gave me her most serious look. If you're gonna let yourself fall in love with someone, the first thing you want to do is find out about that person and their family. It's no joke, Johnny. Physical attraction is a great thing, but it doesn't make for a lifetime of marriage. Of course, she's going to be beautiful and desirable, but unless that beauty resonates inside her, it's just a trap, and one that's not easy to get out of once the die has been cast. The truth was, I wasn't looking to fall in love. I was happy being myself. The bachelor. I was the only single person at the family dinners. I was the one that wasn't tied down with a wife and children. I was the only one who didn't have to check with someone when he wanted to jet off someplace or buy something crazy like a Moto Guzzi while touring Italy. Don't mistake what I'm saying. I wasn't rich. I knew someday I would stand in front of the throne of heaven and give an account for everything. My behavior and love or lack of love, whether or not I cared about the homeless, widows, and orphans, or about those who were sick. I tried to cover all the bases. I saved up boxes of blankets, clothing, and gathered up food and water bottles and hit the south part of Dade County, handing these things out there all the time. I also took time out to look each person in the eye, hand them a Bible, and when they permitted, I would give them a hug and a word of encouragement. No part of me felt like I was earning heaven, but I learned what Jesus meant when he said it was better to give than to receive. I didn't meet many widows and orphans in Miami, but when we traveled and I was doing setups in Mexico, the Bahamas, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti, I met a lot of them. I took my off days, loaded up the prop van, and brought them boxes of food, furniture, water bottles, whatever we had extra on the set. I told the prop master to put it on my bill, and I'd cover the cost. A few of the people on the crew came with me, and they thought it was cool what I was doing. As far as visiting people in prison, I had a good friend who had been caught for smuggling activities. He was from a rich family in Pennsylvania, and he was spending time in a minimum federal facility by Lake Okeechobee, the second largest freshwater lake in the USA. It was a 2.5-hour drive, and when I went up to visit him, I usually brought books for the prison library. I gave them to the chaplain, Mike Mendelson. He always looked in on Ben Silverstein for me. Born and raised Jewish, Ben had made it pretty clear he was not going to accept Jesus Christ being his Messiah. He didn't have a lot of reasons, but his grandfather had been a rabbi, and I think he believed that if he converted, it would give his mother a heart attack. Neither of his parents knew how to deal with their second-born being in jail for drug smuggling, and it wasn't your normal drug smuggling either. Before he got popped, Ben had owned one of the largest yacht brokerages in Fort Lauderdale. You had to pass silver yacht sales as you drove down by the cruise ship terminals and oversized docks. He had a sign that was solid metal with letters 25 feet high, and behind them he had 7 flags in the style of a menorah. The middle flag was the Stars and Stripes, and surrounding it was the French flag, followed by the British flag, the Canadian flag, followed by the Colombian flag. Then you'd see Mexico's flag and the flag of the Bahamas. In the end, it was the Colombian flag and his contacts there that got him into trouble. Ben took orders for yachts from all over the world. There were lots of cash transfers and wires from Bolivian banks into Swiss accounts, as well as accounts in the Bahamas, Bermuda, and some pretty well-known German and Canadian banks as well. The problem was never the money. Ben paid each and every state and federal tax he owed, but when he should have said no, he said yes instead. It was a 200-foot yacht that Ben had commissioned out of Italy, with the engines designed by Mannheim and installed in Belfast. Under the engine compartment, accessible only by scuba divers, Ben had installed a compartment that could easily fit 200 cubic feet of hidden cargo. On the way in, it was filled with cocaine, heroin, and designer drugs. On the way back to wherever the ship owners wanted to take it, it was normally filled with cash. In addition to having the compartment built, Ben let the transfers of drugs and cash happen in his large yard. They would pull the boats in for a maintenance check and make the transfers under cover of night. Ben always made sure the workers were gone and that everything happened without witnesses. It was good while it lasted, but one night the crew was late getting the cases of cash. In the rush, they poked a pretty big hole into the container, breaking the plastic wrapping around the bills. There was a big storm offshore, and $100 bills got blown everywhere. Unfortunately for Ben, a local constable called the DEA, and they came around with their instruments, checking everywhere. They didn't have a warrant, but they had probable cause when they showed up at the repair yard. The money had tested positive for traces of cocaine. A closer inspection of the yard showed assorted $100 bills stuck under buildings and in fences. They ran the registry on the Titan, the boat from Brazil. Ben acted like he didn't know what was going on with the money, but he was not a very good poker player. The boat was on their huge rail, about to go back into the water. DEA agent Max Arnoff had studied engineering and recognized that some of the rivets below the engine compartment had a little more wear than the others. He insisted they stop the launch. They took the panel off, and when he felt around, he found one of the plastic bags filled with money and removed a big handful of cash. Ben lawyered up and accepted a plea deal. He was lucky to get just 10 years. He'd been luckier if while he was in prison he accepted Christ as his Savior. He could have easily been killed if any of his clients thought he would divulge any information. He was living on borrowed time. The DEA hit pay dirt when they decoded his computer and found different plans for different boats, all with the altered compartments. It was only a matter of time until they alerted the Coast Guard and checked the other boats for drugs and cash. His customers were not going to be too happy. Satellites had made each and every ocean-going vessel recognizable from its digital imprint as easily as facial recognition software. Honestly, I was having a hard time fighting my feelings for Michelle. Her beauty had burned its image into my cerebral cortex, and it wasn't fading. I saw her in my mind so much that it was distracting. The design phase for the work on the new Blackbeard film was coming to a close. I knew I needed to go down to Dominica and supervise all the construction, making whatever modifications the director had decided on. I scanned in my plans for Ted, who cleaned up everything digitally and made sure the engineering was up to snuff. He then rendered out the more detailed construction plans, taking into account the safety of everyone performing on my set. I went on the internet, wondering what I'd find out about Michelle. The first thing I noticed was her FSU cheerleading picture. It was not very difficult to pick her out amongst all the blondes. Before long, I found online photos of her sorority. The photos showed an unusually beautiful girl who seemed to never smile. It wasn't like she was frowning, but almost like she was a reluctant passenger on a journey, and she was not going to crack a smile until she found out where the train was taking her. The pictures of her with her junior league friends were even more revealing. She was shown doing charity events with children and pregnant teens. Somehow, she looked disengaged. Unlike the bubbly people around her, her gaze was one of intensity. I realized she was older than I had guessed. I had guessed her to be in her mid to late 20s, and in actuality, she was closer to mid-30s. I tried to find out more about Spitz, But they avoided online advertising, more than likely preferring the known world of newspaper, TV, and radio advertising. That was a staple for years for large furniture chains. I was able to find a photo of her receiving the key to the city from the mayor of Aventura, opening their 100,000 square foot store. This was most likely for the tax revenue the city would see from their presence. I looked at my watch. It was nearly 4 p.m. I dropped off my dogs at the groomer's, which was nearby Spitz, and on a whim, I decided to pick them up and head back over, hoping she would be there. Gretchen Muller was not happy I had waited so long to pick up my dogs. I got the same lecture every time I brought them in. Can't you train your dogs to be a bit more respectful and not to bark so much? I had pretty much turned a deaf ear to her, but I realized she was more frustrated with her life than with my dogs. I took out my wallet and said, "Look, I'm going to add a $60 tip." They couldn't have been that bad. You had them locked up in the back room, right? She nodded yes as she wiped a tear from her eye. Here was yet another girl with a broken heart and broken dreams, venting anger out on unsuspecting males. She took the money and handed me the leashes. I could tell she was exerting all the restraint on her facial muscles not to cry or look at me disapprovingly. My tip had touched her heart. I had returned kindness for hatred. I always keep the golden rule in mind. Don't do to others what they do to you, but what you want them to do. Who in their right mind would want someone being mean to them? The boys were happy to get out of their temporary prison. I put them in the back of my prop wagon. It was a luxurious mini motorhome called the Beast that I used for local work. Local meant anything within a 24-hour drive. Anyway, they each had a rug they called their own, and a few of their favorite chew toys. They settled right down. There was a lot of construction on the freeway access ramp, but you could see the sign Spitz perched up as far as city regulations had allowed. Well, actually a bit more with the variances granted to large-scale tax-paying businesses, of course. I'm sure a lot of people had to crane their necks just to see it. I worked my way around the traffic cones, stirring up a bit of dust and a few dirty looks from the crew who were taking a break. I pulled around them and into the parking lot. It was pretty comfortable weather outside, so I decided to leave my dogs in the motorhome and headed in. The doors were heavily tinted, so I barely noticed when I opened the one that Michelle was coming out of, carrying several books of fabric samples. They looked like they were heavy. "Whoa, are you looking to run me over?" I jested. "Let me at least help you out." I held the door as she looked over to me. "Hey, Ian, or should I say Johnny?" "Well, you know my friends call me Johnny. I figure we're at least acquaintances," I said, waiting for a reaction and a response that I knew would not be forthcoming. She thrust the whole stack of samples into my not outstretched arms. "Here, hold this. I forgot something." She rushed back in, leaving me standing outside the warehouse waiting. I looked, and all the lights went out. She rushed out. "You came just in time. My car is over there." "Is that your lovely red Volvo station wagon?" "Red?" I asked. "I thought you hated red." "What gave you that idea?" she responded. "No, I don't hate red. I just don't want to live in a sea of red. Besides, don't you know that red vehicles statistically get in far less traffic accidents than white ones?" She looked around, ignoring my motorhome. "Where's your car? Did you walk here?" "Nope, I hitchhiked just hoping you'd give me a ride home." She looked at me puzzled, and then she heard barking. "Is that you?" She pointed to my mini motorhome. "Are you going camping?" "Nah, I had to pick up my dogs from the groomers. But if you want, we can go bait some gators off Alligator Alley. Where are you going with these?" "I have to order the fall furniture line. I was going to have some of my friends help and pick their brains while trying to figure out what they like and what they don't like. You want to follow me?" "They're waiting for me." I finished putting the samples in the back of her station wagon. "Do you want me to meet your friends?" I asked. "Isn't this a bit soon? We only had one delivery." "Am I being that obvious?" She laughed. "We're going to Jester's outside by the stadium. You can bring your dogs. It's not a formal meeting or anything. You know the place." I didn't have the heart to tell her that I designed their King Arthur medieval interior 15 years back, and hardly ever went there thinking I had done an atrocious job, especially after seeing what it looked like in a cheap B-level film. You want me to follow you? You think you can keep up with my IndyCar? She chided. She jumped in and rushed away. I sprinted to my motorhome and flew in behind her, knowing the traffic barricades would slow her up. I was wrong. They didn't, and she took a shortcut past a fence and hit the freeway underpass, choosing to avoid the construction and take the city route. It was cat and mouse from there on. Yep, I knew my way around, but this girl thought she was a Grand Prix driver. I'm surprised she didn't lay rubber every time she came out of the gate. Finally, we hit the 3-lane main road, which was sort of a mini expressway. I gunned it to pull up next to her and rolled down my window. Can you slow down? My dogs are going to throw up. She just pointed to her ears, made the sign for watch the road, and kept on driving. Each time I hit a red light, I was wondering if God was telling me, slow down, you're moving too fast. I don't know, was I? What was the harm in meeting a group of 30-year-old women who wanted to talk design? I was in my element. It's true I grew up in a city that worshipped football, basketball, tennis, and soccer. And where was I? I was always taking the bus to the art museum, going to the antique shops and documenting what I saw. Others saw beauty in the game and the struggle. I saw the same struggle, but I saw it expressed in the creativity that people let out. I noticed it in the crazy drawings of Dali, the beauty in Monet, the bizarre in Picasso, and the wondrous Gothic buildings and statuary that dominate my hometown of Houston, Texas. Frescoes and gargoyles and military bronze, surrounded by granite columns, dominated our cityscape, and I absorbed every bit of every one of them, like the sun-scorched earth absorbs every drop of rain. I decided that was the way to live my life, not to run in fear of relationships, but to step forward, trusting that by relying on God, He would truly direct my paths and bring me to my purposes. I was outspoken about my faith. Although they didn't call me Bible Boy on the film sets to my face, I know that was the nickname they gave me, or BB rather. I thought it was sort of cool to have a moniker. One day I made the best of it and had a manufacturer that owed me a favor make me a bunch of BB coffee mugs. I gave them to the caterer. Underneath the BB coffee mugs on the bottom, John 3:16 was printed. It took about 30 minutes before everyone noticed. I guess he who laughs last, laughs best. But to me, it was no laughing matter. We're all on the same planet for the same purpose, to become friends and lovers of God, nothing more and nothing less. Yep, each one of us has our individuality and our path, but the destination, the purpose, is the same. Will we hear those words, well done, upon our final judgment? Or the words, depart from me? That is what made all the difference to me. I was in the media, a rarity, a non-gay, non-secular set designer and art director, living out my life for all to see. People saw me upset, like when someone put together one of my rooms upside down, or installed the wrong flooring, or worse, when they told me they couldn't assemble it at all. One time I had to use the film carpenters to get the set done while the crew took a long coffee break. Well, no matter. Everyone knew who I was and what I was about. Now I was going to enter a new pond, the pond of Miami wealth. People so insulated by power, position, and money that they lived almost in a world of their own. Conversations centered on plastic surgery, yachts, Caribbean getaways, second husbands, and rarely, if ever, on the existence of God or His requirements for our lives. Beverly Hills, Palm Springs, Chicago, San Francisco, Connecticut, Manhattan, all took a distant second to the social scene in Miami-Dade County, and I was about to step into the thick of it. Well, one good thing, I thought. My dogs are looking good, and no one is likely to give me much scrutiny. How wrong could I be? Jester's is a phenomenon. It sits back from South Beach, near the harbor, surrounded by plenty of grass. It's a 20,000 square foot, gargoyle-covered restaurant with a sign that shows a medieval jester painted in black and white. In front of the place was a large moat full of koi. They had to replace them several times when some rather large gators came to feast and ate over 200 of them. The place was known for allowing you to bring your dogs right into the restaurant. Mine were greyhounds, and pretty common in our area. Greyhound racing has come of age in Florida, and it was pretty normal for people to have shelter-rescued greyhound racing dogs. Let me tell you, you don't know what a fast dog is until you've owned a greyhound. They can run down the block and back before you can even pick up a package on your front porch. Jester's has a special entrance in the back for the dog owners. Imagine it so the health department doesn't close them down. After all, who wants to eat with a bunch of dogs nearby, looking up at you, drilling you for a few extra crumbs, and pretty much satisfied with anything? Well, apparently everyone. The list of celebrities who have eaten there includes Oprah, Sly, Miley, Gaga, and Madonna, who all came in with their dogs. The wall was covered in their photos. Michelle, who had made a beeline for her table, was already playing host to 4 different women. 2 were wearing dark Versace shades. 1 had no glasses, and 1 was wearing a pair of Gucci's. Why not just leave the price tag on, like they do in the ghetto, and let people know how much cash you have, I thought. None of them were expecting me to walk over and greet Michelle. They were pretty shocked when she introduced me. "This is Johnny Walker and his 2 dogs." I stuck out my hand to greet everyone, and most had to put down one of the drinks. I said, "Hello, this is Norm and Alex." They didn't know if they were supposed to shake the dog's paws or mine. I did the rounds, and to help them close their jaws from shock, I added, "Oh, I'm not here in any specific capacity, such as a boyfriend, designer, attorney, or yachtsman. Michelle invited me, although she's probably already regretting that decision now." Michelle was taken back by my need for an explanation. "I'll be using his expertise to carry my fabric books back to my car. That is, if he doesn't have too much to drink." Just then, the combination waitress and Hooters model saved me. "Just a Diet Coke for me," I said, trying not to stare at her for too long a time. "Mimosa for me," Michelle said. "Easy on the alcohol, or I'll have to try to reconstruct this evening." Michelle got right down to it. She jotted down her friends' opinions about the fabrics and caught a glimpse of me talking to her blonde FSU college sorority friend, Mrs. Walt Richardson. Well, the girl was gorgeous, but she was also advertising just how married she was, wearing a 6-carat diamond, normally reserved for industrial and engraving purposes. Walt Richardson was from the family that owned the Miami Herald and Channel 5, so you'd have to live underground not to know the importance of that family. She was mildly interested in my career, my dogs, and ended up knowing my imprisoned friend Ben Silverstein, although I don't think her yacht was ever modified. Michelle walked on over. I'm not sure whether she was putting a bit of a wall around me or rescuing me. "Hey, Maury, how is Walt?" "He took his boat to the Bahamas. He said he needed a break from the stress." Maury looked at me to gauge my reaction. "Somebody's got to do it," I quipped. "I mean, what's the point of us importing all that foreign oil if we're not burning 100 gallons an hour on a yacht?" "Don't quip with me, Johnny," Maury said mockingly. "I saw the gas guzzler you're driving. What do you get, 4 miles a gallon? You know what they say about glass houses." Michelle stepped in. "Yeah, if you live in a glass house and want some privacy, leave the windows grimy or put up thick drapes like those from Serpico." Michelle added, "Maury, Johnny doesn't care how much gas your husband's yacht burns, but girl, where he goes, you should go. That yacht is like a big sign. I got money, honey." "That's what you're looking for," I said as I turned to stare at Michelle. I was ignoring Maury, and the conversation finally became easier to engage in. "I don't want to end up broke, living in a trailer, and trying to feed my kids with food stamps and government assistance, so yeah, I want a man who will work his little tail off for me. When I do have my kids, I can spend some time with them and not shove them off on my older housekeeper." Michelle realized she had overstepped. "Nothing personal, Maury, but I think Juanita is marvelous. And Lindsay, I love Juliana. But I want to be the one watching my boy or girl take their first step or singing the first song." Maury looked at Michelle. "Girl, you go, but when you're starving for some adult conversation and your husband is more interested in the Miami Heat girls than your Heat, you're going to wish you were out and about engaging with other people. I don't mean in between the sheets, but just talking to someone. What do you think, Johnny?" I knew I was on the spot. I had hooked the fish. Now I could throw her back or offer some hope. "Life is expensive, and two people working can help financially. But when I get married, I think it would be nice to let my wife stay home. If I had to go out of town on a job, I would try to have her come with me. I saw Alice Cooper in concert, and his wife is traveling with him and dancing in his band." "That's because she doesn't want him sleeping with Johnny Depp's groupies," Lindsay laughed. "She must be smart." Maury chimed in. "It's not all about sex. Men want companionship as well." "Well, not really," I said. "The average man thinks about sex about 30 times a day. Yeah, we want conversation, but after we have sex. And the sooner women realize that, the smoother things are. Why do you dress up for your girlfriends? For total strangers, you're showing off your sexuality and your attractiveness. But if you put the closed sign up in your bedroom each night, or complain about the mystical headache or cramps, or the sudden onset of fatigue, don't expect to keep your man from wandering. If you're not giving him what he needs, you can only blame yourself if he wants to get it someplace else, and that's in the Bible. Why do you think God said, 'It's not good for man to be alone'? You know what God did? He brought Adam a beautiful, naked girl, and Adam said, 'Wow, that is the word for woman. Be a suitable helper, and trust me, men need help. Do you want to make your marriage better? Then realize your husband feels loved and appreciated when you have sex. And a woman's sex drive is tied to her cycle. A guy is always ready.'" "So are you saying a wife should just have sex whenever the man wants?" Michelle looked at me, wondering if I was going to give a Neanderthal response. "Why not?" I said. "A guy is pretty much always ready. Couples shouldn't have sex only because the man wants to. Women have sex because men need it to stay connected and feel appreciated. Blowing someone off, telling them, 'I've got a headache, not tonight, you always want sex,' well, that's not something that's going to be endearing to him. You're just going to push him away." "Have you been married?" Lindsay asked. "More important," Maury joked. "Are you married now? And just keeping your ring in a drawer?" I remained silent for just a moment, enjoying the discomfort that Michelle was unlikely feeling, but just a few seconds. "No, I'm not married. I was engaged once, years back after college. I wanted to wait and have sex on our wedding night, and, well, she didn't want to wait and started cheating. That engagement didn't last." "So sex must not be that important to you if you were turning it down," Lindsay stated. "No, it's really important to me, and I think it's important to God too. I mean, there are only 10 commandments, and 2 are about sex. Don't commit adultery and don't covet your neighbor's wife. So yes, I would like to have sex when I'm married, and I'd like to have it a lot." "And what's a lot to you?" Michelle asked. "Well, at night, in the morning, and maybe sometimes at lunchtime too," I joked. "Wow, a true horn dogger," Maury laughed. "You sound like my husband, Walt. There's never bad time for him, and it doesn't take much to get his engine revved up." Why do you think men were made with testosterone? It's the driving force in our society. It's what drives men to create, to build, and to provide. It drives us in conflict, in sports, and in our maturity, I added. "There are plenty of gay men who are creative," she responded. "Yes, but do you know any of them who aren't having sex? In some cases, they have way more sex than heterosexual couples. They want a companion and someone who will respect them, but they also want a sex partner and someone they can engage with intimately." "Are you two dating?" Gloria asked. "Is he like your hidden flaming lover, Michelle?" My dogs started moving around, and one began barking at a little poodle that had gotten loose. The poodle came over to sniff. I'm going to take these guys outside for a minute. It seems we're disturbing the tranquility. I didn't want to embarrass her and wanted Michelle to craft whatever response she wished to craft without being beholden to me. It was her life and her lifetime friends. She didn't need me mucking it up. As I walked around Jester's, I started to reflect. How did I get myself in a situation with another girl whom I probably had but little in common with? Yeah, we both liked furniture and design, but I knew nothing about her upbringing except that her dad looked like some sort of old-time mafioso. My parents were more like Ozzie and Harriet. I had 3 siblings, and I had no idea if she even grew up with both her parents. Oh, people say, love conquers all. But that's not true, and probably never will be. How we've grown up, what we hold dear, what our parents show us through their lives, their values, their jobs, their friends, and their belief or lack of belief in God means pretty much everything. My dad was a first-generation American, and he flew over the pond when his dad's brother sponsored their American citizenship. My mom, well, her parents came over before the Revolutionary War, so they were as American as you can get. She was a true daughter of the Revolution, so to speak. I wondered about Michelle, as I had seen her dad's photo. He was the slick-talking, slick-haired Spitz furniture salesman. Yeah, I knew the name was Iranian-Austrian, but what about her mom? I promised myself that because I committed my heart and started getting physically attached with the heavy kissing, I was going to learn everything I could about her. I was shocked to hear the whistle. My dogs were too, and they went running, dragging me back to the patio at Jester's. Michelle was laughing. I guess I looked pretty funny with my arms being pulled off as my 2 strong dogs pulled me at a rapid clip. Whoa, whoa, I said as we got back to the outdoor seating area. Michelle laughed. Well, I guess I know how to get their attention. Yeah, I looked around. If I was the kind of guy that embarrassed easily, I guess that would have been embarrassing. But fortunately, I'm not. What's up? My friends all grilled me and left, she said, petting both of my dogs. I couldn't convince them you weren't my boyfriend, and they think I'm holding back. I told Maury you were working on Blackbeard of the Caribbean, Michelle said as she handed me her card. She wants a small part on the set. Not in the film or anything, just something like set painting or construction. Can you help her out? Can she work? What about that manicure? Yes, Michelle said. She knows the shoots in Dominica, and that's where she lived before she came to the United States when she was 10. Her parents had met at Pensacola Bible College, and Maury had a scholarship while her parents were missionaries. They donated half of the scholarship fund. Well, they practically endowed everything. Yeah, I put the card in my pocket. I'm going to feel weird about calling a married woman, so you just tell her I said okay. The installation will be in 21 days, and she'll have to cover her own transportation, room, and board. I'll put her on salary at $300 a day as an assistant and try to keep her on through the principal photography. Her husband may not like it much. It's a 60-day shoot with a couple of dark days, but not many. This director, Simon LaBarge, likes to get everything in the can, at least principal photography anyway, as quick as he can. Is that the French guy who did Les Strangers, the old Albert Camus story? Michelle asked. They call him Can-Can, right? Not to his face, but yeah, I said. He can do a hip swing walk more extreme than Haley Berry. He has nothing to do with my budget, though, and I was hired from the art department, so I'm just bringing my construction painting crew. I hardly ever get to know the directors. I did work with him on the last 2 pirate movies, and the pace was, shall we say, invigorating. In the U.S., they don't make you work a 12 without a 12-hour break. Overseas, you work a 14 or 15 set, and you're back on set at 8 a.m. They figure, what else do you have to do? You're at a studio camp in the jungle. If you want to go into town, you're risking being robbed or killed. But I have to say, I love it. I didn't see you eating anything. Are you hungry? She asked. What do you have in mind? I queried. Remember, I have my boys here. We can drive over to the causeway. There's a nice to-go fish and chips place. Charlie's? I laughed. I used to live there. Michelle was puzzled. Live there? She asked. You mean work there? Nah, before I learned how to cook. That was my go-to, I replied. Sounds like a good idea. I'll see you over there. It wasn't far, but the South Florida traffic could be slow, and the trip took a while. I started thinking about my parents coming to visit and about their relationship. In spite of all the ups and downs with my dad's job, all the problems that kids can cause, and moving around the country often, they still loved each other. When my mom walked into a room, my dad's eyes always lit up. When my dad spoke or worked around the house, my mom was always so appreciative. My parents were not critical people, and they never had to walk around on eggshells wondering if their very existence was going to offend their partner. They were unified in their love, discipleship, and hopes for their 2 boys. They practiced prayer and forgiveness. I was wondering if women like my mom were even around anymore. Could I find a girl that I could love, but who wouldn't spend her life trying to tear me down to mold me into her image of what I should be? Could I find someone who would put up with my quirks and not demand that I love her in a way different than I even could? When you hit your 30s, you have to think differently. It's not like your typical college crush that's good for a dinner date or sports event. The girls you encounter and consider as you get older, the high standard of lifetime compatibility. The old saying, haste makes waste, is indeed true. In America, there is nothing more destructive to individuals, to society, to our children, and to our very institutions than divorce. It leaves women destitute, and it creates alcoholics and drug addicts out of many men. It leaves children abandoned, living in poverty without proper guidance or finances for food, clothing, or a higher education. It fills the prisons with hopelessness and the trailer parks with despondent, broken lives. It fills the grade schools with unruly children and fills the deserted playgrounds with the homeless and drug addicts. Nearly every homeless person I ever met came from a broken home. When we would ask very young and homeless people why they chose to live on the street, the answer was most often, my stepfather doesn't want me there, or my stepfather abused me, and sometimes neither of my parents wants me. How will our society survive when over half of the children born do not have the birth mother or father? In some areas, a single mom is raising 7 out of 10 children, and the mothers may have children by multiple fathers. And there is the fear of multiplication and the generational curse that is passed from generation to generation. That's why you see so many children from divorced homes getting divorced when they grow up and marry. It's a perpetual cycle. I've steered away from girls from broken homes. I found many of them to have no vision at all for a sustained marriage, and most don't even want children. They may not really know how to treat a man, except with disdain and disregard, because that is how they witnessed their mom treating their dad. They remember the pain of Christmas and Easter and night after night without dad. They remember the complaints they heard about his defects, and they don't want to replay that record over and over again. I call them serial daters. You can date them, write them poems, and even take them to church, but walk them down the aisle? I think not. They don't want to go down any aisle unless it's a plane heading to Jamaica or Hawaii. They look at you like you're the dad that abandoned them and chose someone else over your mother, and then they lose interest in making a lifetime commitment. Even as they get older, as their biological clock grows louder and their womb screams for a child, they begin thinking about being a single mom raising a kid on their own. Just as I was driving and finishing my thoughts, a red Mercedes stopped abruptly in front of me. I normally hang back a bit, and I was able to stop just in time. I was angry when a well-endowed blonde got out wearing her hot black miniskirt and sporting stilettos. She walked to the front of her car and then stopped and picked up a nearly dead seagull thrashing about. I approached her. She looked at me and I stated, "I don't think he'll make it. His neck looks broken." "What am I supposed to do? Just throw him away?" she said in distress. "Wait," I said as I walked back to my RV and got a blanket. "I'll take him and care for him until he passes away. Then I'll give him a proper funeral." She looked at me puzzled. "Really?" "Yes," I said, as I looked at her, encouraging her to put the bird on my blanket. "Really, I have my own macaw. I know how to handle birds." The cars behind us were honking, and the noise and commotion were getting her rattled. "Do you know who I am?" she asked, pulling out her wallet and grabbing a few C-notes. "I'm Kathy Baker, Miss Nude World, married to John Baker, the owner of the hockey team. Let me pay you." "Thanks, but I'm not interested in your money. Seriously, I will take care of the bird. You're a lovely person for stopping. I think we should both go before someone maybe shoots us for stopping all this traffic." I hurried back to my RV, and the people behind me were steaming. By the time I got to the restaurant, the little fellow had died. My dog stayed in the back, and I left the gull on the front seat. I was planning on burying him in the sand. I got out with the blanket-wrapped bird. Michelle was looking at me. "I already ordered you the Skipper 3-cod meal and a large fries." "Thanks," I said. "You want to sit on the beach?" Michelle pointed a few feet away. "There's not much of a view, just the harbor and the bridge." "No," I pulled back the cover. "A lady found this bird on the freeway and stopped the car suddenly to get out and rescue it. She was holding up traffic, not knowing what to do. So I took it. It died, so now I should bury it." "Are you serious?" She was shaking her head in unbelief. "You stopped and took a dead bird?" "Well, it wasn't dead when she handed it to me, but we probably would have been soon if we stopped traffic much longer. It was stopping on both sides of the road. The lady was Kathy Baker," I added. "Miss Nude World married to the hockey billionaire?" Michelle asked, her eyes opening even wider. "I hope she was wearing more than she wore when she won her title." "Not much," I laughed. "Let's just bury Jonathan over there." "Jonathan?" She stifled a laugh. "Jonathan Livingston Seagull, right?" "Oh, you got the reference." "Okay, yes. I might be a girly girl, but I do read. Let's bury the poor seagull. We can cover him with rocks. I'll even say a prayer for him." "Well, I think it's a little late for that. I don't know anywhere in the Bible where animals rose from the dead." And for that comment, I received a punch in the arm and a look of, "Don't push me too far, buddy." I carried Jonathan over in silence. My dogs could smell the blood, and they were barking furiously. But we went a ways off and stopped right where the tide was coming in near a small outcrop of rocks. I laid him down, and Michelle scooped sand on him. Then I covered him with more gravel. "Lord, this fellow has lived his life. We hope it was a good one. Thanks for letting him spend his final moments with Johnny. Thanks for the lady stopping to help him, and may he rest in peace." "Amen," I agreed, moving back to the beach. We both walked in silence. Neither of us was much in the mood for fish and chips. Maybe it was burying the dead bird, or maybe it was the pressure of her defending me amongst her friends. Having to convince people you had no attraction to someone else when the flame was just starting to kindle is like preparing a big bonfire and dousing it with water before even lighting it. I recognize the symptoms. It's why so many people who date refuse to meet parents, friends, or siblings. No one wants to go on the defensive, ever, especially when the person is totally unsure about how the other feels about them. It felt a little like the Last Supper. We commented on the food, the weather, and then the conversation just sort of died. The repartee that had passed between us so easily no longer flowed off of our lips. I let both my dogs out for a jaunt by the harbor, and even they no longer captured our attention. It was a bust. We both parted without ceremony, and I knew unless I was planning on getting more furniture, I probably wouldn't see her again. There are 3 million people in Miami, so what are the odds?
Chapter 2: My Not-So-Real World.
Michelle had left her touch on my home. I picked up both my parents as usual, but they had booked a hotel. They didn't really ignore my begging them to stay. They just told me they were comfortable in a hotel and weren't going to make me do extra laundry just because they were in town. My mom loved the beach. Being from Martha's Vineyard gave her a love of the ocean, but from October to May, it may as well have been the frozen north. My dad owned a small chain of grocery stores in Edgartown, Oak Bluffs, and Vineyard Haven. During the summer season from June to August, they were hopping with plenty of customers. But when the off-season hit, they were pretty much kept open just as a courtesy to the local residents. Instead of the ferries coming over from Woodhull or Falmouth 10 or 20 times a day, they made the trip just a few times a week. It was a bona fide ghost town with empty beach houses, howling nor'easters, and pale-faced New Englanders struggling with isolation, loneliness, and alcoholism. My parents were the exception. Besides being a grocer, my dad was also a lay minister with the Vineyard Bible Foundation. Not really a church per se, but more a bi-weekly, multi-location prayer and praise gathering meeting in Menemshaw, Edgartown, Gayhead, and Vineyard Haven. It was well attended and kept them both busy. Tending to the local flock is what they call it. When other people were retired, worrying about their golf swing or overhead tennis serve, my dad was working in the vineyard of the Lord. To both my parents, their trip to Florida was not just a trip to see their son, but a missionary journey like the shepherd in the parable of the lost sheep, leaving behind the 99. They had left the 99 to spend more time with me. They knew I went to church, but was not involved in the day-to-day activities of faith because I traveled so much. I picked them up in my RV and took them to their hotel 10 minutes from my house. They didn't want to stay right on the beach, so I found them a pretty cozy set of hotel cottages right off the 1A. It was about 11 when they landed, so I offered to take them both to lunch after they got settled. I headed back to my office to put a few final touches on some of the props that were going to be blown up in the new Pirates movie. I had to admit their permanent move to the vineyard had been good for them. My dad had cashed in on his retirement and took a risk buying 3 pretty rundown grocery stores. But with the proverbial New England thrift and the Army spit and polish, they had made something out of it. Inheriting an old house in the Bluffs from my dad's spinster aunt had saved them a bundle on lodging. It was big enough to allow all their grandkids to visit, who were pretty much put to work, and to give them a place to start their community Bible study. "Ian," my mom stated when I came to pick them up for lunch, "we'll go anywhere you want for lunch." My dad, Edward, shook his head and patted his midsection. "Yep, as long as it has salads and seafood. Your mom has got me on a bit of a leash." Mom gave him an impromptu kiss. "Who can blame an old girl trying to keep her beau alive? Yes, Ian, seafood and salad. It's the trendy thing anyway. What about one of those sushi places? The one in the vineyard is just dreadful." "Janet, their food is fine," Dad said. "It's owned by the DeBartolos. They keep finding ways to put off paying us for the deliveries, and all winter they get to string us along until the tourists come back in June." "Well, I don't like their food either," my mom said. I knew then, no matter how long you lived with someone, or how many experiences you went through with them, people were still going to be different and find things to disagree about. Can you imagine a world without debates or differences of opinion? "If he isn't paying you," I suggested, "why don't you just cut him off? Why keep extending him credit?" "That's what the bookkeeper wants me to do," my dad said, exasperated. "I don't have the heart to leave them high and dry. They need what little business they get over the winter just to keep their help employed. Plus, he shows up at my house once a week for our Bible study." My mom raised her eyebrows. "Ian, I don't know how he can even pray when he owes us so much money." $5,000 is not a lot of money, Janet. He'll get caught up." I drove them to the fish and chips place, and I wanted to give the dogs a break. I knew my dad was going to insist on paying, and I wanted to keep the cost of his trip down. After we ordered, we sat down to watch the cruise ships coming in and out of the harbor. They were something to see, that's for sure. I often thought about taking a cruise and getting on a huge ship hundreds of feet long with engines so powerful they could probably supply energy to a small country. The provisions were so abundant that schools of fish followed along, hoping for the leftovers. I knew it was not my lot to live a leisurely life. I'd been taught too much from the New Testament about running my race and doing the good deeds that Jesus had appointed me to do from the beginning of creation. I had seen a world full of hurt, pain, and loss, and knew that the prosperity and position I had been given should be making a difference to those around me. I was lost in my thoughts when my dad sat next to me. "So, Ian, Mom says you just met a girl you really like. I think that's good. God doesn't want us on this journey all by ourselves. Yeah, but I've only been out with her a few times. I can't really even call them dates. I met a few of her friends and took her out to eat after a furniture delivery. Her name is Michelle. Things didn't go very well on the last outing, though. Well, sometimes there's a lot in the name, and other times we make our own name. Paul started out as Saul, Abraham as Abram. God gives us a choice to make our own name. Have you ever thought God might be preparing you for your own calling? I looked at the huge ship embarking on another Caribbean cruise and commented, Dad, I know you're leading Bible studies on the vineyard, and God is blessing your grocery stores. I'm doing the same thing with my props. I don't talk a lot about my travels, but it's really not too different. I can see the world around me pretty much ignores God, and I can see people are quiet and self-absorbed. I choose to walk a different path. I'm barely 40, and I feel blessed. I love props, decorating, set construction, and I love working on films and going through the scripts. In my own small way, I feel like I'm recreating the world. Like God told Adam, multiply and subdue the earth. I know films are make-believe. It feels like I can live in them. I wish I could do my own films. I'd like to make a film about the Garden of Eden, show Adam naming the animals and showing the excitement of him meeting Eve. The fun they must have had walking with God and talking with God, but then they experienced the destruction that the serpent Satan brought. I want to tell of the sorrow that came from their disobedience and of their expulsion from the garden. I want to show the mighty angels that cast them out, preventing them from ever returning. I'm not afraid to try. I just don't have the connections yet to get films out to the public. I know locations, cameras, lighting, sound, and casting people. I've made some great friends. They all need to get paid, and I've saved a couple $100,000. But that's only a few days on a big set. Son, here's what I know. I have a small chain of stores. If someone is in need of real material items, then God supplies. He gives us places to meet, gas, phones, and even our websites. God brings in the funds. We don't always have extra, but we do have what we need to get our job done. That's how prosperity works. It's enough to do what God directs you to do and help other people accomplish their goals as well. I was happy to hear the wisdom from my father. He always had a way to make important points seem so logical and simple. My goals were eating away at me. Desire fulfilled is a tree of life, but disappointment, that was a heartbreak. And I was heartbroken. Every time a young director or writer was on the movie set, someone who just got out of USC, NYU, or Harvard, I could feel the dragon of envy clawing at me. Why is he good enough? Why aren't you? What was I to think? I served a great God, and the messages I wanted to bring were sitting on a computer desk or in my desk in unread, unpublished reams of paper. Just then, my phone rang. I whistled for my dogs. Hey, Michelle, I answered. You tracked me down. I'm out with my parents right now. Can I call you in a few hours? I was really glad for her call. There was hope after all. Was that her, son? My dad asked. I nodded. We should start heading back. It's not smart for these dogs to be out when it gets darker. They can get disoriented. We packed up in my small RV and headed back to my place. My mom rode shotgun and my dad sat in back with the boys. Ian, your father was telling me you're starting to see someone. She waited for my reactions, which did not come. When can I meet her? Mom, I looked over, shaking my head. I know you too well. Now I'm not introducing you to anyone. I mean anyone until I'm assured she might be the one. Mom was petulant. Not that she was showing it on her face. Who was she kidding? I knew her well, and I knew her thoughts. We'll only be here for a week. I've hardly ever met a girl you dated. You're almost 40. Would you deny your mother some semblance of hope for a future grandchild? That's not what I'm doing, Mom. I'm not denying anything. I don't want to chase this one off. We just started getting to know one another. I thought it through a few moments, and I could tell my mom was disappointed. I'll tell you what. I'll have her come by tonight to pick me up. We'll go for a late-night walk onto the pier in Lauderdale. I'll ask her to come in, and you can say hello, but just hello. There will be no fifth degree, no beating around the bush, and no digging into her background. No drama at all. Is that a deal? My mom was smart. She knew it was a foot in the door, and she took it. That would be nice, Ian. Just seeing her and saying hello would be fine. When I was young, I helped my dad do upholstery furniture touch-ups, so that would be really nice. We probably have a lot in common. You know what they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She was hoping to minimize any coming conflicts. I pulled the RV around to the side after I dropped my parents off at the front. It was a concession to my high-class neighborhood not to leave it sitting out. I put the dogs into the back and called Michelle. That was good timing, Michelle answered. Do you still want to go to Lauderdale and look at the boats owned by the impossibly wealthy? Yep, I answered. My favorite Cuban coffee shop is up there, Eduardo's. Have you been there? You have to pick me up. My mom wants to meet you. Yeah, she responded, changing the subject. I'll meet her. I know Eduardo Castro. Did you know he was a great nephew of the esteemed comrade Fidel? And handsome, too. See you soon. She was right. Eduardo Castro was somehow in Fidel's family tree. It turns out not everyone wanted to live in a Castro Cuba, not even his own family. No food, no freedom, no God, and no hope for tomorrow. That's what Cuba was reduced to. Eduardo had been in the United States since he took a small boat over the ocean, risking his very life with friends in the 1990s. He learned that in the USA, a name, even one as tarnished as Castro, could open up some big doors. They called it Eduardo's Barista, a coffee shop, but it was anything but a coffee shop. It had a magazine reading area surrounded by a wraparound patio for coffee, and Cuban music played by the most beautiful Cuban girls in all of South Florida, which meant the most beautiful girls in the world. I knew them all. We had filmed a few different movie scenes at Eduardo's, and I had helped him change a majority of the decorating. The overhead palm fronds, the large fire pit, the huge ropes that doubled as seats for the weary, and the nautical theme were all my contributions. I even added the wooden rowboat for his office and the dilapidated 65-foot cabin cruiser sitting in the middle of the structure. The baristas made good use of it. Most of the place had my handiwork evident. It was a mixture of old and new, young and hip, and displayed a reverence for the generations that had come before Los Immigrations made it unpopular. My mom and dad were going to stay over one night and leave their hotel bungalow untouched. They both liked to go to bed pretty early, so when Michelle finally pulled up, I brought her into the house. I promised my mom I would get her. Michelle wasn't remotely nervous. She met thousands of new people every year. I'll just say hi to the boys while you get your mom. My mother was brushing her teeth and already wearing her bathrobe. Her hair was put up. Ma, I knocked on the bathroom door. Come on, Michelle is here, and she's waiting to meet you. We were both sitting in the living room with the boys when my mom came down. She was carrying a small, hand-wrapped gift in the pocket of her robe. The two of them exchanged hugs. My mom had taken her hair down. Well, she said, looking at Michelle, you're a real beauty, and much younger than I expected you to be. Well, Mrs. Walker, I'm not as young as I look. I'm just careful in the sun. Michelle smiled back, surprised at the wonderful compliment. Well, you are truly beautiful, Mom said as she reached into her robe pocket. She took out a small jewelry box from a local craftsman in Edgartown. I didn't know what to get you. Ian had told me so little about you, but on the vineyard we have these places called window roosts, where the women would go on the rooftop with their spyglasses and look for their husbands to return from their whaling trips. Some of them were gone for 4 years or more. Michelle opened it up and saw it was a golden charm. It was a whale, and Michelle hugged her as if by impulse. "That's just beautiful." Michelle turned and showed it to me. "I've always wanted a necklace with a whale." "You can wear it around your neck or as a charm, or just as you see fit," my mom said. "Look, I promised my son not to ask too many questions. I don't feel like I have to ask any. Maybe tomorrow Ian can drive time with me to your furniture store. I used to help my father do refinishing and upholstery." Michelle hugged my mom. "I would love that, Mrs. Walker. Just love it. Oh, I promised to get Johnny home early." "Johnny?" My mom was puzzled. "Well, it's my nickname on the set, Johnny Walker," I added, earning a frown. "Oh my mom stated. "Well, I hope you don't drink that awful stuff just because some of our kin were from Tennessee. That doesn't mean we have to live like 'em." On the way out the door, Michelle gave me a well-deserved punch in the arm. "She's not going to live forever. Let her have a bit of hope for grandkids. I'm not saying it's me, but she lives 800 miles away. There's no harm in letting her meet some of your friends." "Oh," I added, "we're in the friend zone?" "Get in the car, Mr. Walker. Yes, we are definitely in the friend zone, and if you don't wish to remain so, don't dawdle so much." "Dawdle?" I scrunched my face. "Have we been listening to excessive amounts of the Mary Poppins soundtrack?" "Are you this annoying to everyone you meet?" Michelle quipped. "Maybe I should get my magic umbrella and avoid this late-night traffic." She had a nice selection of cool jazz on her cell phone that served as a nice background soundtrack for our drive. As we pulled off the 95 and went down the Lauderdale River, we couldn't help but notice the mega yachts everywhere. Lauderdale was a major port for provisioning. People would bring their yachts from around the world for supplies. The port workers could supply the yachts with provisions and even perform renovations such as new interiors and kitchen-bathroom remodels. The port also rented new jet boats for more than an adequate group of young people who worked as crews for the hundreds of wealthy who frequently took to the sea to get away from it all. I had not told Michelle much about my friend in prison, but I knew that many of the boats were owned by businesses of a dubious nature, smuggling third-world extortions, government thefts, and money for political bribes. What else would they spend it on but a mobile asset flagged in some third-world country with lax tax laws? The line for Castro's parking was pretty short. I was surprised Michelle wanted to valet. "Skip the valet. I got a spot we can use in the back," I pointed. "The valet line is slow, and they're going to hit you for $20 to $30. "A spot here at Castro's?" She stared at me. "You're full of surprises." "I'm a decorator. Look around. Doesn't this look decorated?" She nodded. "You mean the shipwreck and the open cabanas?" "Just turn here. The staff parks here, and I want to say hi to Eduardo. He's letting us use the place for some establishing shots. I think you'll like him." "More than you," she quipped. "Are you trying to brush me off already?" She pulled up and we got out. A young Cuban girl was getting out of a sports car. Her dress did not leave much to the imagination. "Hey, Frankie," I said. She turned, startled. "Johnny, how are you?" She chilled a bit when she saw Michelle. "I'm Michelle. He said I could park here." "Yes, that's fine." Then she pointed at me. "He always told me he didn't date. And now here you are." "I don't suppose you'd believe she's my sister, would you?" I quipped. "She isn't, but she did help me do a home makeover, and we're hanging out." I gave Frankie a kiss on the forehead. "You know I think you're beautiful, but you're the boss's girl." "Yeah," she shrugged. "One of about 20. I'm still not getting any younger. Tomorrow I'll be 25. She held up her left hand to display her ring finger. "Still no ring." "No cigar either," I added. "Don't give away the milk if you want somebody to buy the cow." "What if they don't want the cow, and they don't want the milk either?" she pouted. Michelle stepped in. "Look, hon, the South Florida boys are players. They're looking for the one-nighters, the image, the cars, and the style. I'm not sure you're going to find one to commit in this area. You can work here, make good money, and get your modeling going. Don't spend all your time on the hunt around here. Move inland a bit, away from all this craziness. Meet some real guys. When you do, Call me at Spitz Furniture, and I'll come and share a cigar with you, and maybe help you furnish your place." They both exchanged hugs, and we went inside. Bullet dodged. Michelle had been to Castro's plenty of times, and I decided to give her the behind-the-scenes tour and, if you will, raison d'etre for Eduardo's. It was not difficult. Michelle was a furniture enthusiast and seemed to hang on my every word. She stuck close by, especially with the Cuban beauties around. She didn't want me to get too close to any of them, apparently. She had gone a little territorial on me. Did I mind? No. It was quite nice to have someone willing to fight for me. It didn't give me an added sense of value, but it did give me an appreciation for what she thought. I was worth protecting, and I wasn't someone to be lightly regarded. It made me feel that I was important to her. I started the short tour with the old fishing vessel. I told her how I found it in Santo Domingo, the town discovered by Columbus in the Americas. I told her how we had to tug it over and haul it in, removing most of the streetlights nearby. It was an impressive 65 feet long, 25 feet high, and an 18-foot beam. This was where they kept the hard liquors. The inside had choice padded leather seats, huge industrial ceiling fans, and breakout balconies. The best thing about it was that it covered the whole east entrance. Spotlights had been put on the deck to let the town know we were open for business, and daily the ship's flags featured a different country. If you guessed what country the flag represented, you got a 50% discount. Of course, you can't have a ship without a pier. We had constructed a pier around the entire ship along a raised balustrade. The pier was boardwalk style, created with reclaimed wood from an Atlantic City scrapper who had painstakingly rebuilt the old boardwalk. We hung some of the famous signs along the pier. They were vintage hand-painted neon, Sally's Taffy, Bert's Candy and Gum, Edison Fudge, Charlie's Footlongs. The graphics were impressive, and to Carlos's credit, they were all in good working order. Colorful vendors surrounded the place, and they were open round the clock. Unlike most coffee shops, the servers and main crew were there every day from 5 a.m. to midnight and 3 a.m. on the weekends. Surrounding the place were food vendors operating under his food license. They were independents making a bit of cash and getting ahead the Cuban way, share and share alike. Neither of us drank much alcohol. It just wasn't our thing. After a long trip around, we settled down in one of the plantation-style areas. I had the walls covered with padded burlap coffee bags, the ceiling fans were huge, and adding to the overall theme were huge banana tree palms. If you looked carefully, you could see the many artificial parrots and macaws I had decorated with. They looked real enough, perched up 20 feet in the air. It had been my idea to pipe in organic jungle sounds and to have a slow-moving steam bed running throughout. Our table was right next to the gently moving water. It was salt-filtered and clean as it could be, giving out a nice refrigerated ocean feel. The temperature was helped by the fact that I had a stream run right through their huge Sub-Zero supply refrigerator. It wasn't covered in plexiglass, but 20 feet of Sub-Zero temperatures had an instant cooling effect on the water. In the open area, the fans provided a nice amount of breeze, but without the cooling effect of the stream, the air could have been muggy and stifling, which is definitely not good for business. I got my decorating from Genesis, where God put Adam to work in the garden that had 4 rivers. In my dreams, God had visited me and given me the idea for this remodel. The fig leaf cup and fruit plates were all my own creations. There were free fruits always offered as an appetizer, and placed not only in the coffee shop area, but the other common areas as well. I thought the fruit would bring in a great crowd, which it did. The guests loved the free fruit, and it put them in a mood to order many of the fruit concoctions and many varieties of espressos and hot and iced coffees. If they wanted meat dishes like Jamaican jerk chicken or Dominican barbecued pork, well, the outdoor vendors had an endless variety available. I studied Michelle as she looked around. She was totally comfortable in her own skin. She wasn't jealous of those girls who were flaunting about, but genuinely appreciative of being with me. She wasn't one of those guy hoppers, seeing if they were missing someone better looking or more talented. She wasn't like some of the girls I had known, just looking to perhaps find someone with more money or friends, climbing and hopping from one relationship to another, until they finally found they had island hopped into the middle of nowhere. Many of those girls were in their 40s, and because of their reputations for unfaithfulness, no one was interested in them anymore. I had my fill of those girls, even the ones I'd met at church. They were always asking questions. What can you do? What do you do? Can I get a ride? Where do you live? It was like they had an internal calculator adding up your value or assessing your real net worth. The process was petty and annoying. History has shown that very few men come into their own and make anything of themselves without motivation. Men need both personal and emotional motivators, and most of the time, that's provided by a great wife. I was partially doing what I wanted, but what if I wanted to risk it all? What if I went for broke and turned down decorating to do my own film, like Catherine Hardwicke had done on Tombstone? Who else knew more about films than someone who had to create every location, look for great camera positions, and pace off where the actors would exchange lines and where the chase scenes would be filmed? Who else could keep costs down by making existing locations really work? A furniture change here, paint here, and multiple sets in one building could create very different establishing shots. I was lost in my thoughts and had put too much cream in my espresso. It was spilling over. If you wanted that much cream, why not order an Americano? Michelle asked. She brought me back to earth from my mental flight. I looked at the table, and white cream was everywhere. You caught me daydreaming, I said. What, with me here? She was impatient, too. I was just wondering about all the serial daters hopping from one person to another until they're all alone on a desert island with nobody. That's what you think of dating? She raised her eyebrows. Yep, I boldly stated. God doesn't throw us away for someone better. He treats us all equally and gives us the same chances. He offers the same forgiveness to everyone. Why don't we return the favor? What about the shy guy who lays out his heart to a girl, gives her his full time and energy? What happens when he finds out he's not good enough and the girl goes for a lawyer or doctor, someone with more at the bottom line? Are you thinking that about me? Her nose crinkled a bit. She wasn't angry, but she did want the truth. No, I replied. I don't think that about you. Why not? She quipped. Well, for one, you're too busy. 2, you're financially set already, your family business and all. 3, I don't even know if you like guys. For that, I received another punch in the arm. Don't know if I like guys, she said with surprise. Well, you're really interested in my dogs and my furniture. Maybe you could care less about a life companion. I don't know. Oh, she replied, I get it. Projection. You're projecting yourself onto me because you aren't interested. Well, I'm not either, right? Older guy, career set, knows everyone is walking the tightrope. The phone was buzzing in my pocket. I ignored it for a minute. Well, sort of true, but for different reasons. Yes, I stay away from the fire and keep my distance from temptation, but not because I'm afraid of a relationship. I don't want to overstep my boundaries and have God angry with me. I don't think I could really handle a girl throwing herself at me, so I just step around that. So you're worried about your hormones? She made a good point. And I shouldn't be? I asked, the phone buzzing again. Hold on for just a second. I grabbed the phone. My face must have turned ashen. Michelle looked concerned. Where is he? Will he be all right? Yeah, I'm about 35 minutes away. We can be right there. Is everything okay? Michelle asked. No, it's not. My friend Ben Silverstein was shivved while in federal lockup. He's on life support at Dade Central. That was Marcia, his sister. She wants me to come and pray for him. Can we go? She didn't hesitate, and we were out the door and into the parking lot immediately. Once in her car, I thought she would run every light on the way. I wondered if she maybe had some Penske blood in her, she drove so fast. We parked by the doctor's lot and took the elevator up to the 11th floor. It was the floor reserved for those in lockup. Marcia had taken care of putting our names down, and we saw her in the hallway. "Marcia, this is my friend Michelle. We were out together. Where's your brother?" She pointed to the room. "They had to give him 6 pints of blood. He was stabbed in this femoral artery, and blood was pouring out. Please, Ian, don't let him die. He doesn't believe, and you know what that means. He'll have no one representing him on Judgment Day. It will be horrible." Yes, I did. I'd shared the gospel countless times with Ben, and we went around and around on all of it. The Messiah aspect, the creation, sinfulness of man, Adam and Eve, the Romans, the Sanhedrin, and the Inquisition. There wasn't much we didn't cover. Marcia was what was called a messianic believer. She was born Jewish and later started believing that Christ was the true Messiah, rejected by his people and pierced, just as Psalm 22 had prophesied. He was cursed to die on a tree for our transgressions. The guard was pretty lax. The prisoner was on life support, so he wasn't even handcuffed to the bed. Nobody expected him to live. He was pretty much comatose. I went over and grabbed his hand and started praying in the Spirit. I called out to God to pray through me, commanding the hosts of hell to depart, commanding the spirit of death to leave. I could feel the cold and fear hanging about. My hands started to heat up. I was holding Ben's hand, and the meter was still pretty flat. They had him on a breathing machine with IVs everywhere. I didn't know what every meter and gauge was doing, but I did know a flat line when I saw it. He was close to flatlining, and his remaining life was ebbing out of him. Some people think I'm strange. The reality is, I really don't care what they think. I do what I do because I think it's the right thing to do. In my pocket, I've always carried a keychain with 5 tiny smooth stones. My graduation present from my mom and dad was a trip to Jerusalem. I wasn't too thrilled at the idea at first, but I actually loved it. The genuineness of the city has influenced everything I've done since then. In my decorating, I often use the colors and textures that I saw. I remember going on a road they called Via de la Cruz, or the Way of the Cross. It was known to be the path that Christ took when he carried his cross to Calvary. It was likely covered with his blood because the book of Matthew reports how much they beat him. I know several thousand years have passed, but I found a crevice between 2 of the paving stones. I dug in with my small long blade knife and got out 5 small stones that were more like pebbles. I had them drilled and laser etched with the word Jesus. I wore them on my wrist for a while, attached to a handcrafted leather strap. I didn't want to lose them, though, so I pocketed them instead. I would take them out often while I read Isaiah 53. That passage speaks about the suffering Messiah. It would reflect on the price that was paid for my salvation, my health, and my protection from the evil one. I could picture Christ, beaten beyond recognition, bleeding from the crown of thorns, and becoming the curse of the earth as a result of our disobedience. I could picture blood dripping down from his shoulders and legs, and I knew that somehow the blood at one time had touched these 5 small stones. I'm not saying they're magic or have any curative powers, but they were my point of contact, so to speak. The Apostle Paul had sent out pieces of his clothes, and Elijah had sent out his staff, and God had worked miracles through these. I took the stones out and put them over Ben's faintly beating heart. I physically felt the love of God rush into the room. Whoever tells you that God does not love or does not care for all of us are just liars, plain and simple. And they're liars of the worst kind. God is love. I called on his love, and I called it down until I could feel the coolness of his glory cloud bringing shivers to my every cell. I could feel the Spirit rushing through my being as if it were a living stream full of running water that swirled around and around and around. I could sense that God had descended and was in the room with us. I knew that my request for Ben's healing, his restorative miracle, was already answered. I didn't even need to hear the monitors as they came alive, beeping gladly with the good report. Yes, God's love is measurable. It is light, peace, and power. Although it is unseen, the results are visible, not only with the eyes of faith, but also here in this real world. Ben began to stir about, shaking in his bed. Michelle came in with Marcy just as Ben sat up. Marcia was stunned. "Hi, sis," Ben said as he looked at his hands and felt his head. "I thought I was slipping away. This force had overpowered me, but I heard the name Yeshua repeating here in my heart. Everything seemed to reboot. It was amazing. There was a monumental battle for my soul, and I could hear Satan arguing with a big angel from my spirit. He kept saying, 'Michael, he is mine, and I'm taking him to hell. He's not in your book of life. He has died unredeemed.' Michael took out his sword and just said, 'The Lord rebuke you, Satan. This one is for the kingdom. There are prayers for him coming here, and it shall be so.' And just like that, I was back here." Ben's sister looked at me with the most grateful look I'd ever seen. Then I thought, what if I wasn't right with God? What if I was living in sin, doing cocaine, sleeping around, pretending to be a Christian but not living in righteousness and grace, thinking that I was getting away with things just because I said the sinner's prayer? What if I was living blissfully in ignorance and pretending that God would not notice my sinful behavior? The thought was dreadful. I knew if I was living like that, my friend Ben would now be roasted in hell and tormented for all his existence with no hope of escape. I was grateful for the Word of God and the love of God that was keeping me. I was grateful for the gift of grace sustaining me through loneliness and the wisdom of God that came to those who used their time and energy to reach others. We must do what Christ said to do, to love others as we love ourselves. It was the most sobering thought and experience I had ever had. I was grateful that Ben was alive. Yes, it was a miracle, but it was not one I was going to claim a single bit of credit for. I wasn't going to write a book or go on national TV. I was going to soberly thank God for his abundant mercy and love for fallen mankind that knew no bounds. I was overcome with gratitude and started weeping. I buried my head in my hands. My heart racked with sobbing, wave after wave of sorrow overcame me for the lost, for those truly bound in ignorance. I did not weep for those who had willingly turned to sin and from the knowledge and love of God, but for those who had not heard or experienced the love of the Father God. I wept for those who did not know the mercy that had been shown to the human race by the death of his beloved, the only Son of God, who is God in the flesh. He was tortured, died, and rose again, and is now seated at the right hand of the Father. Michelle came over to me. She had no idea what was going through my mind, none at all. This brokenness I shared with the heart of God, broken for all eternity for our lost world. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I was being compelled to leave. When I came out of the room, the hallway was crawling with reporters. A nurse had notified the Fort Lauderdale local news, and they were here to see what had happened to the notorious Ben Silverstein, the millionaire yacht dealer who was stabbed in prison and now fighting for his life. The reporters surrounded me. I was leaving Ben and his sister with Michelle, hoping to escape any notoriety, but I was already too late. "Mr. Walker," Linda from the Florida Sun News asked, "Ben Silverstein had flatlined until you prayed for him. Why would God heal someone who aided and abetted drug smuggling worldwide?" "Hi, Linda." I knew her from Castro's. "I would suppose God's comfortable with sinners. Christ died between two thieves, and the scriptures tell us one was forgiven. I don't think God keeps track of how we sinned, but he hears us if we ask for forgiveness and if we desire another chance. That's what a friend does. He prays and even lays down his life for another, so that one would find the peace of God. There is no peace in prison, nightclubs, South Beach, or even on mega yachts apart from God." "Mr. Walker, Tom Andrews from New World Sea magazine. Are you saying you prayed for Mr. Silverstein and he came back for another chance?" "First of all, my prayers don't count any more than anyone else's. There's a whole room full of people, including nurses, doctors, and probably even fellow inmates praying for him. I just happened to be there when he recovered. Am I grateful? Yes, supremely. Are we still friends? Of course. Do I want to see my friend in heaven? Yes, I do. Michelle grabbed my arm and pulled me away. Look, I know y'all want a story, and this is the story. Ian, or Johnny here, believes in Jesus. He doesn't just believe, he lives according to those beliefs. He's kind to animals, homeless people, immigrants, and is a real gentleman. If you want to know what happened to Ben Silverstein, ask him. He's wide awake. They don't even have security guards at his door, and he does not have handcuffs or restraints because they had given him up for dead. But as you can see, he is anything but dead. The story made the rounds. Ben's face was plastered everywhere. He was talking about the battle for his soul between Michael and Satan. It made the circuit of the sarcastic talk show hosts who never overlooked an opportunity to mock someone for their beliefs. It took the state of Florida almost 12 hours before they realized the mistake of leaving Ben unguarded. It was fine, though. By that time, he had spoken to over 100 reporters, and his story was all over the wire and the net. Mega yacht criminal back from coma. There was an outcry from around the world for a pardon for Ben. Even the President of the United States called the Florida governor, asking him to commute the sentence. And why not? Wasn't he rehabilitated? Would anyone, having seen a battle for their very soul, ever want to forsake the mercy and pardon they were shown and return to the nefarious world of drug dealing? I don't think so, but the pardon was going to have to wait for now. My parents left and went back to the vineyard. They were happy to see that my friend Ben had been healed. In a way, it was validation to them that I was right with God, but I knew differently. The apostles were doing miracles before they were filled with the Holy Spirit and saved. Jesus had sent them out 2 by 2 before he had even died on the cross. I imagine that even traitorous Judas did his fair share of miracles. It meant nothing at all. God was always open to healing people, even if they weren't saved or born again. God loves all of us, both saints and sinners. He does not play favorites. The miracles happen because God leads people to himself by showing them his kindness. On Judgment Day, people are turned away who don't know God, even if they've prophesied and done miracles. Only those who know and experience his love are welcomed into heaven. Those who do not know him will not be welcomed into heaven, no matter how many miracles they've performed. I'd already gone on my trip to Dominica, where we had 8 to 12-hour-long days of shooting. I had managed to call Michelle every day and send her an ongoing compilation of photos. It was quite an intense time. I couldn't let go of my Adam and Eve idea. The island was rugged, full of exotic fauna and wondrous springs, as well as hot springs and waterfalls. It had a tremendous rainforest with nearly continuous rainfall. It was spectacular, and from what I imagine, would have resembled the Garden of Eden. We had very few days off with the slave-driving director Brett Laurel at the helm, but the crew still had to rest. No one can work forever, or even without a break. After 5 nearly non-stop weeks, we were doing the final scenes going into our last week, the wrap. Our pirate franchise featured John Lafitte and Blackbeard. I imagine each was quite a scoundrel. Pirates would board a ship, throw over most of the older women and men, kidnap the younger women and boys, and generally take what they wanted. If the ship had potential as a new vessel, they would take it as well. Otherwise, they would use it for cannon practice and laugh as the helpless victims jumped into the water and right into the jaws of the ever-eager sharks. They made sure the kidnapped women and boys saw their friends, relatives, and crew being destroyed, and even watched those who were burned alive, including the weak and wounded, who could not even make it over the side of the ship. This was a strong deterrent against any rebellion. In our movie, Lafitte, the right hand of Blackbeard, has been particularly smitten by an octoroon, a white woman who had black grandparents. It was rumored she was related to the American Foreign Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson, who had sent Silas Talbot with the USS Constitution and 2 other ships to stop the harassment of U.S. commerce by the French privateers. Although Lafitte had a letter of marque from the French king lending him legitimacy, He was as pirate and as corrupt as they came. My last 2 days on set were to prove the most challenging. I had to construct a relatively complex treehouse on Mount Diablo, complete with a water wheel and rope pulley system where Lafitte held Georgia Jefferson, the daughter of Thomas Jefferson. Lafitte thought himself safe from capture. Having heard of the prowess of Old Ironsides, he sent his small fleet across the island, hoping the ruse would work. The Americans had lots of trade goods to bargain with, and the distribution of barrels of brandy had loosened the tongues of the Dominicans, who were all too glad to show a platoon of Marines under the command of Talbot where the rogue was keeping his prisoner. I had to construct the landing pier for the ship, adapt the Caribbean seaside village, and oversee the rope bridge trestles over the mountain stream. There was no large waterfall on Mount Diablo, so we had moved the film and location to Victoria Falls, which was a bit of a distance away. We were going to be completing some of the stunts in the scenes in green screen, but nothing beats actual live footage. The script called for several of the Marines to go down over the falls, victims of the pirates' guns and swords as they made their last stand. We only had a skeleton crew, since only the big jib and aerial jib shots were left. The director had ordered drone shots and many fixed tripod shots with really long lenses. As a small crew of the Marines went over the bridge, the ropes were then to be cut and the Marines would fall to their death. Throwing bodies off of ladders and bridges was not a big challenge, but cutting ropes with real people suspended over the crevice was. I found myself up the night before the shoot reading my Bible and lost in resolute prayer. During a shoot, I usually lost about 10 to 20 pounds. I know the catering and food is great, but the timing and planning was so crucial to the director, photographers, DP, and art director that I had very little time to eat along with the rest of the crew. I had to make plans for the next day. The crew had to be prepared and every move calculated. Calls were at 6 a.m., and shooting was to be completed by 10 p.m. No SAG rules prevailed outside the U.S. If you complained, you found yourself with a plane ticket home. Even the A-listers said nothing, as they knew the sacrifices that were made and the huge sums that were being spent. Timothy Cutler, a friend of the director, was playing the part of the 50-year-old Talbot. He'd be one of the 3 to make it across the bridge. In real life, it was said Talbot had 5 bullets in his body and was wounded 13 times. A well-known Haitian actor, Jude Servos, played Lafitte. He was tall, handsome, and everything you think a pirate should be. The up-and-coming Jodie Masura played the part of Gloria. She was part Somali and French, with a strong dap of Irish. She was a true dark-haired beauty, and she had the crew eating out of her hand, catering to her every whim. To say they loved her would be an injustice. They worshipped her. Nothing she wanted was too much for them. If she was sweating, they'd bring the portable air right beside her. It was crazy, but it was the movies. That night, I was up late and sitting by the falls. They were normally open to the public as a main island tourist attraction, but they were closed because of a large payment that was made from the film budget. Island officials knew the location's popularity was guaranteed to explode after the worldwide release of the movie. I was still battling in my soul, and the voice of the Holy Spirit was telling me to take a chance, to go for it. The money I was making was not going to be easy to leave. I had the connections, and our little clique communicated by text and cell phone. I had all the numbers right in my hand. It was often my job to drive the executive producers around to keep them out of Brett's way and to show them how efficiently their monies were being spent. I'd become friends with a few of them, and I knew they had an endless source of cash they could throw at really any idea. This was especially true if the right actors and directors were attached to the project. I was a friend with 2 such actors, both in their 20s, who were sitting in the IMDb top 10. You couldn't get any better than that. I'd made them look good, covering in some cases for fears that no one knew they had. One actor was extremely afraid of heights, and one actor was afraid of the dark. I'd purposely altered the sets to keep them both from panic attacks. The moon was full, and the harvest scythe was gone. With the full moon out, it was almost like daylight, and I looked at the ever-running falls as a mist ascended that seemed to be in the shape of a lion's mane. Two bright spots appeared in the mist, and I found myself in a vision. I was transported back to the Garden of Eden. The flowers were taller than I, and the fruits were huge. A grape was the size of a watermelon, and a pineapple was over 4 feet long. The trees were huge, and I saw Adam and Eve in the water, splashing and laughing. It was mesmerizing. The beauty they emitted was stunning, and they were both glowing. I knew they were wearing no clothing, but you could not really see their skin at all. There was a luminescent glow of light rays that were coming from them. I knew then what it meant when the Word of God said, "The earth shall be full of the glory of the Lord." This was not something I had ever seen. Yes, like most kids, I've looked at the sun and blinked my eyes from sunspots, but this was different. This was the glow of a divine presence. I don't know how long the display lasted, but I knew I had to tell the story of Adam and Eve to a dying world. Who else but a filmmaker could attempt to show the vision of God and convey His word to mankind in sound and pictures? Who else could take you back in time so that you could feel as if you actually experienced it? I was painfully aware that Christian cinema rarely dealt in concrete pain or real disappointment with true realism. I knew this story had more disappointment than anything else a human has ever experienced. Milton had written the story, Paradise Lost, but the title did not mean much to my generation. It was a quaint expression. What meant something was the ability to retell what had happened, to show the terror of Adam and Eve walking away from a loving God and their expulsion from the Garden of Eden. This event was so pivotal that in thousands of years we as a race have not recovered from it. How could we? How could we get back the innocence lost? Yes, babies still looked perfect. Love, weddings, graduations, and first communions all still had their sense of perfection. But that was more like a new car or a contest won. They were temporary feelings. The new car would get dirty, engine knocks, dents, and even may get in accidents. Weddings turn into relationships with real issues and real problems that were sometimes unsolvable. I was overwhelmed, not just about the lion staring at me, but also by the knowledge that my entire life's course had been preparing me to do one specific thing. This was a real revelation. I was to use my talents to be a vessel of honor. I was determined not to take the easy path through life any longer. I would not just decorate sets, but I would truly blaze a new path that perhaps few would ever take. With God's help, I was going to attempt to change this world. I knew most people were anesthetized to the true meaning of life. Yes, they thought of the afterlife at times. However, most thought about it too late, when they were in their waning years and there was very little energy left to steer their ship in any other direction. They thought about it once the strength and vigor of youth was spent, and their days were devoted to walking slowly and gazing motionlessly at TV screens, or spending copious amounts of money on nothing. I was determined not to be one of those who fell short and failed to fulfill the destiny that the Word of God promises each of us. The book of Romans says, "Without faith, it's impossible to be pleasing to God, for he who believes must be confident in what he seeks." To be called and to be found faithless is to be the child who refuses to jump into the arms of their waiting father. I knew I had a heavenly father and a dad that would keep me from drowning. I looked at my phone and it was flashing a text from Michelle. There were only 4 hours until call time, and with only one more week of shooting, I knew the pace was going to be extreme. I texted her back, but the reception was horrible around our base. I truly did miss her, but somehow my divine calling had dwarfed anything else I had previously considered remotely important in my life. I wish I could say I fell fast asleep, but I didn't. I couldn't sleep. I believe it was Jeremiah the prophet that said, "His word burns within me." In the Old Testament, only the prophets were filled with the Spirit and heard directly from the Lord. I was living in the new dispensation, post-Pentecost, complete with tongues of fire and with the baptism of the Holy Spirit. At Pentecost, people were speaking multiple languages and thousands were coming into the kingdom of God. I had seen one of the faces of the Lord. the Lion of the tribe of Judah, a majestic lion. Not like the gentle one in the Narnia movie, voice courtesy of Liam Neeson, but a face so compelling and cutting that it sliced away all my inhibitions. I knew that no matter what it took, I was going to finish my course. Since I couldn't sleep, I began to study Genesis. There was no way to recreate the creation itself without being, in many cases, literal in my interpretations. I decided to start with God making Adam. I remember seeing a claymation animation of hands carving a body from clay. That memory was etched indelibly in my head, and it was the image I chose to open. I began typing on my computer. The leaves were blowing in the garden, and the air was fresher and cooler than anyone has ever experienced. Electricity coursed through the ground as a large hand reached down and began creating. The spoken word of God had formed most of creation. God said, "Let there be light. Let there be stars in the firmament, and let the land divide from the water." The Creator himself spoke those words, but in the special case of Adam, the creation was to be much more personal. Adam was to be crafted by the very hands of his loving, kind, and wonderful Heavenly Father. How it came about was not much different than what a sculptor would do if a piece of clay were removed from the wet ground. God rolled the clay as a bread maker would roll out the dough. God separated the bottom for legs and the torso for the arms, and the man's sex. He created a neck on which to attach the head, and the feet he fashioned with toes and an arch, with bendable ankles for running. Inside the torso, he created the internal organs, not too dissimilar from the other mammals he had made. Many of the internal parts, the digestive system, the circulatory system, the immune system, and even the nervous system, were quite similar to many mammals. Instead of covering the entire body of Adam with hair like a chimpanzee, he put most of it on the top of his head. He could have put the eyes on each side of his face, not dissimilar from sheep, but he put them facing forward. He created a system of speaking complete with vocal cords and a voice box, unique in its ability to allow complex communications. It was not until God had completed Adam that he took the man into his hands and breathed into him his very own spirit. Man became a living soul with a spirit that would sustain the flesh and never be subject to death. The animals around him would die, just like fruit would fall off the trees and decay, and the plants would grow and then die. Man was the only creature on earth that would not and could not die. Man was made in the image and likeness of the Creator himself. I knew I'd tapped into the very heart of God. He had revealed to Moses the origins of creation, and Moses had given it to us in the first books of the Bible. God wanted his words painted with images, colors, and sounds. He wanted me to make an original story that was something that would reach our generation, this visual generation that's so preoccupied with screens of every size. Morning came quickly, and the boat they brought onto the village set had a higher draft and gunnels than I had requested. I was always prepared with a carpenter standing by. In addition to designing, I was quite good at actually making things as well. I didn't care how close to shore the boat was. If I had to go into water over my head, it was not something I wanted to do, and I knew a thing or two about the kind of creatures that were swimming about. If you grow up in Oak Bluffs, Massachusetts, otherwise known as Martha's Vineyard, you grow up where the most famous movie about sharks was ever made, Jaws. My aunt had been an extra in the film as one of the terrified boaters racing to shore to escape the monster. I had to put on my mask and fins and take a closer look at the keel to see how close they could get the boat to the dock. Well, it wasn't close enough. That's not what I wanted, but there was not time to get another boat, and we needed to get the actors for the boat scene on camera for our last day of shooting this set. It was a daytime shot. We had two pretty sturdy tenders that were solid mahogany, 5-foot beams and 3-seaters with nearly 14 feet of length. I tied them to the end of the pier and anchored them so that they wouldn't move. Then I made a ramp that went up and down, using the small tenders as a floating pier. From the boat, they would come walking rapidly about 20 feet down, then across to the first tender, then across to the second tender tied up closely to the pier. I made the ramps about 30 inches wide and then gave them an aged look. The small boats were fine and could handle the weight. The director would need to space out the shot, and we would need to see how many people would be on the ramp at the same time without risking anyone harm. It was a longer shot, but they were able to pull some great focus and get the actors running onto the pier. Maddie Herron, one of the main actors, was pretty much a tomboy. She had short, pixie blonde hair that framed her face. She was in her mid-20s, a former soccer and college volleyball player, and she was in the best shape of anyone on the island. They had her weighted down with a big multi-layered gown, but she didn't care. When she got onto the ramps, arms tied in front of her, she turned and knocked two of the extras into the water and ran across, bounding up effortlessly onto the dock. The director loved it, and the crew clapped. Everyone, that is, except for the waterlogged extras, who would have complained about their bruises if they weren't so macho. They were smart, though, and they kept quiet. Maddie was playing one of the captured wives, and her agent had gone to college with the director. She had arrived on the set the last week, securing a juicy and well-paying cameo performance. I laughed. Problem number 100 solved as we were wrapping. The luau on the beach was fun. I got a chance to talk one-on-one to Maddie. During the shoot, I didn't bother anyone, but now it was over. Maddie knew me a bit from all the adjustments I had made, including the barrel they had rolled her in. I made adjustments including the air holes and padding for her head and backside. We had not gotten too personal, but in that scene her laugh had been in my hands to some degree. "I suppose I should thank you I'm still alive," Maddie said, juggling a large piece of pineapple and a glass of coconut milk. "Well, I should thank you for weathering the many storms. You're a trooper and simply amazing." I stuck out my hand. "Ian Walker, and I hope your bum wasn't too bruised." "Oh, thank you for your concern," she said, as she lifted her eyebrows and brushed off her rear end. "I don't get to be your friend and call you Johnny. After all, you saved my bum. You know every girl in wardrobe and the makeup girl has a crush on you. I heard that you don't date. Is that true? LaBarge doesn't either. He doesn't favor girls, or so it seems." "Well, I don't do crushes, and saving your head and your bum is just part of my job," I said. Then I slowed down to come up with a great reply. "Well, if I acted on all my crushes, I would be crushed by the Me Too movement. So yeah, I don't flirt or date. I do my job and I try to be helpful. But I'm sorry to disappoint you. I do date." My phone was buzzing me in my pocket, and Maddie heard it. "What? Does your girl have you under surveillance?" She laughed. I laughed too. "Yeah, I guess so. This may be because I'm talking to you. I mean, you are a cover girl, and one of the top 10 sexiest girls in the world, according to the magazine polls." "Is that something you believe?" she said, eyeing me. "I mean, personally." "Oh," I shook my head. "You're trying to get me to hit on you and acknowledge that you're beautiful. You want me to ignore the fact that you're probably engaged or maybe even married?" She held up her hand. "Do you see any lines where I took off my ring?" "Nope," I answered. She took a long sip of her drink. "I never had time for dating, unless you call a 3-hour workout with my trainer at the gym a date. I'm pretty obsessive. I like staying in shape and exercising. You know, getting my endorphins the old-fashioned way." I was laughing. "Oh, so getting them by having a crush romance. That's newfangled." "Nice choice of words. Fangled. Yeah, it's newfangled. Fall in love, fall out of love, get this rush, that rush. It reminds me of being 12 years old and having a crush on Tommy Matheson, the pitcher for our grade school. He was my first boyfriend and my first kiss." I took out my phone and texted Michelle. She has me on a short leash, and she's going to wonder what I'm doing. If I don't respond, who knows? There might be some hellfire missile coming down at me, I joked. "Hey, this is a bit out of character, and I'm not sure if it's even appropriate. If someone you knew and worked with asked you to be in a movie because that someone thought you were a terrific actor, what would you say?" She looked me over and said, "Is that someone you? Are you working on your own project? I mean, it's obvious to everyone that you're more than ready. You practically directed this one. You set up every shot and worked with all the backgrounds. I've never seen a director have to do so little, so yes, I would even work for you for scale. And for the record, you remind me a little of my dad, and I do like men, or at least I like the concept of them. She handed me her drink. Give me your phone and I'll type in my U.S. number. Don't call my agent, okay? He'll likely blow you off completely. What's the name of the movie? The Garden of Eden, I said. And it's not some weirdo naked body thing, but the real Eden and the real story behind the first fall. The fall that broke God's heart, Maddie answered. That's what I believe anyway, that our disobedience broke his heart. God died on the cross of a broken heart. When they pierced him, water and blood were released, and that only happens if a heart explodes. See, I listened when I was in Sunday school. I had my first commitment. I had no script and no finances, but a solid commitment from someone who seemed passionate about the cause. It was rare to find anyone who even believed in God in our acting community, but God's ways are not our ways.
Chapter 3. My Heart is in Miami.
The next day, I flew back to Miami. Michelle met me at the airport and drove me home. It was almost her home now, too. She had been house-sitting and taking care of my dogs. They sniffed me when I got home, and they were very excited, but they had fallen in love with her, too. I had one overseas package that I refused to let her open. It rode in the back the whole way home, staring at us. It was obviously large, but I was not breathing a word about what it was. I made her turn around while I peeled off the wrapping. In my spare time, or rather, my lack of spare time, I had made her a bar-top sign. It read Spitz Furniture in my most elegant lettering, and The world is your oyster. In the middle of the sign, I put a huge conch shell, and the eyes were dotted with real oysters. I had draped some fish netting on the bottom and textured the sign with real white sand. I was still taking the last of the tape off when she turned around. "Oh my goodness," she exclaimed. "It's simply beautiful. Wow, buddy, you did a great job." Buddy, I was shocked. "I'm glad you like it. I know it's not exactly romantic, but I thought it would look nice behind your cash register. And when you do your TV commercials, the camera could focus in." It did take me some time. She rushed over and gave me 2 lips planted on the cheek for a long, mushy kiss. "You bet," she gushed. "No one ever cared about my job before, and it's such a big part of my life." She had a tear in her eye, and I felt ridiculous for objecting to Buddy in light of this revelation. At best, it seemed petty. I gave her a kiss back, but not on the cheek. "I missed you. You're amazing, and the dogs? They love you more than me, I'm sure of it." She opened her mouth and gasped. It was the best reaction I could have ever hoped for. I didn't dare kiss her again. I had built too much of a shield around her, and "don't move too fast or you're going to scare her away" flashed through my brain. She made it easy for me. "Look, I'll come by and pick you up tonight. You need some time to unwind, straighten things out, and clean up or do whatever. I'm going to take my sign and go back to work. I'll get one of my guys to hang it up over the register." And just like that, she was out the door. The dogs stared at the door with their tails wagging. They were hoping it was a game and that she was coming right back in, maybe even with a treat. But this was no game. She was gone for at least a while, and they quickly forgot and begged me to throw their toys. I was once again obsessing over my plans. Don't get me wrong, I was about to make a major announcement. I was giving up my lucrative art director career to chase a path that usually ended up sending you over a cliff. It was a vision of a lion speaking to me from a waterfall, and I'm not saying it was not God. He had been speaking to his followers on this earth since he said, "Let there be light." It was not a question if he could or could not speak. The real question was, did I hear him? I felt the need to stall for just a bit. Was I putting the brakes on changing tracks, or just going through a pre-midlife crisis? I hadn't given it much thought, or analyzed my motives and my thoughts. I used the afternoon to gather up data to make a plan. Who would write the script? What was the arc of the story? I knew the original account, of course, but if God were interested in that detail, I could just hire a narrator and make nice sets to allow for walking through the garden. Those sets would have been easy for me. But I felt that God was looking for something different. He was looking for my participation. He had given me the directive and put the dreams inside of me. He wanted them to grow, to blossom, and to take on a life of their own. I was the womb and the fertile soil. My life and my experiences, my thoughts, my studies, my relationships, they had all formed me, and this is what I had to get on the screen. I was truly created through Jesus Christ to do wonderful things that were planned for me since the beginning of time. Oh, I know how most movies got made. Sometimes a screenwriter had just one page or a simple concept that the producers liked. Other times they had follow-ups and sequels or ideas based on popular TV shows. In a way, my idea was like that, but it was based on the Bible. Literally the first book to ever come off a printing press and the most popular book of all time. How was I to handle the opening chapter? The book featured totally naked people. Should I hide them behind leaves? Was it okay for Adam and Eve to appear topless for most of the story? What about their backsides? Should the audience see them walking naked, picking figs and fruit off the trees, and going into the water and swimming? The story was written about naked people, but was it okay for them to be naked on film? How many people would go to see the film if it contained full frontal nudity, like The Full Monty or Schindler's List? They both featured full frontal nudity, and no one objected, but those characters were not especially attractive. And would mine be objectionable because they were beautiful and young? I knew I needed to get the funds. I hired a writer for the first draft, and that was only about $10,000. I had a great attorney and agent who could set me up with financiers, distributors, and even help me with the packaging. I had to get a director attached to the film unless I wanted to direct it myself. And that was a bridge I had to cross either way. Then there was my second dilemma. How do I break this news to a girl who's interested in me? Honey, I'm not going to have a job anymore. I'm going to be risking everything, making a movie from an idea I had in a vision on Dominica Island about Adam and Eve, who of course will not be wearing any clothes for most of the film. You don't stay in this business long without having friends outside the movie industry, or without having a different but parallel, quote-unquote, normal life. My work world is a literal fantasy land, with pop-up communities and cities that end as soon as the film wraps. If you don't have a normal life to return to, you get lost in a spider's web of imaginary friends. I learned long ago that this isn't healthy. Everyone moves on and moves along, and it's very common to see people that you know. Each picture has its own staff, locations, crew, and actors. Everything, including the production companies, changed, so you'd better have a normal life as well. I picked up the phone and reached out to Harry T., or T-Ball, as we called him in the second grade. I'd known Harry for that long. He was living up in Orlando in charge of an animatronics company, and Disney Corporation used many of their products. He was a computer genius and also a solid guy. We had different lives, but we intersected enough to call each other best friends. He was just getting off work and driving home to one of the many developments that surrounded the Magic Kingdom. "Hello, Harry," I said. He could hardly hear me. To me, his real name was T-Ball. "You still listening to the Backstreet Boys?" I asked. In college, he had worked on some of their video sets doing stage lighting designs before he bolted for the Disney Imaginarium. "What's up?" he countered. "Yeah, let me turn down my Backstreet CD. I heard good things about the Dominica shoot. Actually, really, really good things from one of the up-and-coming actresses. I saw her interviewed on an entertainment show." "Really?" I said, puzzled. "Well, nothing happened. I'm seeing someone, and it's more than a crush." "No, not that," T said. "I know you behave yourself on set. Your reputation is stellar in that regard. No, I'm talking about the new sets and the last-minute choices that came out great. Remember, we're making an amusement ride out of this series. That's what I'm talking about. Well, I wondered out loud, I didn't tell anyone except Michelle, the girl I'm seeing. Now you have my curiosity, and he was not letting go of this line of questioning. I was silent. After all, who really wants to discuss their most secret thoughts? T-Ball was a friend, but not someone I saw all the time. We were more like phone buddies, getting together every few years. He was married with 3 kids and had a busy life. I represented the wild and free life. He didn't want me to marry. He wanted to hear about the hunt, the new girls, and the challenges of dating. I began to share more important things. I had a vision, like the book of Revelation, right in the waterfall in Dominica. A line that spoke to me in the middle of the water. Wow, he cut in, without any judgment or mocking. What did the line tell you to do? I'm supposed to make a movie about Genesis. The rock band with Peter Gabriel? He joked. The Lamb laid down on Broadway? No, the book on Adam and Eve, the beginning of creation. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not booking any other films until I can get this done. I know you don't do a lot of budgeting for live shoots anymore, but I need some help knowing how much I need to ask for. Can you help out? I asked. Well, do you have a script? He asked. Nah, I just have a 5-paragraph treatment. I think it's good, and not too different from the Bible narrative. It's enough to get it rolling, though, I explained. Yeah, he answered, I've seen deals financed with much less than that. If you have contacts, I can help you. Not so much with the budget for the actors, but for a lot of the other expenses. Travel, props, wardrobe, although that apparently won't be an issue. That's really funny. Not everyone will be naked, I said as I shook my head. The battle had begun. We talked for a while, and I sent him what I had. Then I started to pray. I believe in praying in tongues. It's been proven to change your brain waves. And to others, it can sound just like gibberish. I know it's a gift of the Holy Spirit who prays for things we do not even know about. I needed very specific help. I'd never made my own movie. That is, unless you consider my student film, The Klutz, a real film. One of my friends played the Klutz, an 8th grader so clumsy that no team would pick him. It was only 20 minutes long, but I still consider it a classic. At the end of our film, we put him in my dad's small rowboat, and he tipped the boat over, letting the entire cruise catch a catfish go. Well, that was enough of reminiscing. I needed to concentrate. I knew I couldn't really tell Michelle about my leading lady, Maddie, at least not until they were able to meet in person. I didn't know too much about women, but I had yet to meet one that wasn't a bit jealous, especially if the other one was a blonde movie star. Maddie, I said, this is Johnny. Johnny, she sounded surprised as she answered. You did call. What's up? I'm putting a budget together for my Genesis project. I'm thinking it'll be a 10-week shoot. How much should I pencil in the budget for you? So this call is only business? She countered. No personal interests at all? You know I'm down in Key West doing a few rum commercials, right? With that guy with the gray hair, Buccaneer Bob? I asked. I forgot how funny you are, she replied. But yeah, he does look a bit like Ernest Hemingway. Anyway, my rate for you is triple scale, $3,000 a day plus expenses, so about $200,000. Plus my agent may want a point of the net. Do you know any producers? I mean, real ones, with money. I don't need the rental Lamborghini guys that are trying to score with the girls. I have a high school friend. He's a trust fund baby. His name is Teddy, and he's grandson to a big capitalist. He's not super rich, like his family. They're multi-billionaires, but he's looking to invest, and he seems pretty sharp. He lives in Kansas. He found out I'm here, and he's flying into Miami tonight. They have their own plane. Do you want to meet him and pitch him? I've known him like forever. He'll be here tomorrow. I'm having lunch and maybe snorkeling with him. You want to come? She asked. It might be a little too early since you're the only one I have attached to the project so far, I stated. I thought it through quickly. It's only a 4-hour drive. Can I bring my dogs? Can we meet by the beach? Isn't that a bit strange, bringing your dogs? She queried. I suppose when you need 100 million, you can afford to be strange. Well, if I bring them, then I don't have to tell Michelle, my dog sitter, where I'm going, I reasoned. She's going to ask about you, and I'm not going to have to tell her how beautiful you are and then try to sell her that we only have a professional relationship. Even though that's true, she's not going to believe it. So it'll probably sow distrust. Whoa, dude, you have it all figured out, she laughed. You must think your girl Michelle would be threatened by me. Maddie, I reminded her, you were on the Sports Illustrated cover for Swimsuit Model of the Year and voted by Maxim magazine as the top beauty for 2019. Actually, what woman wouldn't be concerned? Yeah, she slashed back. I'm just keeping you on your toes. Just because I'm beautiful doesn't mean I don't try and do the right things with my life. I was a little Kansas prairie girl, in church 3 times a week and in summer camp, choir camp, and youth camp. My dad was a deacon, and my mom was in charge of the nursery. When I told everyone I was going to Hollywood, they must have thought I said Sodom and Gomorrah. I can't say they haven't been concerned. Look, I'm getting off the point. I have some actors I know fairly well, and people that can help get your film distributed. Well, not people, but one leading man. So the rumors are true, I questioned. Maddie had been seen with one of the world's best-known actors, an Israeli actor who played Top Hawk, the flying anti-terrorist agent in the small but important billion-dollar Israeli film market. His name was Antoine Levi, and his father was a defense minister. His grandfather was one of the strategists behind the Six-Day War that saved Israel from obliteration. Come down, she requested. I'll tell you about him. We'll talk. Who knows? Maybe my friend Teddy will fund the whole project. That night, things were a bit awkward with Michelle. She could sense something was wrong. I tried to clear the air with a partial truth. I'm going to meet with the finance guy tomorrow. Do you want me to watch the dogs? She asked as she was bringing me out a beautiful creme brulee. Yeah, normally I would, but I'm taking the motor home. They'll have fun on the beach. It's just a meet and greet set up by a friend. I think I'll give you a break from all the dog walking. Over coffee, Michelle thumbed through my sketches. I'd already been coming up with the ideas for the Garden of Eden, the 4 rivers, the forbidden tree, the tree of life, and even the country of Nod. I had added a sketch for the gate that blocked the access, and an overhead aerial layout of the garden and the habitats for all the animals that lived there. It was as if I could close my eyes and visualize what I was to draw, and then the images just kept coming to me one after another. Just like the line vision had captured my heart, these visions captured and influenced my artistic instincts. I needed to create a platform to bring the words of Genesis to life. That night, I left all my windows open. It was April in South Florida, and I was about 2 miles from the water. I wasn't too close to suffer the hurricane rising tides and direct effects, but close enough to get the cool breezes from the Atlantic. As the wind came into my room, I felt the presence of the Holy Spirit enveloping me. I know God is a spirit, and we worship Him in spirit and truth, but this was different. This was unusually powerful. I was being prepared to marry God. Yes, that is the real purpose of our lives on earth. We live, and often sin, by choosing selfishness, and then we embrace God's forgiveness. This forgiveness, freely given, transforms us and allows us to live above the slavery of sin and to make true, conscious choices. We opt to accept forgiveness when we fall, as we all do. We get up and we fall again. Sometimes we get entangled in sin, as our habits put us on the easy road, the road of acquiescence. We give in to the destruction out of laziness. But we also meditate on the gift and the price paid in blood for our sins. The very words of God imbue us with a wisdom that challenges all worldly wisdom. They fill us with gratitude and love. They help us make promises that we can never keep without divine strength, wisdom, and power, like, I won't do that again. Now God was wrapping around and surrounding me and giving me true peace. My heart was lifted, and the worries about Michelle, Genesis, my dogs, parents, finances, temptations, and expectations all passed away. I was caught up into the heavens like Paul. I saw before me the first garden, and the leaves were huge. I saw the trees, and I saw the serpent, only it was nothing like I had ever seen before. It was about 9 feet tall, with a long tail that resembled a dinosaur tail. He was perched on his back legs, and he was singing. The melodies were hypnotic. But then I realized this serpent was singing its own praises. There's nobody like me in this garden, this garden. There's nobody as beautiful as me. There's nobody like me in this garden, this garden. I'm the only one you'll ever need. Then, barely discernible, I saw a quick movement. It was a woman with long blonde hair and creamy skin watching from thick foliage. She was watching and listening, being worked into a trance-like state, similar to when the Bengali snake charmers tempt the cobra. The dream provided me with a sense of understanding I never had before. Eve's breakdown, her act of disobedience, was talked about in the book of Genesis just one time, but it's very possible that, like most of us, it was a gradual wearing down of her will. It's not unusual for us to know what to do and then bit by bit wear down our own knowledge of good and evil, thought by thought. That's why it's so important to follow the Scripture's commands and not just follow our own heart. Our hearts can be deceitful. They're made of flesh and full of fallen DNA. They have innately inherited a sin nature from our first parents, both Adam and Eve. I was mindful of the fact that I could not do the film without the same gift that Solomon had. I needed the mind of Christ and the ability to walk, think, and hear clearly with uncanny divine wisdom. I needed to fight against the wisdom of this world, the sinful, sensual, and prideful path. Greed and blind ambition must be bridled, and that can only be done through God's wisdom and God's work in us. I got up early to beat the traffic out of Miami. It's not too bad before 6 a.m. We're mostly a Caribbean town with lots of people who stay up late and get up later than normal. It works well because we're on East Coast time and can afford to get a late start. The West Coast isn't up until 3 hours later anyway. My dogs each found their favorite spots by looking out onto the highway. I cracked the window and headed south, stopping for an egg burrito, Havana style, and a triple espresso as well. I was praying in tongues as I drove along. I knew I was not going to have any problems with Maddie. She appealed to me, not to my heart, but to my creative side and my need for friendship and fellowship with other people, trudging through the enormous challenges of being an entertainer. I had done a cursory check on the Drew fortune. Teddy's grandfather had started a Midwest airline that was absorbed into some larger airlines. He founded a few well-known savings and loan companies that also were bought up by larger institutions. He then purchased a fleet of ships on the Great Lakes that hauled grain and supplies for the steel industry. According to the records, they owned nearly 30,000 acres of prime farmland, where they fattened up beef for the stockyards and grew most of their own feed. Teddy had gone to the University of Kansas in Lawrence and was a guard on the basketball team. Unfortunately, he lacked sufficient height and skills to go on to the NBA. When he was 28, he found himself in charge of a tremendous fortune, inheriting everything from both of his parents that had passed away while he was at college. Their 60-foot yacht vanished while they were going from Hawaii to Tahiti. He had to wait 7 years until the state declared them legally dead. That may have been for the best, since the estate was under the watchful eyes of some trustees who had invested heavily in Silicon Valley. Their governance had tripled the value of the estate. I was surprised to learn that Teddy was worth nearly $10 billion, and he had a passive income of over $300 million a year. He bought a small chain of college movie theaters in Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, and the Dakotas that had done well. They were known family and student hangouts, complete with pool rooms, dance floors, and diner-style foods. They catered to the family crowd and cut loose at 10 p.m. when they were converted to college hangouts. It dawned on me that Maddie had not really followed him that closely, and she still thought of him as a trust fund baby. not much was written about his spiritual interests, except that the grandfather had actually started Wesleyan Seminary in Lamar, Kansas. The school bore the family crest, and Teddy's grandfather had the foresight to leave the university an endowment that would see it through its first 50 years tuition-free. Perhaps it was his way to justify the wealth at any cost ambition that drives so many. Teddy himself may have also felt the need to redeem himself and atone for the many hedonistic nightclubs he was starting that were surely sending countless souls down the pathways to hell. I wasn't judging, but Jesus said either we gather or we scatter. The clubs were wildly successful, and although each one cost well over $1 million to open, many of them generated over $1 million of revenue in just 1 week. The Midwest was not known for its ostentatious taste, but the clubs were a tribute to Roman decadence. The themes were heavily Grecian and Roman. The wait staff was made up of handsome and well-endowed males and females. The tips were phenomenal, so working there was considered the job of a lifetime, at least for the young. Teddy grew bored quickly. He didn't flirt with the staff, and he'd been raised too properly to even consider mingling with the hired help. He at least knew that was a one-way ticket to a lawsuit. After he had earned his investment back several times over, he began the search for a buyer. There were many who were willing to hand over millions for his gold mine, but no one was able to learn exactly how much the 10 clubs actually sold for. Apparently, it was enough to begin shopping for films to produce. It was a great day for a drive. The sky was overcast, so the usual glare was gone. I was drifting a bit to the side of the road, which was a bad habit I'd picked up when I was in college. A rather loud horn woke me, and I watched a sleek black Rolls pull around me and race down Big Pond Key. Another hour and I would be in Key West. I reached over and cranked up my radio.
Chapter 4: Key Lime Pie.
Teddy had already landed that morning in Miami. It was his family's jet, and they had wanted to do some maintenance on the computer system with a company located in the old Eastern Airlines hangar, Caribbean Jet Services. The current system was so advanced that the jet could pretty much fly through any turbulence Mother Nature might throw at it. The large Rolls-Royce that had passed me on the road to Key West was owned by the facility. By the time I pulled up, Maddie and Teddy were getting reacquainted and sharing Mai Tais at Brusco's on the pier, a high-end restaurant aimed at catching the dollars falling from the new fleet of dock and cruise ships on the way to Cancun. I parked and came bounding down the pier with my dogs in tow. I knew no restaurants objected to the presence of the dogs, especially if they were on leashes and sat outside. I had guessed Maddie would pick Brusco's. She had talked about it several times. The dogs were looking over the pier and barking at some unseen creatures below the waterline. Maddie both saw and heard me coming. She stood waving her oversized straw hat. She was not going to risk sun-damaged skin for anything. Too many actresses had been forced to retire early from an overexposure to the sun. As I approached the table, Teddy stood to greet me, and we exchanged firm handshakes. Maddie and I exchanged a warm kiss on the cheek. A cocktail waitress wearing a mesh skirt over a string bikini and a Hawaiian lei around her neck quickly approached me. She looked at me with a warm smile. "What can I get you?" she asked. "I'll take a virgin pina colada with 2 pineapple slices, a maraschino cherry, and heavy whipped cream." Teddy looked at me and laughed. "A sugar lover," he said as we toasted. "That's so refreshing to see in these gluten-free saturated days. Corn syrup, refined sugar, and real wheat are the legacy of my home state." "So I've heard. Kansas. And yes, I visited there. Who could resist, with all the publicity about the corn-fed beauties?" "Are you talking about the cattle or the co-eds?" Maddie said, gleaming. "Well, Maddie, it's obvious your charms are quite magnetic. You have a friend fly down from Kansas City, and another driving suicide from Lauderdale. You do the math," Teddy added, nodding at me. "What math?" she puzzled, or at least pretended. 2 + 2, I said. "Every word is established in the mouth of 2 witnesses. You have real proof here. A friend coming down to see you in a black Rolls moving at blinding speed, and a fledgling Hollywood producer signing you to play Eve, the original woman and the mother of us all." "So I've heard," Teddy stated. "It must have been you that we passed a while back." He was obviously a quick study and not used to wasting too much time dancing around the obvious. "I thought my crazy Cuban driver was going to kill me at least 4 times. My piña came, and they had upgraded me. I received not just a slice of pineapple, but they served my entire drink inside of a pineapple. It was heavenly. If there were 2 other things God created that were just meant to go together as much as men and women, it was pineapple and coconuts. Both grew on palm trees, the most flexible trees on the planet. They're capable of surviving 180-mile-an-hour winds and bending until they touch the ground." "Well, cheers," I said, wiping the whipped cream from my lips. Matt is so far is the only person I have attached to the project, but I have come up with most of the production budgeting and pretty much the entire workup for the screenwriter. "Maddie tells me you have an incredible body of work and that several of your projects have grossed over $1 billion. I have been fortunate, and yes, if I added up the worldwide gross of all my projects, that would exceed $10 billion. "Why risk a career move?" he asked, studying me intensely. I was never one to hold any punches. I had a vision during the last week in Dominica. I was watching this waterfall, and a lion appeared. I was left with the impression that the real story of Adam and Eve needed to be told. Not the fig leaf version of 2 people being shamed out of the garden. Not of 2 people so deliberate in their disobedience that they made their Creator angry. I don't think that's the real story. I think the real story is about love and how no matter what they did, God still loved them and made a way for them. I was on a roll. You have the classic woman, curious, attentive, but oftentimes misinterpreting intentions. To her, things are what they feel. To her, they are processed through a complex mind centered with both wisdom and emotion. You have the man so blindly devoted, so addicted to his wife, and so entirely enraptured by her beauty that without hesitation he mistakenly follows her foolish lead and finds himself a castaway from the most wondrous place on earth. You have a God, disappointed but not surprised, who takes decisive action. He brings a curse to the walking, talking snake, cursing the species never to walk again, but to crawl and swallow dust. He then promises the man and woman that redemption would come through her very seed, and that would bring an end to the consequences of their disobedience. God mitigated this act of disobedience to create an atmosphere so deeply intertwined with love that it continues to this day, at least for all who believe that Jesus was the Son of God and paid for all our sins. They were both taken aback, and Teddy appeared shaken. He was not expecting me to be so blunt. The waitress who overheard couldn't get away from our table fast enough and left our food quickly without even asking if we needed anything else. "I've read the Bible many times, cover to cover. I never got that out of it," he said. Maddie added, "I just heard Adam and Eve were bad, and God was mad at them. I never heard that he loved them and treated them with love." "I know," I answered. "I think that's why he wants the movie made. I think most people miss that. They were removed from the garden because there they would have lived forever, separated from God, just like Satan, the fallen one, is forever separated. They also were told to live their lives to the fullest and to multiply and fill the earth. That didn't change. What changed was the advent of death for the animals around them and the death of their own son, Abel, at the hands of Cain." "How much do you need for a budget?" Teddy said, taking a bite out of some of the French fries they had brought over in a cone. "You have anyone in mind for any of the other roles?" Maddie chimed in, finishing a bite of her lobster salad. "Antoine's brother is his agent, and I put a call into him. He's shooting a hijack film in Dubai right now, but they did get back to me, and they seem to be very interested in the concept." Teddy stopped. "Antoine Levy? Do you want to have him? He's like 6'7" and could be a WWE wrestler." "I think he'd make a great Adam," I said. "If he can do the whole shoot, he's super busy. Maddie already knows him, and most of the movie they have to walk, well, dressed pretty skimpy." Teddy asked, "So no nudity?" "Well, the world's a different place now than in the Garden of Eden," I replied. When they were walking around naked, they were in harmony with one another and with nature. The scripture said they didn't really understand they were different, but once they disobeyed God, their eyes were open and they felt ashamed to be different. They covered themselves up, making fig leaves to go over their private parts. "Why do you think they did that?" Maddie asked. "I think I have a good idea," Teddy said. "One time my mom caught me looking at dirty pictures in my bedroom. I was embarrassed that my mom knew I was interested in naked girls. I felt totally self-conscious." "What happened?" Maddie asked, smiling. "Well, from then on I locked my door, but really I just never brought a girly magazine home again. When I finally saw the first girl I dated naked, I realized that everyone was sort of made the same. I mean, we have nearly all the same body parts." This sent the conversation in a different direction, so to bring things back, I said, "We're getting a bit off subject. When you think of Adam and Eve, you automatically think racy, hot naked people in a garden. That's not what I'm thinking about. It's pretty easy to make this movie more about the drama and not about the nakedness. It may be a few times they'll be seen naked, like an Amistad, but it won't be gratuitous. It'll be just a natural thing, and when they lose their home and their sense of belonging and truly feel shame, the camera can show it and contrast their life before and after sin. That's what I'm going for." "So you want to show what it was like before sin entered the world and before death and shame? Do you think that's how God intended it?" Maddie queried. "No, I believe God made us and knew that we were going to separate ourselves. He planned from the beginning to make the ultimate sacrifice and to die on a wooden cross in pain in our place. He wanted to show us for all time that he was willing to give us his all, everything. It's pretty remarkable. It's the nature of true love to give oneself until there's nothing left to give. Greater love hath no man than to give his life for another. He gave us both the clues and the answer." "Hey, look, I inherited a pretty good sum of money," Teddy smiled. "I made another bundle with my college clubs, and I've lived a life of hedonism. I've played the part of the prodigal son. Maybe God made me rich to help you out. I'm in. You don't need to look for another producer. I'll fund everything for 49% of the rights. You don't have to get script approval or another investor. I'll work out the funding completion bond and even help you with distribution. I have a pretty connected group of friends from New York, the Hills, Aspen, and even a few from Cannes. Do you mind if I come to the set?" Maddie got up and gave Teddy a huge hug. "You're the best. Of course you can come to the set, and Johnny will give you a tour anytime. We're still going boating, right?" I stopped and said a prayer. The moment was disturbed by the buzz of my phone and my dogs barking. I got up to take the call. "Excuse me." I walked over to calm my dogs down. "How's it going?" Michelle asked. "Are you having a good meeting?" "Yeah," I answered. "I didn't really want to tell you, but I'm with an investor and the actress who used to date him." Michelle was silent for a moment. "That's interesting. Any reason for leaving out that detail?" "Michelle," I didn't really have an excuse. "Can I see you tonight? I'll try to explain. I've got to pound out a few details still, but I do have good news. My film is fully funded." "Wow, that's not good news. That's great news," Michelle breathed deep. "I'm not here to tell you what to do, Johnny. I'm not looking for drama. Just person-to-person honesty." "I know. Sorry. I'll fill you in later on the details." I hung up and went back to the table where I had left a pretty thick contract, courtesy of my new law firm. I handed it to Teddy. "This is a boilerplate agreement that covers everything. Your percentage is tied to mine. I do have a fee in there for myself, for producing, making sets, and directing. I don't think you'll find it at all unusual." He looked at the thick file, thinking, and I continued. "I would like to shoot in the Everglades. Well, not in a swamp, but pretty close. I know anacondas and alligators are problematic, but I think those could be eliminated from at least a 50 to 100 acre parcel, which would work fine for the background shots. We can green screen and computer simulate a lot of the animals and effects, like waterfalls, oversized fruit dropping from the trees, the continual mist that filled the garden. I do want the lush jungle cover, and I can add the flowers, fruits, and even the tree of life. It'll be cheaper to bring the crew in and out, and it's sort of going to be a Lord of the Rings type of commitment, and take at least a year. I want people close enough to see their families. I'm planning on setting up a trailer park city with restaurants, pools, exercise equipment, and even a small heliport. I know you've been on the set for 20-plus films, and I'll trust your knowledge and experience, Teddy said. Can I go after Antoine? I know his brother. He was an extra on a shoot I did in the Middle East, Maddie asked. When will we start? When will the script be ready? I think we can have the first draft in 3 months. I would like to start shooting then and go straight for at least 4 months. That gives me plenty of time to nail down the locations, get the trailers moved there, and get the sets finished. Isn't that a pretty tight schedule? Teddy questioned. Yes, I thought aloud, reasoning with him. Teddy, we don't have the shipping and labor permit issues you get in a lot of places. Florida's a non-union right-to-work state, so we can bring in both union and non-union workers. I have a friend in the film commission who'll love the fact that we're spending $100 million here. We might even be able to get some tax credits. If we're doing this in Puerto Rico, this would be difficult, but here, not so much. So you can get mostly locals to work on these films? Teddy asked. Except for the actors, casting, all sound and lighting personnel, assistant directors, electricians, transport services, and craft services. Yeah, we can. Some of the big players have big crews here. Lots of people come in for the jobs, and film is largely a freelance industry, so we just find people in between gigs. It shouldn't be hard. Great, Teddy responded. Let's do it. When can you begin the funding? I closed. Teddy thought for a moment. Have you established a production account? We can wire the funds once the contract is executed. Yes, I answered. I have an account with South Florida Trust, and I have a great accounting firm, Jones and Mendoza. I've already asked them to handle payroll and keep track of expenses. They've worked for me for years. My office manager, Trish, covers all my payables and receivables when I'm traveling. When I do sets and installations, I normally have to get work orders and reimbursements. This isn't going to be much different, just higher dollar amounts. I also have a caterer lined up for all the craft services. It's a Dade County outfit, and they're pretty terrific. Feed them well, and they'll come back in the morning, Maddie joked. Just like you, Alex and Norm. Teddy laughed. Look, I don't want to tie you up any longer. I rented a twin-engine center console, and Maddie and I are going to go snorkeling. I took the cue and got up, grabbing both of my dogs. We shook hands, and I gave Maddie a brotherly hug. Well, watch out for the barracuda. They look much bigger through a diving mask. I walked a bit down the pier, and I felt the Holy Spirit telling me to stop and turn around. You won't regret this, Teddy. It's going to be a life-changing experience. Maddie, thank you, and you're getting a producer credit on this one. If you have anyone who wants to work on the project, let me know, and I'll make sure they get a real shot.
Chapter 5. The Return.
The drive back from Key West always seems slower. The road seems to drag on because the Keys tilt to the west. It's nice that the afternoon sun is a bit behind and off to the side, but it can be pretty slow going. I was tempted to start calling and texting, but knew better. There were lots of 4x4s towing some pretty big boats, and it was the Caribbean, so drinking and driving were not exactly unheard of either. As I headed into Homestead, I stopped at my favorite souvenir shop, the Lucky Gator. I didn't feel any of the gators were too lucky, as most were stuffed and lacquered. I knew I had to get Michelle something, and to let her know I'd been thinking about her. I saw a miniature gator wearing a straw hat and carrying what looked like a burlap bag. He had a pair of legs sticking out and a big grin for his expression. The plaque said, "I just love tourist season. Meals are on the house." It was a little macabre, but Michelle had a pretty good sense of humor. "Hey," I called, "are you busy tonight? I have a little present I bought for you. Maybe we can meet in South Beach. I can be there in 40 minutes. "I'm just closing up. I think I can make it, but I have to finish an invoice," Michelle answered. "A present? What kind of present?" "Something you'll like," I answered. "I'll see you then." I also stopped to get her a key lime pie from Hemingway's Hungry Pies. It was still partially frozen. I was planning on sharing it with her. The dogs were excited when we pulled up to Pirates. I'd worked on this restaurant's decor as well, but they hadn't changed anything in 15 years, and the new owners had no idea who I even was. I took the dogs out and fed them. They were pretty ravenous. Although I give them snacks when we're traveling, I don't feed them during the trip. They're both very well behaved. They were eating like they had somehow survived a 7-year famine when Michelle pulled up. She saw the boys scarfing down their food. "Hungry fellows, eh?" she said, giving me a fast kiss on the cheek. "I think they're always hungry. They're just making up for lost time after the long ride. I got you something," I said, as I made the stuffed alligator appear as if out of nowhere. Michelle was truly shocked. "Ha ha, that's cute. Instead of an alligator bag, he's carrying a human bag." I laughed. "Well, I thought it would be a good conversation starter. And what else do they sell on the Key West Highway? Should I have gotten you a conch shell so you could hear the waves?" "Yes," Michelle countered. "I don't go to the beach enough, and a conch would have been nice," she teased. She kissed the gator. "But I am keeping this little guy and calling him Albert." "Like Fat Albert?" I said. "No, it's more like some tourist from Grand Rapids, Michigan, who wandered a bit too far into the Everglades. Albert, as in the Beatles song, Uncle Albert, the one about being sorry and causing pain. Don't tell me you don't listen to Paul McCartney." "Well, Michelle, I don't want to correct you, but the song is from after the Beatles broke up in 1970. It's not a Beatles song at all. Yeah, it sounds a lot like the Beatles, but it was Paul and Linda with wings, not Ringo, George, or John." "Well, this gator reminds me of someone going away, like the Uncle Albert song. So he's Uncle Albert to me," Michelle said as she reached over and grabbed my arm. She planted a big kiss on my cheek, and the dogs looked up and stared at us right at that moment. "Wow," I stuttered. "I guess I know what you like." "Yes," Michelle stared into my eyes. "I'll break it down for you. I like you. I like the way you smile. I like your jokes. I like how you forget to shave and you have sort of a pleasant but manly smell. I like that you pay attention to me and that you're unconventional. In a world of copycats, Johnny Walker, you're an original. Now, tell me your news." "Well, I don't want to burst your bubble. Remember my vision from Dominica and my meeting with the actress Maddie?" I began. "Yes." Michelle was a bit shocked. "Is that who you were with?" "Well, yes, I was meeting with her and her multi-billionaire high school friend Ted Drew in Key West. I didn't tell you their names because I didn't want you worrying about me." She crinkled her forehead and said, "Like I should even be worried about an actress who probably sleeps around a lot and wears almost no clothing in most of her movies, and someone the entertainment rags called Naked Maddie." "Exactly. You're proving my point. The actress that I know is just Maddie. In our film, she had all her clothing on and was a very pleasant choir girl from Kansas. Her friend Teddy Drew is investing over $100 million, and she's starring and getting a co-producer credit on Adam and Eve." Michelle changed the subject. "Let's get something to eat. Just give me a minute. I'm not usually like this. I mean, jealous." I put my hand on her arm. "It's okay, Michelle. When sin came in, the clothes came on, and when the clothes come off, sin follows close behind. That's why God created marriage. It's a way for us to deal with our sexual attraction in a way that is pleasing to Him, and a model of the body of Christ in heaven. There's an entire book devoted to it in the Song of Solomon. It's a real desire that God created in us. Without it, there would not be as many people, as we have billions conceived the same way, through sex. When we misappropriate and look at one another to fulfill our temporary needs for companionship, pleasure, lust, and desire, then we short-circuit. We try one another out as if we're test driving a car. I've even heard people say, 'I wouldn't buy a car without test driving it. Why should I get married without having sex first?' Well, I know why. Because God said the marriage bed should be honorable. The 10 Commandments talk about coveting a neighbor's wife, committing adultery, honoring your parents. These are all about family. God is about family, not about the conquest of James Bond or a vixen stripper who's in it for the moment." Michelle looked at me strangely and smiled. "Wow, are you sure you're not a preacher?" I laughed. "No, I'm not. But I preach to myself. I mortify my flesh, kill my desires, take cold showers, change thoughts that could lead me astray, stay away from the wayward women, and keep things in and out of my pants. I'm responsible for what I do with my body, and God is not one to be mocked. I'm going to stand before Him and answer for my entire life. Nothing is hidden and nothing is secret." "Is that why you end our date so quickly?" Michelle asked, reaching out for my hand. My 2 dogs barked, and momentarily we were both distracted. They were just chasing away a few seagulls that had swooped in for some leftover fries and shrimp sitting on a nearby table. Yeah, I added, I don't want a life where I'm grasping for the scraps and leftovers. I want a life that God describes as the abundant life. I can't live both in the flesh and in the spirit. The flesh and all its thoughts, all its motivations, will always corrupt the spirit, without exception. I also don't want to enter into a marriage because I need somebody, and I don't want somebody to simply need me either. Does that make sense? Well, what do you mean? Don't we all need somebody? Didn't God say, "It is not good that man should be alone? I will make him a helpmate"? Don't we all need somebody? She inquired. That's not exactly what I'm saying. Of course, almost none of us want to live alone. We can't love God and not love others. I want to have my relationship with Him be so significant that no matter who comes in and out of my life, I won't be destroyed or fall apart. I don't want my orbit to be circling around another person, but only around God. I want a true partner in life, not someone who will subject their creative purposes to serve my life, my ideas, and my purposes. Maybe that person will like movies, props, and meeting new people, and maybe they won't. Maybe they'll want to work on other things. But both people having a true relationship with God is something very important. I don't necessarily have to have the same gifts and calling to be partnered up with someone. That partnership I will never find if I'm blinded by physical attraction and premarital sex. It takes more than sexual attraction to keep a marriage going. But if the relationship is firmly based in God, it will last. Yeah, I see, Michelle said as she looked up to me with a trusting look. Our faith does have a way of making everything else seem secondary. It's pretty encompassing, and if the couple find they're not serving the same God or going in the same direction, it's pretty devastating. There's always pain in pulling apart and a feeling of cheapness. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I gave her a kiss on the forehead. God only made male and female, so that part of the equation is already settled. He made sure that we would enjoy getting together sexually. That's how He guaranteed we would multiply. But some people are so wounded they end up unable to love at all. It's not hard to figure out that men are going to be naturally attracted to females, and females are going to reciprocate by receiving and giving back. We were created with that in our very DNA. It's best to keep that part in the context of a lifetime commitment with each other and with God. He supplies the requisite love and forgiveness to smooth out the sometimes rocky road. I'll get out from behind the podium now. Hey, let's order. We spent the rest of the evening looking at the moon rising over Miami. I thought it would make for a great song. It's amazing how close two people can actually get without jumping into the sack first thing. I was amazed to listen to Michelle's dreams, hopes, and how that lasted through her father's own expectations. I heard about her mother's perfectionistic personality that at one time threatened to overshadow all that she intended for in life. I listened to her views on wealth and the haves and have-nots. I found out what she tolerated, loved, and didn't like amongst her group of close friends. By the time we were ready to say goodbye, I felt I was getting a glimpse into much more than her outward facade. Not that there was anything defective about how she was put together, but I was well aware that when external beauty fades, the inner beauty truly shines forth. It was revelatory. We left Pirates and went our separate ways for now. I drove back to my place and settled in for the evening. I put on a classical trance worship tape that I had purchased at the Pensacola Revival, or rather one that had been given to me by my mom and dad, who thought that I would be impacted. We had spent a week up there attending the revival, and I had been baptized in the Holy Spirit. It was said that some of the high notes on the tape, recorded live at the event, were actually angels singing along as the auditorium filled night after night with wonderful fragrances and visible glory clouds. I lifted my hands and surrendered to God. I had thanked Him for the gift of life, for the air I breathed, for the sunshine that was freely given, and for the beauty I found myself surrounded with. I thanked Him for my parents, my dogs, and my expressed gratitude that He was patient with me and covered my sins with the most precious gift in the universe, the death and sacrifice of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the incarnate God, the bridge between our fallen, sinful nature and God's mercy, holiness, and light. As I was singing in tongues along with the tape, my body started to shake as if it were losing all muscular control. I felt like my whole body was submerged in icy water, and I was shaken without the ability to stop. I looked up at my hands, and they appeared to be a bright golden color. I felt as if I was floating away on a cloud. In front of me were small flashes of light everywhere, and the lightning crackled and sparks flew. I can't say if I lost consciousness or if I had been swept out of my room. I couldn't feel my feet touching the ground anymore. It was as if they had no contact with gravity. I was not floating like you see in the space shuttle videos, but I was weightless. I had weight and substance. I just wasn't in Miami anymore. I'm not sure where I was. I've learned that when God is sharing a vision or an in-depth insight, not to question it, but to study and enjoy it. Yep, in the middle of the vision, I asked myself, what's going on? I take part in it, but I do not question its right to exist or question God's right to do as He sees fit. He's free to convey to me what I need to fulfill my assignment in any way He sees fit. I became aware of this intense aroma, and it was as if I was in a field of rose bushes. The fragrance was everywhere. It was not overwhelming my senses in any type of overpowering way, but it was creating in me a new awareness that God was not only a force of love inside my heart throughout the universe, but God literally could change the atmosphere with His presence. I remember that Solomon referred to the rose of Sharon and the lily of the valley. There's something special about the presence of flowers. They speak to peace, to love, and to affection. They remind us that in a world of thorns, there is a good God, and whereas a thorn gives off no odor in the midst of life's struggles, or in its myriads of disappointments, there is the ultimate goodness left here. It is the aroma from God which points us to the Savior of mankind, Jesus Christ, the Son of God and the Son of Man, the one born with a sinless nature, and the only human ever to not fail the test of perfect obedience. My thoughts were traveling at 1,000 miles per hour. I knew God had ushered me into His presence for a reason. Did it seem strange to me? Yeah, but the Bible had instances of people coming into contact with God throughout the ages. Moses saw the backside of God on Mount Sinai. He also heard the audible voice in the burning bush. The 3 Hebrew children in the fiery furnace who refused to worship Nebuchadnezzar experienced a visit from God as He walked among them and protected them from the flames. And Enoch walked with God until he disappeared beyond the clouds. Elijah was taken up in a flying chariot, and Daniel witnessed the hand of God writing the doom of the Babylonian kingdom, who had made a mockery of God by using the holy temple's vessels in a drunken orgy. Peter, James, and John heard the voice of God while on the mountaintop, and hundreds heard the voice of God during the Jordan River baptism by John the Baptist. Those around Saul heard Jesus speak to him before he was blinded, and years later he was taken up to heaven and found himself incapable of even describing the experience. John the Beloved was given a full vision and wrote the entire book of Revelations based on that vision. And I knew, even in that moment, that this wasn't any ordinary day-to-day event, but one that would be remembered by me for all of eternity. I saw a book being opened up, and I knew it was different from the book of life in which my name had been entered into when I made my solemn pledge to repent of my sins and allow the blood of Christ to wash me from all my evil deeds. My name was both written in that book and maintained in that book, not because I had made a promise I could keep, but because I knew apart from the grace of God, I could not and would not live a life free from sin and evil deeds. My name was maintained because each day I did my best to draw close to God, review my past actions, and apply the blood to them, asking for the mind of Christ and the grace of Christ to lead me. This helps to ground me and keep me pure in a world that continually grows darker. I knew the book in front of me was written before I was born on this earth. I was His eternal workmanship, and I was created to do good deeds in advance of my life. I was looking at the book. A hand appeared over that book. It appeared to be on fire, and when it passed over the page, the words appeared in a language I did not recognize. I knew it was a heavenly language, more than likely understood by God's loyal angels and servants. I did not need to read it to understand it. It spoke to my heart. It assured me that I was on the right path. It was indeed right for me to produce the film that was inside my heart. I also saw in the vision that I was to write in English and in detail script the entire film. I was not to turn it over to another and risk the message or the intent to the thoughts of any man, and especially one that might not have been redeemed yet. I was to bring to the world the knowledge of good and evil and show a clear path back to redemption. In some ways, I laughed when I heard eliminate the middleman. There was no middleman needed. The Holy Spirit lived within me, and I could walk with the mind of Christ, redeeming whatever days were left on my calendar. I'm sure that without my clear knowledge or understanding, God at that moment downloaded into me ideas, plans, and arrangements for connections to fulfill His purposes. Just as He set aside a wealthy person to do His bidding for the funding, He had also set aside distributors, artists, set designers, camera operators, and transportation and craft services. I was confident that although the process would not be easy, it would get done in a way pleasing to Him. I don't know how long I was there. I do know that I woke on my floor fully refreshed. My dogs were both sleeping next to me, and the room still smelled like flowers. It was a new day.
Chapter 6. Destiny Awaits.
The next morning seemed to have arrived without any time having passed. It was a strange experience. Here I was, back on Earth and in my own home. I took my time getting ready. I got out my Bible and studied the first 2 chapters of Genesis. The interesting thing about the Word of God is the new message it can bring each time you read it. I noticed in Genesis chapter 2 that although the garden was planted, it had not yet grown. God waited until He made man to work in the garden before He let it grow wild. This spoke to me. I began to understand our work and our destinies were prepared before we were even created. God left them dormant, but our purposes were seeded. The growth would forever be stunted if we were not there to cultivate the very seeds God had prepared for us. Adam had been placed in the Garden of Eden, from which 4 rivers flowed. Rivers that are still in existence today. Some of the names and sources are debated, but others are not. I'm not saying that all the rivers in the world had their origin in the Garden of Eden, but rather that God planted the first garden in Eden. That is without dispute. God waited until Adam had named all the animals to give him a mate. Perhaps Adam, after naming all the animals, realized that there was no creature made suitable for him. We know there are over 5,000 species of mammals. He also named the birds, over 10,000 species worth, and the reptiles, with another 10,000. More than likely, He named the fish and the amphibians as well. I was thinking Adam called them what God called them, but maybe not. Maybe Adam actually defined who they were. Adam was probably so close to God that he somehow knew intuitively the purposes for each species and their collective destinies on Earth. I wonder how long this process had taken. 25,000 minutes would have passed just to spend 1 minute with each creature. But would he only spend a minute with a monkey, a zebra, a parrot, or a salamander? I don't think so. Perhaps he spent 5 minutes with each species, or a total of 125,000 minutes. God rested on Sundays, so Adam did as well. The earth was divided day and night, so he only spent approximately 72 hours a week. I'm sure he was also tending the plants. Even if he was fast, it probably took him between 1 and 2 years to name every creature. He was alone without a mate for nearly 2 years, hanging out with God Almighty, and yet God said, "It isn't good for you to be alone." I couldn't get my head around it, but I knew I had to make it a central theme. It really goes against all our religion, all of it. We're taught that God is enough, that God is everything. This evidently is not the truth. Yes, God is our origin and our very life source and our eternal destination should we choose to both accept Him and walk with Him while on earth. But He is not all-encompassing. He gives us jobs and families, and those activities take up incredible amounts of time. A child born without touching, cuddling, and kissing dies quickly of neglect. There was something built into the first man that needed someone else. That same need is built into all of us. We're made in His image and likeness, and within us is a divine eternal spirit connected to our soul. The divine spark of conception keeps us alive until that spark is extinguished. How does that happen? Who turns off the inner electricity? When the sperm meets the egg, sparks of zinc fly and conception occurs. That electricity spurs the development into an embryo and into a full human being. When the brain waves stop, that person is determined to be dead. I started to compare myself to Adam and how he must have felt. How do I justify talking about being lonely even though I have a girlfriend? We're not intimate with each other in a sexual way, but I think that's a good thing. It's obvious that all females are compatible with all males. We could easily short-circuit our relationships by diving straight into sex. It would not be beneficial, as we would be giving the most intimate part of ourselves to one another without any kind of agreement or any idea that sharing in that manner is something to hold precious. Oh, the sex was great. Well, the sex shares my most intimate self. It's my soul, my heart, and my naked self. I'm not some carnival amusement park ride that says, "Come, try me out and see if you like me, and if you don't, oh well. So what other rides can I try out?" Conventional world wisdom says play the field, date, and experiment. In Genesis, I read that God says, "Adam, you're lonely. Let me make you a mate, a woman." Whoa, man, check out the perfect naked girl. There was nothing embarrassing about Adam and Eve's nakedness, nothing at all. During God's daily walk with Adam in the garden, it was apparent that bringing his other half, the woman, was important. "It's not good to be alone," God had said. There's an experience to be had here on this planet, and sharing it with someone alive in the flesh is worthwhile and meaningful. Goals, achievements, family, children, and living a life that is meaningful and important to at least one other person on this earth is a need we all have. That's what God is talking about. I knew I had to bring this subject up in my film. The Bible says but a few words, but those words have been transformational in our history. "It is not good that man should be alone." Remember, that was after walking with God daily in the garden, being surrounded by beautiful flowers, trees, fruits, nuts, and wonderful aromas. Adam was residing in absolute perfection, and yet God had something more in store. If you ever felt God as I have, it's like a warm heat running through every cell of your body and a feeling of well-being. It's a total absence of anxiety or fear. Most of us lose that feeling when we face the challenges of daily living, hardships at work and home, reports of illness, challenges to our society and our government and to our very way of living. We wonder about our environment and the near future, not just for ourselves, but for our loved ones. Will I die of cancer, accident, dementia, diabetes, abandonment, and loneliness? Will I run out of money and die in poverty? These are thoughts that so many suffer from, and yet Adam had none of these. He was content with God, his friend. As they walked, they probably talked about the animals, the trees, and the wonderful smells. But God still saw that this was not completely whole. Yes, everything else was perfect, but one man by himself in the midst of paradise was not good. I determined to address the subject, and I knew I was to write the script. It would be a challenge, but I was up for it. I'd probably read 500 scripts. I'd only worked on about 30 films, but those scripts, I didn't just read each of them, I analyzed them. I had to know about each prop, each set, and where the characters would be standing in relationship to one another when they delivered their lines. That would prove to be great training for my coming task, and training I had already completed that had earned billions of dollars for others. The nice thing about having a working girlfriend who owned a business was the fact that she wasn't going to be calling to check up on me. She wouldn't show up with cookies or some kind of gift while I was in the middle of a task. I went to my backyard. I like to drink pretty strong espresso normally, and about 4 shots flavored with agave syrup. That's supposed to be non-glycemic, but is there any real way you can consume that much caffeine and consider yourself health conscious? Nope. It's kind of like having the defibrillator paddles put on your heart and being zapped, and then hopping on a speeding roller coaster with your hands outstretched. But that's how I like to live, to the max. I started tapping. I showed the entire garden in slow motion, growing, until each tree was full of fruit. It was like the old-time delay photos of the flower blossoming, but it was an entire forest. It would be a big budget item, probably at least $500,000 to $1 million for the first 90 seconds, but well worth it. I would pan out and show a small section of dirt about the size of a baseball pitcher's mound. The dirt and clay would be moist and pliable too, and not that different from the clay found at Gay's Head in Martha's Vineyard. I know most people have an image of 2 giant hands appearing out of nowhere, like the hand in Daniel that wrote Mene, Mene, Tekel on the wall before the destruction of the Babylonian Empire by the Persians and Medes. I thought that was too impersonal. My God is a sculptor with creativity that is unmatched anywhere. God is the only true creator who made something out of absolutely nothing. I've always loved the painting of N.C. Wyeth. He illustrated some of my favorite books, including Treasure Island, The Drum, and many others. I was fortunate enough to have seen the small Portland, Maine Art Museum exhibit dedicated to his book illustrations, which were many. The museum housed many of the original oil paintings. They were engaging. I loved the photo of the giant walking on the beach with the small children around. I didn't want to add a walking god who was the same size, so I wrote in a giant god who walked through Eden. The only animal worthy of his size would have been the titanosaur, weighing in at 50 tons. Most of the other dinosaurs would have been large as well. I'm sure God picked up the animals and played with them, and he probably picked up the blue whales, looked them in the eyes, and kissed them on their soft heads. He wasn't afraid of the sharks, even the megalodons that lived in the deep, or the great whites that swam everywhere. He played with those as well, maybe catching them by their tails and swinging them into the waters, knowing they would come back for more. He must have really enjoyed the elephants and the giraffes. He more than likely gave them abundant training treats, making the elephants stand on their hind legs to beg, and the giraffe to stretch out as much as he could. Undoubtedly, the gorillas were creatures he was thrilled about. He likely let them jump from one hand to another and set them on top of the tallest trees. I'm sure he rolled the bears into balls and pushed them around in the fields of flowers, rewarding them with berries the size of grapefruit. The horses were undoubtedly some of his favorites. After all, the good book says there are winged horses living in heaven, and who knows? Maybe he picked his favorites from earth and gave them wings and immortality. And what animal will give itself to serve the human cause as a horse will? I've not seen any, except perhaps the dog. Well, my rule of writing is that if you find something interesting, more than likely someone else will find it interesting as well. That is how I approached the script. I began the first third of the story with God and Adam stoking the fires of their friendship. The God of Genesis was quite capable of creating mischief. He wasn't like humans who needed sleep. God created night and day for us. There were no electric lights, just the moon by night and the sun by day. I wondered, did he sit and watch Adam sleep with warmth flowing through his being? Time was passing swiftly, and I was forming and writing my ideas, choosing wonderful locations and making up humorous situations. Adam needed to be someone people cared about. I also marveled at how Tom Hanks captured moviegoers alone on an island with only a soccer ball, and how Will Smith captured hearts in the film Legend, similar to what Robinson Crusoe had done years earlier. What type of mischief would the God of the universe employ to keep Adam not only entertained, but curious as well? God had all the time in the world, but there are a few rare documented times when he made the earth stand still. So I believe he would probably do the pranks at night. I decided that while Adam was sleeping, God would put him in a hammock in the top of a giant oak tree. It was brilliant. God was hiding and just waiting for the look on Adam's face when he woke up. To spice up the scene, I added an entire tree full of capuchin monkeys, and when Adam awoke, they began laughing and swinging around. Adam was mystified as to how he ended up in the tree. While they walked that day, Adam said nothing to God. He never suspected who was behind the prank, and instead he showed off to God some of the wonderful Annie Oakley-style horse-riding tricks, which included a jump from the bank of the Euphrates into the water and a swim across. God was thrilled, of course. The next night was to be a crucial scene. God encouraged Adam to walk to the great waters and watch the sunset. I decided that God would do a light and color show, making figures in the sunset and even dancing shadows and multicolored lights. The sunset was complete when a star shower more brilliant than any New Year's Eve fireworks show became the finale. As expected, Adam fell asleep on the beach. God fashioned him a very comfortable floating bed. It was a basket made of woven vines and lined with layers of moss. There were many pods of dolphins that the Lord loved to communicate with, as well as a few orcas. The Lord taught them some wonderful tricks. They performed all through the night, lighting up the sea with many fluorescent sea creatures still abundant in our world. Before dawn, the tricks were perfected, and the dolphins tugged the vines connected to the float into the middle of the harbor. The trees of Eden were so tall that it took a while for the rising sun to wake Adam. He had had a long night. When he awoke, he stood up and fell on his backside without much pain, but with a puzzled expression and a clumsiness God had never seen. Of course, the Lord was laughing, sharing chuckles with some of the angels he had invited to watch. That was the cue for the water show. One by one, the dolphins launched themselves towards the basket, flying in the air, performing pirouettes and flipping gymnastic tricks worthy of the Olympics. Then the orcas' turn came. They started deep in the water, breaching and doing flips and creating waves that took the basket back towards the shore. By the time Adam was close enough to walk to the beach, God was already there cooking some bananas and papayas. There was also a clay mug of watermelon juice waiting. "Are you hungry, Adam?" God asked, looking up from the fire. Yes, Lord." Adam was still unsure of what to say. "Did you see that display, the water show? You must have seen it." He was pointing to the water. "And who made that basket? It floats. I don't remember even getting into it last night." "Did you like the water show?" the Lord asked. "Yes, but I did not like it. I loved it," Adam replied. "Well, here," the Lord said, "there's nothing tastier than a fried banana in coconut milk with mashed papaya and some watermelon juice." I knew I couldn't continue the mystery, and eventually God had to let Adam in on the mischief. So far it was a keeper. I had a little bit of dialogue to polish, but the script was really coming to life. Adam would not be just some mythical figure, but our real ancestor, the original human being. The qualities we all share with him would be on display for all to see.
Chapter 7. The Juice.
I was contemplating my next scene in the script when my doorbell began to ring. Usually that only happens if someone is delivering a package or a neighbor is complaining that my dogs are barking, which they often do while playing in the backyard. I'm not one of those techies that places cameras all over the house, so I actually had to check the door to see who was here. "Leaving me out here to sweat, huh, Johnny?" Saul Rubenstein said. I laughed, gave him a hug, and let him in. "Saul," I shook my head, "usually I have to buzz people through. How did you remember my code?" "It's your birthday, which is the same day as my wife's. If I forgot that, I'm sleeping on the sofa in the family room for life," he laughed. He always had a way of over-exaggerating, but it was fun. "What brings you to Miami?" I asked. "Well, I can't book you on any more design jobs for a while. I figured I could work on getting you distribution. You know, my cousin is with WWP. They're in Berlin, Shanghai, London, Paris, Tel Aviv, and Moscow. Should I go on? They usually hook up distribution after the U.S. is secure, but who says we can't go the other way around and get international distribution first? What do you say? Also, I talked to Henry from Spitz. You're dating his daughter? I was shocked he knew about Michelle. You know, we've only signed one actress, and we haven't secured the lead yet. We got a commitment for the money, but it isn't in the bank until the contracts are done, and so far I only have about a third of the script. Yeah? Well, that sounds like the perfect time. If you wait too long, there's not going to be a seat at the table. He sat down. Henry got wind of what's going on, and I got my orders, buddy. He wants me to take care of you and get you the best distribution possible. What I'd like to do is take your idea and your star, Maddie, along with your resume and build a quick package. With U.S. funding production money in place, the foreign companies only have to put up the translation fees, their own P&E, plus the theaters and advertising. By jumping in early, they can get a jump on the hype. They can come to the weekly updates we'll be hosting and get some regular entertainment press as well, and not just the end-package trailer. Yeah, I agreed. That sounds brilliant. They can also get local talent to do the foreign voices, and with plenty of time for lip sync. It could be pretty sweet. No moving mouths without dialogue, Saul continued. Let me get you a coffee, I said as I walked into the kitchen. I felt the Spirit of God hovering over me, letting me know that this was his idea. I was glad I had a fresh pot, and I brought it over. Here, I handed him a big Mickey Mouse mug that T-Ball had sent me for my birthday. Don't mind the mug, it's from Harry, and he's helped me with the budget, too. Show me what you have in mind. I think Maddie is going to get Antoine to commit. That should get you in with some of the big players, Saul commented. He won't do the main role because he's too busy, but you can get him maybe 4 days a week. I knew that foreign distribution was not always beneficial. Oftentimes, you signed away the rights to an entire area, but the company didn't have the theaters or the budget to get the film shown. Sometimes you ended up with a low-paying, small cable commitment. In some small countries, this could be as little as $10,000 on a $100 million movie. You could easily spend more money just sending them the materials than you could earn back. Going for the big ones early on made sense. Some were off limits and couldn't take anything that didn't come from an already existing U.S. deal. But without a stateside deal solidly in place, they could pick it up early and avoid any contract violations. With a small commitment, they could also take ownership and make their companies appear larger than they are. A U.S. star is oftentimes a worldwide star. So we spent the whole afternoon going over strategy. Around 5 o'clock, Saul started looking at his watch. I got to get to New York, Saul said. Just wait till you meet her dad. You've never met anyone quite like Henry before. Why do you have to go? I asked. You can stay here. There's plenty of room, and I'll introduce you to Michelle. Nah, you know Linda and I are expecting our first grandchild, right? He looked at me sheepishly, about to divulge his problem. Well, the first thing tomorrow, they're going to induce labor. It's been 9 months, and she's about to fall over with the baby. I mean, she's huge. I don't know how she can even walk. And I booked the last flight out, 90 minutes from now. You didn't take the traffic into account? I shook my head. Is that your only luggage? I motioned. Yeah, he shrugged. Come on, I can get you there in 30. I kept an old Harley Sportster in my garage. I popped open the door and handed him a helmet, putting mine on too. I didn't waste any time. He knew I rode on set sometimes, and so far I'd done so without accident. I also did a few stunts here and there. I pulled out onto the coast highway and took my usual shortcuts before getting on the access road. The nice thing about access roads, especially where I lived, is they had a lot of exits, and they were not usually backed up. With a small amount of right turns, I was able to get about 4 miles before the access road stopped, and I had to get on the freeway to go over the water. The Lauderdale Airport was big, but nothing like Miami International, which was massive. They could park almost as many people as the Dolphins football stadium. We took the outer road, getting off early. I'd shipped many items through the airlines, and I knew some of the shipping stations had roads that went right to the terminals. What airline? I asked, pulling by the freight trucks about a mile out. Skyworld, he said. That wouldn't be a problem. Their gate was in the second terminal, and without bags, I could pull right up to their entrance. I had to swerve to avoid a Bentley and a Rolls. That was one of the hazards of South Florida living. But we made it. Good luck with the grandbaby. Send me the proposal when you got it finished, and I'll let you know if we get Antoine for sure. Saul was a good friend of my favorite college professor, and Saul had taken me on as a client when everyone else was just going for directors and producers. I shook my head. What were the odds he knew Michelle's dad from Chicago? As I watched Saul walk quickly to the departure gate, I felt a bit overwhelmed. I'd been given an incredible and divine assignment, and God was going before me. It was obvious mankind was losing their bearings. People were thinking crazy things, and as they became more erratic, the entire world was changing. Believing in God used to be the norm, and now it was looked at as if it was some kookish behavior. There were people dedicated to removing every vestige of God from our culture, from the political debate, and even from any mention in history books. The odd thing was, this was a mob effort. Not too many individuals would stand for others burning Bibles or talking against the Ten Commandments, but the mobs had, and they were growing larger and larger. If you spoke about God or about freedom, you were labeled a Nazi, and it was now permissible for others to slander and even physically attack you. Would people believe the Garden of Eden story in this environment? I didn't know how people would react to a movie that treated the origin of mankind as the act of a creative God who fashioned human beings out of clay. It would have to be done with unparalleled artistic excellence. Any flaw in the script, the actors, the performance, or the effects would make the movie a source of mockery. I had my doubts. Here I was, a first-time filmmaker, balancing a project pitched to me by God Almighty in the middle of a waterfall. Could I really tell that story? Did people really believe the stories of a child that came back from the dead who met his stillborn baby brother in heaven? Did people really believe biblical stories of survival for 40 days with no food or water? I could feel myself becoming anxious as I drove towards home. I decided to head down to my former lawyer's house on Fisher's Island. Morty Silverstein was loaded. He had won me a pretty big cash settlement from an accident that had banged me up pretty good. He had won cases for many other people as well. We hit it off, and with my dad, who was also a lawyer, so far away, I journeyed over often to seek advice from Morty. Fisher's Island is one of the wealthiest islands in the world, outside of maybe some parts of Singapore or sections of Dubai. I kept a small 24-foot center console by Key Biscayne, not too far from the ferry terminal. I parked my bike and headed over to the fishing dock. The marina allowed me to fuel and dock there. I'd rented boats from them a number of times and decorated several of the homes of the stars. As I tore across the small channel, I caught a glimpse of a small pod or porpoise breaching. I slowed down and let them frolic in my wake. I looked at the massive wealth that was represented by the boats in the harbor, boats that at most were used maybe 5 times a year. They were simply status symbols and eye candy. All were measurements of people's material success. Wisdom came to mind. What shall it profit a man to gain the whole world, but to lose his soul? We create items that outlast us. Cars, watches, paintings, homes, and yachts. We humans perished, but many of those items could survive for centuries. I realized that God did not care what my budget was, and whether it was 100 million or even 100 billion, it just didn't matter. What mattered was reaching others and sharing the story of salvation. I called Michelle and I decided to wait and talk about Saul later. Hey, I'm stopping for a few minutes at the Fisher Island Marina. Do you want to hang out when I get back? Maybe around 8? I'd love to, she replied. What are you doing over there? I'm going to see a good friend of mine. Do you know Morty Silverstein, the plaintiff lawyer? You know Morty? She asked, surprised. Yeah, he won a case for me and we stayed in touch. He lives near the golf course, and I'm just going to say hello. I've heard about him, but never sold him any furniture. Have fun, she answered. I got to check the truck. They're going on another delivery. See you around 8. Are you coming by to get me? Do you mind riding on my bike? I challenged, hopeful. No, it'll be fine. Just give me a helmet. She had hesitated a bit with her reply, but added, That sounds like fun. I wasn't sure if she really wanted to ride or was just accepting my dare. I pulled my boat up to the gas dock, handed my credit card to the dock boy, and asked to borrow their golf cart. Normally, it was for members only, but they were flexible and waved me on. It was a very short drive to Morty's place. He had one of the oldest places on the island, and everyone knew him. He was sitting on his back porch, smoking a cigar and sipping his eternal snifter of rum. He fashioned himself an evolved Jamaican, sporting a long shock of curly, wavy hair and a rather well-developed beard. Bob Marley and the Wailers, along with Jimmy Cliff, were endlessly looped on his outdoor stereo, so much so that they just became sort of a drone to everyone else. I'm not saying he was breaking any noise or dB ordinances, but he had almost 100 outdoor speakers with no trees or structures to block the sound. I thought I had entered a U2 stadium show. Morty wasn't paying much attention, and more than likely absorbed in his own thoughts. Most people didn't think much of Morty as a religious sort of guy, but I knew differently. He sent his kids to Shoal and went to Temple Bethel in downtown Miami every Sabbath. His pew was up in the front, normally the sign of a faithful supporter. He was a big supporter of the country of Israel, and I suppose that was our main connection. He knew I was a Protestant, but one who aggressively supported Israel's right to exist. I hoped they were there to stay and prayed for them often. "Morty!" I shouted as I walked up and struck my hand out for our normal greeting. He got up. "JW, to what do I owe this pleasure? Have a seat. Do you want a rum and coke?" "Yeah," I quipped, "but just the coke. I don't need the rum." I cracked a smile. "I took my boat over here and left my motorcycle at the docks. I have to drive back and take my girlfriend out later." "Girlfriend," he smiled. "Well, things are looking up." "Yep, I did it. I found someone I really like," I said as I sat down next to him. "I'm making my own film and thought I'd run a few things by you." I pulled a small sheet of paper from my back pocket. "Making your own film," he said with a surprised but pleased look. "Good, kid. You got a lot of talent and vision. Look at my backyard. People still think I robbed the Amazon of all their plants, and they're accusing me of causing global warming now." It wasn't a big space, but I'd taken a quarter acre and filled it with a renewable stream surrounded by about 20 varieties of rainforest plants. I managed to get a big net over it and to keep the birds and wildlife in. It had taken quite a few variances and much grief from the Dade County Zoning Board and the Fisher Island HOA, but we did it. "How are the birds?" I asked, looking over at the enclosure. "I'm too afraid to go over there," Morty laughed. "What if one of the local anacondas got in there and is just waiting up in one of those trees to drop down and swallow me whole?" Don't worry, I'm keeping them fed. The golfers stop and look all the time." It's good for everyone and reminds us that we came from the Garden of Eden before we messed everything up. "And that's what I wanted to talk with you about," I replied. "Here." I thrust my sheet that had the film title, the budget, and our burgeoning star plastered onto the front. "What do you think of the title?" Garden of Eve was the name I gave to the project, and Out of the Garden was going to be my working title. "What garden and what comes out of it?" Morty said as he looked me in the eye. "Well, the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve, their children, Cain, Abel, and whatever daughters they had. We don't know their names." "That's a big undertaking," Morty said, taking a puff of his big Cuban cigar. He had been going to Havana to stock up as long as I could remember. Customs didn't bother him when he came back. He had always managed to absent-mindedly leave a crate on the dock that somehow found its way back to Diplomatic Corps in D.C. Morty was connected everywhere. "You came for some help. You want me to hook you up with Rabbi Jonathan? Get a scholar to help out and maybe guide this thing?" He directed his gaze towards Miami. "Yeah, that would be nice, as I'm tackling a pretty broad and sensitive subject. I know Adam means red clay. What does Abel mean? What does Cain and Eve mean? I'm not a Hebrew scholar, but I recognize some of the letters, the shin, the aleph, the bet, but I can't read it. I'm on a mission from God, and I need some help." I smiled and laughed. You're John Belushi now. Jake and Elwood getting the gang back together again, huh?" "No," I said. I was glad he got the reference, as his roots are in the Chicago South Side. "Really, I was working in Dominica and rapping the third Pirate sequel." I saw a talking lion in a waterfall, and less than 2 weeks later I have a partial script, a leading actress with box office success, total funding, and a commitment to get a distributor. And right now I'm here with one of the greatest legal minds of this or any other century. I appreciate the flattery, JW, but it's not needed. I'd help you no matter what. You're like one of my nephews. He held up the pitch sheet. Leave this and meet me tomorrow for coffee at the Fountain Blue. I'll bring Jonathan. Bring whatever script you have, ideas, whatever. I know why the lion was talking to you. He's the lion of the tribe of Judah, the same tribe David and Solomon came from. This is the kingly tribe, and he's probably tired of people saying we came from apes. Nobody can make all this beauty, the plants, animals, great expanses of water, foods, people, and then insult the Creator and put it all down to chance. Look at the enclosure. It cost me $300,000 and took you 6 months to construct. It didn't just show up. Everything built has a builder. That's the way it is. I've seen this actress, and yes, I know what she's called. I think she'd be perfect for Eve. We chit-chatted a bit more, and then I went back to the marina and gave the dock boy a nice $20 tip. Did you top it off? I asked. Yep, he answered. I didn't know you knew Morty. He's one of my favorites. Me too, I thought. Some people are just good people. I drove the boat up the coast and back to the dock in about 20 minutes. I was thinking about Morty and his Jewish heritage. He was not against Jesus per se, but he never embraced the gospel for the forgiveness of sin. I knew then that I had to connect the lineage of Jesus all the way back to Adam and the promise of the seed. I didn't want to shed light on the two different genealogies from Matthew and Luke and the reasons for their differences. Whether those were from Levitical definitions or the natural parents, or whether or not the genealogies were from Mary or Joseph, the stepdad of Jesus, I wanted to connect Jesus' genealogy back to Eve in the garden. It's obvious that the scriptures place a great emphasis on the fact that Jesus had no earthly father, and that Mary immaculately conceived by the power of the Holy Spirit. I was not ready to sketch out exactly what I wanted to do, but I knew that without divine intervention, my script and my filmmaking would fall flat. There would be a crucial turning point in the film that would help my friend, Morty, not only see Jesus as the Messiah, as predicted by Isaiah, but also the very human son of Adam descended from Eve. I knew mankind had never been able to discover the Garden of Eden, and I knew that secular scientists had taken over every university publication the world over. They actively promoted not scientific data, but their worldview that there was no God, and consequently mankind could do as they pleased without any consequence. They completely disregarded all moral imperatives. This was a tragic view, and not one based on science, but based solely on preference. If you kick the can down the road far enough, eventually it'll end up in the ditch. Oh, evolution happened billions or even trillions of years ago, therefore we can't discover how it began. Biblical thought stated that God created the heavens and the earth, and that God made man in his own image, a body, soul, and spirit. God had even planned for the redemption of mankind when they were deceived by Lucifer to disobey and rebel. I asked myself what version of creation fits with the day-to-day realities. Are we sad when people die and are buried in the earth, dust to dust? Do we value those who contribute to the overall good of society by proclaiming freedom, curing diseases, making peace treaties, building cities and countries, and creating important inventions to make our lives easier? Do we honor those who slaughter and imprison? Are our universities named after Idi Amin, Hitler, Stalin, Mao, and Genghis Khan? Or do we name our institutions after our saviors? Louis Pasteur Institute, Mother Teresa Hospital, George Washington University, St. Francis Mercy Corps, Jonas Salk Vaccines, Oliver and Wilbur Wright Airlines, and Henry Ford Automobiles? The answer was staring us all in the face. Inside each of us, we desire love and companionship. We want to be loved, and we want to love others. We create families and make attempts to leave legacies. No one wants to believe he or she exists because of happenstance. We're wonderfully made, crafted in the womb by a God who knows our beginning and our end, and created us for a purpose. That was my challenge, and the more I meditated on it, I realized I did not have to actually convince anyone of anything. I only needed to pull back the curtain far enough and long enough that the engraved world mindset could be exposed to a new reality. The truth of the heart and the longing for love could overcome and destroy the falsehood that existed in our minds. The dark web of lies could be exposed and forever swept into oblivion. If only people could see that there is a God who made them, loves them, and wants nothing more than to spend eternity with them. It was doable. One of my favorite passages in the Bible reads, "With God, nothing is impossible." So many times we say that God is all-powerful, but we live like He can hardly move a pebble on our behalf. It was time for me to step up my own faith. Yes, I knew many people had died in faith, not having received their promises. But today, we live in a different day and time. There's a massive, hungry world, and millions were thirsting for knowledge of the truth. I knew that the answers would have to come on multiple fronts. No one person could change the opinion of everyone, but plenty of people in history had made enormous impact. Some of these have been extremely negative. Mao Zedong wrote a red book that destroyed the lives of untold millions. The sayings of Mao were massively distributed, and freedom of religion, especially Christianity, was abolished. Even today, we see the stark reminders of what life is like without personal freedom. It is bleak indeed, and millions march lockstep to lives of fear and misery.
Chapter 8. New Paths.
Michelle and I got together a few times a week. It was busy season for her in the furniture business. Most of her upscale customers were returning as winter began all over the U.S. and the snowbirds descended. I visited her and she visited me. We had coffee dates, dinner dates, and walks on the beach. But more and more she became my partner, a partner in prayer. I would discuss a funding issue like securing the right person for a position on the film or getting a permit, and we would say a prayer. We would bring it up again and again. Eventually, I would inform her to the answer to these prayers. Seeing so many divine responses fed our desire to pray for even bolder requests. As we saw the answers appear time and again, we wanted even more. Having a close working relationship with the Creator was more than addictive. It was transformational. Michelle never asked me about my agent or how the international distribution deals were coming along. She was not aware of her father's role in the film yet either. I guessed her father wasn't talking about it yet and was simply waiting to see how our relationship would develop. "Hey," I called to her as we rode our bikes down by the port on our way to get some Cuban coffee. "I heard back from the county commission in East Naples. He's going to grant our permit, at least conditionally." "Really? What happened to his 'no way, no how' response?" she asked. "Well, I asked my dad and mom to pray, and they mentioned that one of their school friends had a church in Everglades City. They were one of the few congregations to survive the hurricane. Dad called them up, and that person contacted the county and told them it would be a good idea. Now, in addition to getting a permit, we can also use the church soccer field and bathroom facilities for our production crew. The actors will still stay on the island, but the crew will stay in trailers on site. There are only a few hurdles to overcome, but it looks like a sure thing." "That's great, Johnny. What about the completion bond for the film? Did that go through? Any pushback from Teddy's people?" she asked. We stopped to take a rest, and I looked over at the cruise ships in the harbor. The average boat towered over the water like a high-rise apartment building. It was amazing how much world travelers spend on entertainment, travel, and food. I was no stranger to it myself, staying in 5-star hotels worldwide. For many shoots, I had flown to location in first class as well. I was hopeful that our project could reach those somewhat insulated from the suffering of the world by their wealth. Many people come face to face with suffering in their final years, but I was hoping to make a difference in the way people lived their day-to-day lives. I know it's hard to get people to change their opinions and ideas, But I also know that when light exposes darkness, oftentimes it shows a surface, dirty, ugly, and corrupted, and many would run to Jesus asking for the change. No one wanted to live in a world of self-interest and sin, at least not when given a way out. Yeah, looks like we got that too. We'll see if they send over a completed bond. We only had to put up 2% of the budget. That's a low rate for a bond. Some charge 4%. Hey, I want to let you know, Maddie's coming in with a new actor. She found him at an acting class. He's a former college basketball player, and she wants him to play Adam. What's his name? She asked. Can he act? Vinny Arborita from the Dominican Republic. He's 6'6", and he turned down the National League draft. I guess he wants to act. We'll see. I looked down at my watch. They're landing now, and they're going to get a ride share here. Overhead, a plane was coming in low. That's probably them, I laughed. Right on cue, Michelle responded. Well, why don't we get a few coffees and wait for them? And let's pray that God will show you the right people for this cast. You're reenacting the beginning and the original two humans. I think you have a great Eve. And let's see if we get the right Adam. What are you doing about the whole clothing issue? Well, I've been giving it some thought. I'm going to have them wear pretty tight bodysuits that cover up the sensitive areas, and then we'll digitize and blur out the areas that might get us an R rating. So no nudity? Michelle asked. Maybe a small blurred amount during the underwear swim scenes, but nothing above ground. The viewer will see different shapes, but no details. And of course, Eve has long hair and Adam spends a lot of time gathering food, so we'll have a sack placed strategically near his privates. Michelle and I started praying. The area we were in was perfect. Because of the huge ships, most people didn't come down to the park. We had a private spot, and we shared a small table in a tiny grove of palm trees. The prayer time was amazing. I felt God moving heaven on our behalf. That night, I went home tired. I made a brief call to Michelle and told her how much her prayers had meant. Right off the bat, we were putting God right in the middle of our relationship. I hung up and checked my email. I had one from Maddie, and it was about Antoine Levy's shoot time. He could not play Adam due to previous contract scheduling obligations, but he could either play the first villain in the Bible, Cain, or do the character of the walking God. He was open to either, but I knew what would get us in with the distributors. I was hoping he'd be the walking God. I decided to check up and study more on the Hebrew words and meanings in Genesis. I knew they were the key to the real story. The Bible was a literary work, and as such, it utilized many literary styles. There were parables, metaphors, and personifications. An example is when God likened himself to an eagle with wings. Foreshadowing was used when God told Satan that Eve was carrying the very seed that would bring his destruction. There were alliterations, like the longest chapter in the Bible, Psalm 119, starting with the entire Hebrew alphabet. The Bible had metaphors where God compared two things that normally did not even relate, and similes where comparisons are made to allow the reader to visualize. The very words tree of the knowledge of good and evil are a simile. And I wondered why we always associated the fruit on the tree only with evil. Did we not see that the tree had the knowledge of both? Did Satan tell a truth and tell a lie at the same time? Was the father of lies capable of telling the truth when it served his purposes? I believed he was. I had to ask myself, what was the good knowledge that was contained in the tree? Was there a universal goodness to this world that survived even the disobedience of Eve and Adam? Surely, as a people, much good is practiced worldwide. Fathers work hard to support their families and love their wives and their children. Mothers love their children and their husbands and care for their family. People generally have a good understanding of what is right and moral and what is wrong and corrupt. Even people that don't ascribe to be followers of the good book instinctively know the difference. The question was, where was I to end my story? Should I have one section in the garden, make the conclusion, and then wrap up with the angels casting Adam and Eve out? Then what about Cain and Abel? And why did the Lord cast man out? Genesis said, we need to keep them from eating the fruit from the tree of life. Why did God proclaim death to mankind when we were actually made to be eternal? Adam is recorded to have lived nearly 1,000 years, and many after him lived pretty close to those numbers. I believe this was because Eden would cease to be a paradise when man ceased to follow God. Adam and Eve hid. They were shamed. God asked them to admit to what they had done, but instead Adam blamed his mate and she blamed the snake. They never said, "We're so sorry, God, for disobeying. Please forgive us." Perhaps if they did, it would have been possible that God would absolve them right then and there. We will never know, because it's a certainty they did not ask for forgiveness. God did not sacrifice an animal for their sins. He killed an animal to make clothing for them. Their sins were not covered by blood until He came in human form. The Word became flesh and bore the curse on the tree. He paid with His own blood on Golgotha. I realized that the very word for Yahweh, the sacred name the Hebrews used for God, meant literally, behold the hand, behold the nails. Hey Vav, Hey Yad in Hebrew was read right to left, so it is actually Yad or arm and hand, and Hey, behold man with hands raised up. Vav, which is a nail, and Hey, again a man with arms raised up. For the entire Old Testament, God was proclaiming that He would become a man. When Moses saw God in the burning bush, he wrote that he saw Malek, an angel with his arms lifted up on nails. It was a picture or vision of crucifixion. This was many years before the Romans invented this form of slow death and torture. They saved this cruel method for the worst criminals and to discourage anyone from rebelling against their tyranny. How much was the seed going to be related to mankind? Why was it just the seed of a woman? Was the Holy Spirit going to bring God's seed into Eve's womb? Was it Adam that was truly guilty? He had first-hand instruction from God not to eat from the tree. Eve came along after he had named all the animals, which had to be quite some time later. When Adam ate of the tree, was he telling God, "I prefer Eve and following her over following you"? Was this the seed of rebellion that caused God to cast him out? Was this the seed of rebellion responsible for God becoming man without the use of the male seed, but only the female egg? I believe it was, and I knew somehow that I would have to illustrate that. If I was going to cover the origin of mankind in a movie, I had to show the truth, or at least as much as I could learn of it. Before I slept, I prayed, "Dear God, you said if anyone lacked wisdom that you would supply it. I certainly lack wisdom. Please help me today and supply what I need. I thank you so much for the funding, but what I need is much more. I need to tell the story that I was created to tell. You said that you knew me before I was born. You said I was appointed for good works from the very foundation of time. What could be better than to help share your message clearly and visually with a world that has been deceived into believing that you don't even exist?" I prayed as I went to sleep, but I was not prepared for how quickly my prayers would be answered.
Chapter 9. The Dream.
There's a long history recorded in the Bible concerning dreams. I wasn't at all an expert, but I had heard about the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar and the dream he told to Daniel. I knew about the Pharaoh's dream that Joseph not only discerned supernaturally, but also interpreted. I was pretty used to dreaming. I had had my fair share of dreams that seemed way beyond the normal scope of existence. It was amazing to me that God would answer my prayers so quickly. The intense dream I was having was very different. I felt I was actually there in person, watching a TV or holographic-like projection on a big screen. It was a theatrical environment, but there were only 8 seats in the screening room. The other occupants were angels, real ones. I felt comfortable. They were wearing long white linen garments, and several had blonde hair with gold bands around their foreheads. Others had wings that were not fully extended, but tucked behind them to allow them to walk about freely and pass one another without colliding. A beam of light was shining down from above, and it was similar to a laser projection. It was more three-dimensional than a hologram, and the air became warm and fragrant. The smells were beyond my ability to even register, and it was overwhelming but intoxicating at the same time. I don't really know why, but I just froze in one space. I was suddenly by a tree that was so high I could not see the top. It was like being in New York City and looking into the air above me and seeing a 70-story building. But instead, I realized I was looking at a tree. I would never find its equal on Earth. It had a trunk over 100 feet around. From the tree, astonishing red-flowered thick vines came down. It was hard to see what they were attached to, as they just looked like incredibly long gymnastic ropes. If I had wanted to climb up, I know I could have. I looked at the river in front of me and saw multitudes of floating flower pods and water lilies over 8 feet in diameter. I walked over to the river and stuck my foot out to find out that I could just walk on top of it. My feet were cooled, but the texture of the water was like that of a couch cushion and amazingly soft. I could see the myriads of fish and sea life underneath. It was beautiful. I heard choruses of birds as they were singing, and it was in harmony and sounded like a high-octave Vienna boys' choir. I looked behind me and realized they were singing to me and welcoming me to their paradise. They could not talk, but they could and did sing. They flew in formation over me, making the sign of the cross. I realized the entire universe embraced the cross and the self-sacrificing death of the world's creator, showing once and for all that no matter what a person did or how far a person had run, they could always be forgiven. I was whisked away to a rainbow arch, or rather a series of arches with 6 different landing points, all meeting in the middle. I could feel a pulsating combination of light and sound. It was as if the sound came up through my feet and took over my heart. I was in awe, and the top of the arch seemed like it was a distance beyond measurement. The colors were so real that they reflected off my arms and legs. The 2 angels that had joined me took my hands between them as we slowly drifted to a height where we could see everything. Heaven was much more vast than anyone could describe, and there were forests and mountains. Some were covered with snow, and some were covered with flowers and trees. There were sandy beaches and coves with majestic palm trees, and there were waterfalls of unfathomable beauty. There were multiple star showers and comets sailing by, often revealing winged horses and chariots. Everywhere in heaven, you could sense a total overflowing of love that was beyond earthly description. The rainbow was heavy, and it was like walking on thick moss. It gave in with every step, and the angels motioned me to ride it down as it descended into a huge forest with trees taller than redwoods. As we descended, the trees seemed alive, and they happily drank beside a giant stream. I found myself thirsty and stopped. The angels left me alone for a moment as I scooped the water with my hands. It was not only cool, but it seemed to energize my stomach. The energy burst through my chest, shooting up to my head and giving me clarity of thought and revelations I had never had before. The Holy Spirit spoke to me. "I've called you to bring many souls here, my son. I have a wonderful place for those who are lost. They can't receive my forgiveness and live here for all eternity unless those whom I've called reach them. Many forces have denied the truth of my death on the cross, and they have denied the name Yahweh, the symbols that I gave from the foundation of time when I promised to crush the serpent's head. My words told everyone of the God-man who would raise his hands on nails. You're trusted with sharing my story from the very creation and fall of your kind, the only beings in existence that have been made in my image and likeness. The angels are not made like you. They're magnificent, but they're not my sons or daughters. They were not paid for in love and blood, as you have been. It is only mankind who bears my image." I knew I didn't have to speak, and my thoughts were alive and audible. Why me, Lord? I thought. I'm a set designer with no theological training. I can barely understand most of the word, and I'm not one who can even fully remember what I've read. "I call the foolish ones to confound the others," the Holy Spirit said to me. "Those who are full of their own wisdom and their own ways bring more harm than good. They fail to dispel the truth of my nature. They fail to show that everything that I do is done with love, and that love is at the very center of this world you're in now. That love is indeed the very center of my being. Knowledge, miracles, and wealth can easily lead one into prideful behavior and thought. Any being that exalts themselves above my presence is both false and destructive. Only love can liberate, and only love opens the eyes of the blind and oppressed. How can your kind cast off their chains? Only through love of my nature and my gift. A gentle breeze formed, and I found myself getting drowsy. I thought to myself, I must sit down. I can't keep my eyes open any longer. I did not realize that the Holy Spirit was filling me with His peace, and that I could never understand it fully because it defied the very way I had experienced life. It crushed and pushed out all negative thoughts, and it made me aware of the plight of millions. I was able to see all the way back to earth. I saw camps full of refugees, and I saw the dead and wounded on battlefields. I saw ocean tsunamis wipe out buildings, bombs upend buses, and concentration camps with brutal guards, barbed wire, and police dogs. I saw mobs in the street wearing skeleton death masks and battling with police in full riot gear. I saw drunken parties with naked people drugged and lost in sin. The more I saw, the more compassion I found growing from within me. It wasn't just compassion as in feeling sorry or sad for someone. It was a compassion that compelled me to finish the mission I was assigned to accomplish. I knew that the truth would set others free. Somehow the truth of mankind's fall, the Father's great love, the Son's sacrifice, and the Spirit's presence was enough to destroy any falsehood. The serpent had indeed grown larger. At the time he was introduced in my story, he had only influenced 2 people. Now he was working throughout the world with minions that were doing his bidding and buying into his many misleading proclamations. The devil's most pervasive and erroneous thought, that somehow a created being could rule and dictate the very purposes of creation itself, was a denial of the drive to find a God who loved with all of his being. The truth now was that creation itself had been distorted beyond recognition by Satan's lies, and countless billions had suffered and were needlessly suffering because of his distortions. I wasn't sure what I would tell Michelle. I felt like she was the missing piece of my life. When God looked at Adam, He said it wasn't good for Adam to be alone. All the animals had mates, and Adam being alone was not healthy. I'd been alone so long that I barely noticed it. I ate alone, sometimes poorly, and I stayed up watching TV alone. I traveled alone, even to some pretty exotic places. I took airplanes, went to appointments, and went to the movies by myself. I disregarded the stares of others and had to learn to enjoy my own company. And now I saw that could change. I was holding out for a woman who would compliment me. She would not criticize me, but help me overcome the blind spots that singleness had brought into my life. I knew I'd found her. Yes, part of me worried about losing her as well. What if I did not measure up? What if she could not forgive my shortcomings? I'd been there before, with people who expected me to be perfect. I didn't want to go back. I sat down and decided to write her a poem. Almost I missed you. Almost you slipped away. Almost our lives were on different paths that almost did not meet. Almost my life was empty. Almost my love unsung. Almost I couldn't finish a life I knew had just begun. Almost our hearts were sorrowed. Almost relief unfound. Almost cries unheeded, tears fallen on fallow ground. Almost I wrote my future. Almost I sailed alone. Almost I faced the sunset and left behind an empty home. Almost I just quit trying. Almost believed the lies. Almost I thought of dying. Chapters left that went untold. Well, in truth, it was not my best offering, I know, but it was from my heart, and it described what I truly felt. If I had never met her and never fallen in love, or never exposed myself to rejection, I would simply have faded away like an orphaned, dying soldier, forgotten and buried on foreign soil in a battlefield existing in the memory of no one.
Chapter 10. The Call.
I had to drop by my office to see Teresa. She was so much more than an assistant, and if given the opportunity, she could probably have run a corporation like Disney. She was more multifaceted than a 10-carat solitary diamond brooch worn around a billionaire's neck. She did her thing, and I did mine. Sometimes I just responded to her emails. The company was set up so that she had access to everything, including the right to sign for and pay any bill. She was smart enough, that was for sure. But anyone would freak out when the revenue went up by a factor of 30 times. When the $100 million was deposited, I think she needed smelling salts. It was a vast sum of money, and money that would go much quicker than you would think. The good thing about being funded is that you can do the film. The bad thing is, everyone knows there's a huge basket of money, and like a dead walrus, everyone wants a piece of it. She had told me earlier by email that Damascus Darius Finance wanted to increase the completion bond from 2% to 3%. That sounds small, but that's a whopping 50% increase. We talked briefly, and it became apparent to me that because we were fully funded, they simply decided they wanted a bigger piece of the pie. Fortunately for me, I knew about 7 other companies and was able to give her 3 referrals. So I learned that even after you're financed, never put all your eggs into one basket. Always keep your options open. The camera crew was pretty much locked down and the contracts were back. We were able to get some real pros out of Georgia. They were people of faith that bucked the Hollywood boycott against Georgia for their stance on abortion. I wasn't concerned about craft services, and as far as building the village and the sets, well, that was my area of expertise. The script was coming along, although a bit slower than I wanted, and I was getting a lot of requests for script approval. Some big-name actors wanted to see what we were making. I was praying long and hard, but the vision was coming to me scene by scene and bit by bit. I trusted God, and I knew His plan was coming to pass, but Teresa was getting pounded by the actors' agents, as some needed to read their parts before signing on. "Hey, Teresa, I'm still working on Adam and Eve hiding from God," I said. I saw the list of calls she had to return, one to Melissa Greenberg. "Antoine's agent wants to see his lines," she pleaded. "Do you have anything? I mean, the lines in the Bible are, 'Am I my brother's keeper?' That's not going to fly. What about sending him God's lines? That'd be a better role for him anyway, especially if we need to do reshoots." "Well, take a screenshot of the King James Scriptures and send it to that agent, Miss Greenpants. We're paying that guy $2 million for about 5 minutes of screen time, so they shouldn't be that worried," I lamented. "Ian," Teresa laughed, "Miss Greenpants? What does that even mean? Greedy pants? Melissa Greenberg is just like everybody else, trying to earn a buck." Teresa did not approve of my sarcasm. "Yeah," I said, "I know part of an industry that begs you to give people a start, just a chance, and then twists you like a pretzel when you actually need something. What exactly does she want?" "They'll settle for a brief description of the scenes. Can we do that? They don't need the final lines. I guess Antoine is up for a new Kon-Tiki-style film, and she's trying to get $10 million for him. She's telling those producers that he's earning $2 million for 5 minutes and 4 days on set. Vinny is not as picky. He just wants to be Adam. You can pay him scale and a % of the gross." "Yep," I replied, $500,000 a day just for Antoine to say a few lines. Not bad work if you can get it. Let's see, over 12 hours overtime, so basically we're paying him $40,000 an hour, or about $1,000 a minute. His lunch alone will cost us $60,000. I like the deal on Vinny, but tell him U.S. gross only, not worldwide." Teresa reasoned. "That's more than you pay me in 6 months, unless I have a bonus coming I don't know about." "Sure, you get Antoine not to eat lunch, and I'll add the $60,000 onto your salary. Look, you're one of the producers. If there's a profit, you get 1%. See? I already took care of you," I smiled. I continued checking off my questions one by one. "What about Maddie? When is she finished with her makeup and ready to rehearse? If I could work with them both a bit, I think I could get a little farther on the script." "Boss, you sure you just don't want to see Maddie in her bodysuit? What about your dark-haired Morticia?" Teresa asked. "Won't she be upset?" "Teresa, her name is Michelle, and no, she won't. We're friends and prayer partners, and neither of us is dating anyone else. You saw the invoice I sent over. She's furnishing all our trailers at cost, and her dad is lending us his jet to fly Antoine all the way from Israel, and he's not even charging us for fuel. Can you believe that?" So the old man's rich and connected? Teresa asked. I guess so. Spitz Designs is just where he test markets his designs. They manufacture in Finland, China, Vietnam, Mexico, Brazil, Canada, and Italy. Michelle doesn't talk too much about him, but she volunteered info about the family jet. And he got the lowdown on me from Saul. Michelle just doesn't seem to be the jealous type, but I do get the feeling that if I'm a jerk to her, I might end up swimming with the sharks. Her dad has quite a bit of real estate in Chicago. That's probably how Saul knows him. No, you mean sleeping with the fishes, Teresa corrected. Nope, literally they'd probably chum the waters and throw me overboard, I responded. She's definitely Daddy's little girl. That's probably why she has so much confidence. Teresa checked her email and handed me a note. T-Ball, he's at the coffee shop and he has to see you. He says it's urgent. Old Harry, I said in thought and out loud. What's up with him? I guess the big boys are trying to get the Florida Film Commission to shut you down over union allegations and environmental crap. They're really sifting. They don't want another competitor. And not just one company is behind it. They're putting pressure everywhere. The film office, governor's office, the state senate, and the Collier County Board of Supervisors. He's got an inside track, so you need to get down there. And I'd pray on the way, too, Teresa said with a serious look on her face.
Chapter 11. The Attack.
Well, whenever you're trying to do something right, it doesn't take long before the missiles start flying. I mean, really flying. I called Michelle on the way down and told her I wouldn't be over until early evening. I told her a little about T-Ball and asked for her prayers. I called my dad, but it was Wednesday night and they had their prayer service in Oak Bluffs at the Tabernacle. It was an interfaith event, and even though it was winter, they were meeting in the outdoor venue. I'm sure you're familiar with the term, praying up a storm. Well, that's literally what they did, and I was on their list. They were islanders, living for the summers when the vineyard would fill up with folks from around the USA and the rest of the world as well. They'd be patiently waiting for when ex-presidents, congressmen, and business tycoons would visit places like Vineyard Haven, South Beach, Edgartown, Oak Bluffs, and take in the atmosphere. During the winters, they had more time to devote to prayer. And this time, they knew they were praying for a movie that would impact the kingdom of God, and they were fighting against the gathering tempest. How does the enemy stop something? When does he try to stop something? Well, the Bible is valuable for all circumstances, and it's pretty clear that the enemy tries to stop the movements of God's people before they even start. The enemy tried to stop the Israelites from leaving slavery in Egypt by nearly having Moses killed before he grew to be their deliverer. Through the enemy, Herod killed many young boys in Bethlehem in an attempt to take out Jesus before he could redeem mankind through his death on the cross. Now, I'm not saying that my film had the same kind of significance as the death of the innocents, of course, but the comparisons cannot be missed. I was just beginning my project, and already some big guns were coming straight for me. T-Ball had the inside track, and he worked in the hub of live-action entertainment through Orlando, an organization that had over 130,000 motel rooms surrounding the various resorts. They could easily handle over 2 million tourists per month. There are 24 million visitors a year to Florida, or about 1 in every 10 U.S. residents. Why they would think that my producing a film in southern Collier County with a total population of 400,000 would be threatening to them was unknown. Yet it certainly was. Teresa had gotten a letter requesting site assessments, environmental impact studies, and additional insurance riders for toxic dumping. It was a bit insane for an 8-week shoot. There was talk of the impact on the water and the impact on available hotel rooms. They were even requesting additional permits to bring in our fifth wheels and our catering wagons. We were bringing in at least $50 million to the local economy, and they were whining ceaselessly. It was absolutely tragic. Our office building has a Cuban coffee shop next door, and that's where I found T-Ball. For some reason, he was dressed in a low-profile baseball cap, worn jeans, and he was wearing aviator shades. He got up to greet me, looking around furtively. "Dude," he said, giving me a big hug, "what are you up to? You have the big guns coming out after you." "I guess the word is out that we have funding," I replied. Well, I don't think it's just the funding, T-Ball added. You appear to be a major threat to the powers that be in Orlando. I think they believe you're planning on opening your own attraction, the Genesis Experience. If you heard what was coming down the grapevine, you might freak out. I got you an espresso, that one. I sat down, took a few sips, and let him continue. I was at my lawyer's office just taking care of some of the new patent applications, and I looked over and the firm had a whiteboard presentation. Genesis Project was written there. I stopped and acted like I was using my phone, and I took a few snapshots. You could see the people there. All of them represent powerful organizations. He scrolled through his phone, and sure enough, the evidence of the continued harassment was all over the whiteboard. No wonder we were getting extra inquiries even though we had been stamped through easily earlier on. How many people know about this? I asked. Well, I think they know we're friends. My boss came in asking me about you, T-Ball said, looking guilty. I said I heard about your film, but I hadn't talked to you. They don't know I'm down here. I turned off my phone tracker, and I'm not making any calls. That's why you didn't know I was coming. I stopped in to tell Teresa. If I were you, I wouldn't discuss it anywhere. The phone companies are pretty tight with the entertainment industry, and they like to listen in. You know that. Yeah, I answered. Sometimes I just leave my phone so it won't listen in. I was thinking of investing in a lead case for my car. I'm tired of being tracked. What do you think I should do? I let my dad's prayer group know what was going on, and about the other provocations. I don't think they've broken through with the locals, he continued. Most of the council there works other jobs. Some of your spending is going to affect them, and I mean in a big way. Hotel rooms, gas, food, rental cars, clothing, hairstylists. That all adds up. Get down there and take Teresa. Maybe even ask Maddie to take a trip and do some autographs. Who are they going to pay attention to? A pinstripe lawyer or a beautiful Hollywood star? In other words, go to the mat with them? I asked. Kick them in the knees now, before they get momentum. Get the permits signed off on, and there could be big penalties if they withdraw for any reason. Get all your variances in triplicate. T-Ball shrugged. It's your call, but that's what I'd do.
Chapter 12. Alligator Alley.
Teresa and I took the motorhome down to Collier County. The county seat was called Naples, and that was no coincidence on the name. Tons of wealthy people came there for the South Florida weather and hospitality. It didn't hurt that we had no income tax neither. People could change their residence and save big dollars as well. I updated Michelle on my trip and on what was going on. Her dad, Henry, had a few of his own connections. His former neighbor, Carmel, from Highland Heights, Illinois, had been a big-time attorney for some high-ranking political figures. He had relocated to Florida, and we had a quick meeting scheduled with him the moment we arrived in town. Traveling in the motorhome was unlike any other kind of travel. You were surrounded by couches and a running refrigerator. You could pull over and use the restroom or take a lie-down nap anytime you wanted. The dogs could lounge anywhere, and the stereo was kicking. Teresa settled down and went to sleep, leaving me to beat the drowsiness and nail the drive. The dogs were more than comfortable with her. She was practically like their mom. They settled at her feet, and I called Michelle on the speakerphone. Hey, what did your dad say? Did he talk to my agent, friend Saul, our mutual buddy? I asked. Yeah, she answered reluctantly. Look, Ian, he said to bring you shark repellent. His friend Carmel is pretty connected down there, but for some reason that city government is stirred up big time. They got a call from the governor wondering about the environmental impact of your crew. They were told that if you sue for breach, the state will aid in their legal defense, and what I've told you so far is just the beginning. I chuckled. Well, that seems like a pretty solid start, I said sarcastically. I'm beginning to think we should change locations. They also contacted the FAA to try to get additional restriction on the air traffic as well. This just kept getting better and better. Is there any good news? I asked. Yeah, she answered. How did you know? You wouldn't have just pushed me over the cliff without offering me a rope, would you? I quipped. No, I wouldn't. Carmel is not completely retired. He's licensed here with the Florida Bar, and he's representing the Seminoles pro bono. They have a small island not too far from Marco Island, about 2 miles offshore. They already have clearance from the Bureau of Land Management for a small resort tourist destination. They're totally exempt from the city and county laws, as well as state regulations. No permits are needed for their buildings. So the bottom line is, they want the movie and they want us. The only thing they'll require is that you leave your set standing when it's over. Nothing gets torn down. They have a landing strip and a small marina with about 20 brand new houseboats already there. They have their own solar power that produces plenty of watts for what we need, and groundwater and sewer treatment already in. So what does Carmel say I should do about the city? I asked. He thinks they'll refund all your deposits, or at least your out-of-pockets. He says to drag it out a little bit and don't settle until the day before the shoot. Just keep everything on the DL and let them think they're winning. Up ahead there was an alligator eating a small deer carcass on the side of the road. Teresa looked and pointed it out to me. I nodded in agreement. Wow, tell your dad thanks. One door closes and another door opens. Hey, I'm jealous, Michelle said. Of what? I asked. God answered your prayers before you even asked. How does that happen? She laughed. 2 Jewish lawyers were coming to help me. One was my agent and family friend, and one was working locally with the Indian tribe. It couldn't get better. I slowed way down, driving 5 miles under the speed limit the whole way through Collier County to Naples. I half expected to be followed by the county sheriff like I was Burt Reynolds in Smokey and the Bandit, but there was no such occurrence. And that was a good thing, considering the beast had no chance of even outrunning a parking meter maid on a Vespa. We had arranged to meet Carmel at a kosher sandwich shop that he owned. It was next door to a Seminole souvenir shop that carried moccasins, stuffed baby alligators, feathers, jewelry, the whole kit and caboodle. Teresa and I parked and got out. We had to leash up the boys. There would be no running off after a deer and finding themselves in a nice Florida alligator stew. Carmel was sitting on a small bench in front, and the place was enjoying a nice lunchtime crowd. We shook hands. Teresa waved, letting the dog sniff around. Those yours? He asked. Yeah, I pointed. Not big enough for the races, but they make great pets. You have to be Usain Bolt to even keep up with them, though. Alex and Norm are their names, and it's hard to tell them apart. No kidding, Carmel said with an amused look on his face. So you heard about Collier, Naples, and the whole stinking state? The big boys want to take you out before you even get into the ring. Carmel was enjoying his cream cheese and lox bagel. Yeah, I smiled. My buddy T-Ball gave me a heads up from a whiteboard he saw in Orlando. You don't want to sue them? Carmel asked, arching his eyebrows upwards. Nah, I just want to make a movie. You think we can? Should I make the rounds at City Hall? I told them I was coming down, I said, looking for advice. Nah, don't talk to them and don't answer any letters, calls, emails, nothing. We'll just let them think you're still coming, Carmel said, taking another bite of his bagel. Only you never actually show up. Teresa came over and shook his hand. He was a big and powerful man, and he took quite the shine to my assistant. She was a Jewish girl of Russian and French descent, and they definitely had a vibe between them. So, you're friends with Michelle's dad, and you know Saul Rubenstein? I asked. Yes, I helped her father with some Teamster issues and even some permits. We'll still stay in touch. Rubenstein and I went to the same school, and Saul is a good guy. He looked straight at me. You must be something for Michelle to be dating you. Saul told me good things. What do you mean? I asked, looking at him with a puzzled expression. I just met her getting some furniture, and, well, we hit it off. Teresa had politely checked out of the conversation and walked over to the dogs. Her dad and mom have been trying to get her dating for years, Carmel said. She's an only child, hence the lifeline. Then you come around, a South Florida boy, handsome, filmmaker, to sweep her away. All the Warren buzzers would normally go crazy here, but you're trying to make a film about the book of Genesis. Why did you decide to do that? Mr. Carmel, I said, looking at him right in the eyes. It wasn't my idea. I was working on the Blackbeard films in Dominica, and when no one was around, I saw a line in a waterfall. I had a vision, and in the vision the line spoke to me about making this film. A line? Carmel asked. Like a real lion? Like Lion King? No, It was a vision of a talking lion, but this was not an ordinary lion. This was the Lion of the tribe of Judah. Jesus Christ is from the tribe of Judah, which is the same tribe that King David and Solomon were from. In my vision, the lion told me to tell the story and to show the world what it was like before the tree of the knowledge of good and evil was violated. What do you mean the tree was violated? Carmel asked. Adam and Eve could have eaten from any tree except just one. They only had one command from God, and that was not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. They failed to obey, of course, and ate the fruit from that tree. That is where sin, condemnation, shame, and the mess that we find ourselves in now originated. That's also why God had to become fully human in the flesh and pay the price on another tree for their sin and all the subsequent sins of mankind. When there's a crime, someone has to pay. In this case, God took the full punishment upon himself. That's what I want to show, that the Garden of Eden, the serpent, the temptation, all of that was very real. I also want to show the contrast of life before the fall and after they were kicked out of the garden to live among the thorns. That's why Christ wore a crown of thorns on Calvary, and many believe that Golgotha, the hill outside of Jerusalem, was the same place that God made the covenant with Abraham. Remember that Abraham was a great man of God, willing even to sacrifice his only son. You mean when Abraham told Isaac to lay on the altar and was going to offer him up? Carmel arched his eyebrows, and I wasn't surprised that he knew the Bible stories. Yeah, he was willing to do so, but God brought a ram that was caught in the thicket, and they sacrificed that instead. It wasn't just Abraham who was willing, but Isaac lay on the altar trusting God with his life. This was the same spot where Jesus died at Golgotha. It was also known as Mount Moriah. Carmel looked over at Teresa. You're Jewish, French Jew, right? Yes, Teresa said, and I'm a Holocaust descendant. I also believe that Jesus Christ is God in the flesh, and that he paid the ultimate sacrifice for everyone, including me. It doesn't surprise me that powerful organizations would band together and try to stop us. The temple leaders banded together to bring down Christ with false testimonies. So why should it be any different for his followers now? I've been wrestling with this, Carmel said. My wife recently converted, and my daughter as well. They call themselves Messianic Jews, and they still observe our holidays, but they believe that Christ is the Messiah. They're awaiting his return as well. I'd like to follow Christ too, but do you think it's even possible for an old wretch like me? Wow, he was very serious, and he had tears in his eyes. I've done many things I'm not proud of. I'm sure people died and families were destroyed in my pursuit of my own brand of law and justice. I know I'm not a good person. I can't say I'm a good person so God will let me into heaven, because I'm not, and he won't. I walked over and sat directly next to him. I put my arms around his shoulders. Look, for centuries, misguided Christians called the Jews the destroyers of Christ. They couldn't have been farther from the truth. All of us have sinned and fallen short of God's glory. There is no one that is justified or righteous. Christ was like Isaac in that he freely offered himself. There were no strings attached to his offer. He looked at the cross where men had hung naked on nails. This was a horrible torment, and sometimes a man could hang there for days before he finally died. Jerusalem was full of crosses. They crucified hundreds of the criminals and political dissidents so that people would live in fear of the tyranny of Rome. Christ volunteered to go through such a horrible death because there is something in you that is worth his great sacrifice. Pray with me, sir. We prayed right there together. He poured out his heart and confessed his sins. He acknowledged Jesus as his Savior and promised to live for him the rest of his days. Teresa joined us, putting her arm around him as well. I feel like a great weight has been taken off me, Carmel said quietly. Everything is different. Jesus told Nicodemus, a Pharisee, that you have to be born again, I said. Now you've just been born again. This is not a physical birth, but a spiritual birth. Your old self, your old life, has been crucified with Jesus. You're dead to the law, so you can live with faith. a life pleasing to God. Following the commandments is a sign of love, not fear. Teresa smiled at him. I'm ready to see the island, this paradise of yours. And the best thing is, you know you'll be in paradise when you die.
Chapter 13. The Island.
Carmel's boat was 34 feet long and had twin engines. The boys stood at the bow, their jowls flapping in the wind. It was a marvelous trip, all 5 minutes of it. Even though it was only a mile or two offshore into the Gulf, it was still a good 20 miles south of Naples, and technically not in Collier County. Even if they got wind of our new plans, there was absolutely nothing they could do to stop our film. We pulled into the stateside harbor, where a tall Seminole Indian was working as a dockhand. His hair was pitch black, and he was wearing a sleeveless plaid shirt with clam digger khaki pants and Doc Martens sandals. When he smiled, he showed off one of his missing front teeth. Jacob, the big attorney greeted him. Would you check the oil and top us off? We have a meeting with Catherine and Dolly. The dogs were first out, jumping onto the small dock. Sure, Mr. Carmel, Jacob shared. Are these the filmmakers that are going to transform us into the Garden of Eden? Yes, I answered as I stuck out my hand. I'm Johnny, and this is Teresa. Is that golf cart for us? Yep, he answered, and you can take it across to the building side. You'll see the woman chiefs there. Carmel peeled off a $100 bill. Thanks, friend. We'll probably be a few hours, so if you want to take her for a spin, go ahead. Come around in a bit and pick us up on the other side. You're driving, Carmel said to me as Teresa settled into the back seat and he sat shotgun. The road wove through a pretty thick forest. The trees weren't high, but it was definitely a small and dense jungle. The road was pretty well maintained with very few potholes, but there were big truck tracks that went deep into the ground. We had to negotiate a path right down the middle of the tracks, and a few times we went airborne. People would probably come to this place just to ride golf carts, Teresa said to me. Especially with this kid driving, Carmel commented. Did you miss your Formula One calling? I laughed, enjoying the bumpy ride. We pulled into a large clearing. It was spectacular. There was an exotic flower garden and vines hanging from swaying palms. The setting was complete with southern pine and mangrove trees. It was really something to behold. Construction had started on multiple structures, and the buildings were going to have a footprint of 100,000 square feet. There were over 40 cottages set up already, and they were as charming as anything I had ever seen in New England. They all had large verandas and were literally shaded by a forest of trees. A dirt path connected them together. It was like a hobbit neighborhood. Dolly and Catherine, 2 older Seminoles, were very tall. I'm guessing they were in their mid-60s. They were wearing gardening gloves and came over to greet us. Chehutamo, which is Seminole for hello, is how they greeted us. Chehutamo, Carmel responded. Catherine and Dolly, I'd like you to meet my new friends Ian and Teresa. I got out and greeted them with a bow, and Teresa gave them both a firm handshake. Are you letting Jacob drive your boat around? What will you do if he crashes it? Dolly joked. I think you must be a brave man, Catherine added. Carmel laughed. Well, hopefully he'll be okay, but me? I would just tell my insurance company, hey, buy me another one. Your brother is good with boats, Catherine, so don't worry so much about him. Soon when the hotel is finished and visitors start arriving, there'll be many boats. It's best he practices on mine. I don't mind a scuff or scrape or two. Dolly, do you still make that mean alligator stew? Dolly thought for a moment and said, No, but I've found a great recipe for alligator jerky. It tastes just like chicken. Do you want to take a bag back? The dogs smelled her large pockets. Here you go, guys. She threw them 2 huge jerky pieces. Those are made of the big ones. I made them from the tails. I only get the big gators, the ones over 20 feet. Most of them are scarred up and hardly have any teeth. Yeah, Catherine added. It's lucky their eyes don't see either. Otherwise, you wouldn't be with us. You've come to check out the island to film, right? Catherine moved her hands in a grand gesture. We built all of these, and we call them Love Shacks. They're quite comfy, and each unit has a full kitchen, bathroom, and drop-down Murphy bed. They also have Wi-Fi and ceiling fans. So far, we have 40 of them, which should be enough for your crew. You didn't come into the marina, but we're building on the Gulf side, too. We have 8 huge houseboats that are over 100 feet long. They each have 20 rooms. We're going to use them for overflow once we open the restaurant and excursion. You're not doing a casino? Teresa asked. You're funding this only as a tourist island? Yeah, Dolly said. We prayed about it, and we felt God saying there would be no gambling. People have it bad enough now without us adding more temptation. And gambling brings prostitution, AIDS, drugs, and pushes meth use way up. What we're building is called the South Florida Island Experience. This whole island will have zip lines, challenging hiking trails, and obstacle courses. We have a tourist path that you can go on that is expert class. We have teams of four-wheelers that go very quickly, or the less adventurous can go much slower using the golf carts. The paths go through the jungle areas and all along the whole island. This entire island is 12 miles long and 7 miles wide. Outside of the Everglades, it's the biggest piece of undeveloped land left in Florida. It's like a missing Caribbean island. Come, here is where we want you to build your Garden of Eden.
She took us to a lovely low-lying area.
There were multiple species of very tall trees, and the foliage was thick. The place was teeming with wildlife, and the setting was indescribable. Amazing, I said. We can make a huge tree of life there, the forbidden tree of the knowledge of good and evil over here, and construct artificial streams around them. We can do the gates of Eden that are guarded by the 2 angels over there by that small hill. There's just one rub, Ian, Dolly stated. There's not going to be any fee for the use of the property, our electricity and water. We'll even supervise any trash removal. The landing strip is free to use, and there'll be at least 100 roustabouts to help you with whatever you need. There's a building by the new marina that already has 200 golf carts, all on trickle charge. We have natural gas 4x4s, nearly 100 gasoline 4x4s, and a pretty big fleet of sea-doers as well. So what's the rub? Teresa asked. Well, Mr. Carmel showed us your plans for Genesis. We want you to leave all your robotic animals, all the sets, and whatever's here from creating the film. This will help us to become a highly desired tourist destination. We can do that, I said. They're yours, plus all the software programs that run them. We can help train your people on the gear and give you our spare parts as well. We also want you to upgrade your construction materials and add at least 3 to 5 coats of epoxy to the models. You can use fiberglass, carbon fiber, or Kevlar for the underlayment, but without the additional cost, they won't last for our initial 7 seasons. We'll leave the materials up to you, but you have to make them durable enough to last for 7 years of continuous outdoor use. Yep, we can do that too, I added as I grabbed from my sketch pad. If we could use your building for the extra drying time and bring in some large diesel generators for the dryers, we can add 3 layers pretty easily. Generally, they take about 2 to 4 hours to dry and cure. With the money we're saving on the location, who knows? They may last 80 years. What about jobs for your people? Carmel questioned. I looked over what Teresa sent. You mentioned roustabouts. We'll need someone to run them, and they'll be paid. We'll also need some green screen suited actors for the giraffe models, lion models, really for all of them. We could start training your people as well. We wouldn't need to have them come to Dade County, I added. I worked it out with the community college to give them training for 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. These will be intensive classes, and we have 50 dorm rooms they can stay at. They'll be paid for the training as well. I continued, I don't see any need to put out an open call if you already have tribal members to fill all these positions. I know with your gator tracking business, most of your people are going to be physically fit, which is the main requirement. When you wear one of those green suits for long hours, they're hot and heavy. You have to have stamina. Carmel's boat approached as I was speaking. A horn went off, and 3 young kids jumped in and began swimming to shore. They were joined by dolphins swimming beside them. I would think you heard about the Paradise Island dolphin experience. We have 10 pods that have been living here for years. It's going to make the Paradise Island adventure look amateur in comparison. And you can use the dolphins in your movie as well. Even the sharks, barracuda, and octopus give 'em wide berth," Catherine added. "I do have scenes written with Adam in the water," I answered. "How many pages was it, Teresa?" "You have a pretty long scene where Adam is naming the different sea creatures, and he's holding his breath underwater while they swim around him. That small pod of dolphins can't stay still, and they begin doing aerials. It's one of my favorite scenes," Teresa added. "Dolly uses them as her anti-alligator force," Catherine said. "Yeah, sis, you would too. Once an alligator is body slammed by one of those guys going 30 miles an hour, they'd get the heck out of there. 2 or 3 slams and that gator will have a bloody death." Carmel looked over at Jacob. "Do you want to go for a ride, my little beauty? You can show us some of the points of interest on the island. What do you say?" We all agreed and got aboard. We cruised by the houseboats, and they were enormous. They looked more like barges. I knew there would be plenty of accommodations for my entire crew and all the actors. No one would have to stay off island, except maybe the guests. There were a few workers here and there, mostly the electricians. The fuel tanks were huge as well, and I knew that their resort plans would be a success. People were looking for more ways to be interactive. What better way than an island experience with nearby alligators, nature, and wildlife in southern Florida, combined with unique places to stay and different adventures? It was no Club Med Island, but it was certainly wonderful. I could see how a major film studio setting up a Tree of Life and Tree of Death was going to be wonderful for them, and for us. It was truly a gift from God. The trip around the island was unbelievable. Did I finally discover Eden? Who knows? But we were going to be underway working to create it very soon. I marveled at how God was taking care of me. It was quite incredible.
Chapter 14. The Beginning.
We had worked out an amazing deal with the Seminoles for the use of their island. Collier County officials kept sending us requests and forms by email, asking for new permit applications. They even reached out by phone a few times. I think it finally became clear to them about 3 months later that we were ignoring them. We never requested our application fees back. We had never completed the paperwork for the land we were going to be leasing, so we let them keep that deposit as well. We followed sound advice and kept everything out of sight. Because construction was already going on at the resort, and because it was located near the county but offshore, it wasn't officially county jurisdiction. The land had never been annexed. It was clearly sovereign land by treaty with the federal government. We weren't publishing things in the trades either. Yep, different agencies knew that we were hiring assistant directors, costume and makeup personnel, and large numbers of CGI artists. We set up an off-site CGI farm in Lauderdale, away from any political pressure the entities in Orlando could bring. So in the end, all the interference it brought was less money for our state. In some ways it bothered me, but who wanted to get tied up in litigation? Certainly not me. The tree was built, and it was massive. I'd loved the photos of driving through a redwood tree in California, and I wanted that same vibe for our Garden of Eden. The spot we were given was a bit elevated, so without too much effort, you could get up on the tree and see the Gulf of Mexico. Added a reasonable amount of leaves and fruit branches to the tree. I had budgeted $1.5 million for the Tree of Life and another $500,000 more for the forbidden tree of the knowledge of good and evil. I modeled them a bit after living species of trees. The redwood was my model for the Tree of Life and the Balboa for the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The Tree of Life I designed with low-hanging branches that created a walkway up the side of the tree. It wound around and really looked quite stunning.
It was almost like having a climbing wall on the set.
We had a lot of actors wearing green CGI suits, and we were planning on some stunts. Monkey movements, we called them, with monkeys going up and down the tree, complete with aerobatic stunts. Of course, this was a movie with a serious subject. How do you get more serious than the fall of mankind? But I knew it needed some lighthearted moments, too. I had commandeered one of the marina houseboats for the main production office, and it also served as my bedroom and living quarters. Teresa was our full-time associate producer, and Carmel had come on staff as well, handling all the legal details, including contracts, overtime, and SAG agreements. Of course, Saul Rubenstein was still busy signing foreign distribution deals for us. Michelle had taken some time off from Spitz to help us out, and her dad had sent one of his manufacturing reps to run the outlet. She came in frequently and stayed with Teresa in a double bungalow near the houseboats. There were still items being shipped in daily, and we had avoided using any of the marinas around Naples. We were shipping up from Key West, then offloading and transferring to a small 3-engine barge. Teresa had worked out the logistics.
Chapter 15. Construction Days.
The special effects crew was working at a 200,000 square foot warehouse in Dade County, filming the green screen footage of the snake and the various Garden of Eden animals. The building was located close to the college that was housing everyone, and I was going back and forth to both coasts to finish up the designs, supervise the actors, and set the stage for the final placements of our two biggest creations, the trees. They were massive, and I wanted to make sure they were cabled down and could handle even hurricane-force winds. That, of course, was something none of us wanted to see, but still, we needed to be prepared. T-Ball had a friend from Shanghai, Lee Song, that was an amazing software engineer. They had gone to school together in Athens, Georgia. Even though the Bible was illegal in China, Lee read and memorized the scriptures in Mandarin. He became a noted scholar on the history of Christianity in China dating back to 600 AD, or over 1,300 years before Mao threw Christians out of China, labeling them Westerners. T-Ball was calling. "We're coming," he said. "No one can figure out what you're doing with the production. My friend from college, Lee Song, is here to help correct any software bugs. He's not going to charge for his services. His only son attends Florida State, so they're both coming tomorrow. I told him all about the movie, and he wants to meet with you. See you tomorrow." I made a quick phone call. "Hey, Michelle, we got some software guy coming in from Shanghai. Do you think we could have the kitchen cook up something special for him?" Michelle was taking charge of the food. 3 meals a day for the crew of over 100 was getting a little complex. They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I've found that the way to a film crew's heart is the same. Gone are the days of cold and soggy French fries, cold hamburgers, and warm sodas. You have to brew the best coffee and offer good tasting food as well if you want to get the best out of a crew. I imagine that Michelle would not have any challenges with that.
Chapter 16. The First Day.
I always thought it'd be interesting how the first 6 days of Genesis were divided up. The first 3 days there was no life, and then the next 3 days were teeming with life. Humans were created and came into existence on the 6th day. I'm a believer in the 6-day theory. I can make houses and props look old just with the paint I use. I'm sure God could make things look old as well. Perhaps He created our universe with a predetermined age. I wouldn't be able to defend my position scientifically, but this is absolutely possible. And the Word of God, the very Word that had become flesh and dwelt among us, was there at the creation. The very Word that is undeniable to those throughout the world that now call themselves believers. I decided to model my village after the original creation. On the first day, God had created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and there was darkness on the waters. We brought in the bulldozers. Some developers like to work around the existing trees, boulders, plants, and rivers. In my mind, that's like dancing around the subject. Make it your own, take it all out, and reconstruct. We weren't able to bring in the big cats, but we did bring the smaller machines in, and we had 7 of them. Dolly enlisted some of the men in her tribe, and we trained them. We designated certain areas where everything was preserved, too. We didn't slash and burn like they do in the Amazon. We pushed and mulched. We had the biggest mulchers you could find, and we had another crew with smaller trailers hauling it away to make a new berm wall on the south end of the island. They had wanted the material to create a larger, more stable area. The land was low and swampy, and the debris mixed with rock and sand helped to fill it in. They brought in compactors, and each time they brought out another trailer and dumped, they packed as well. Clearing the land took a solid week, and there were over 1,000 trailer loads worth. In the end, we cleared 160 acres. The bulldozers now had the task of separating the land from the water. Dolly wanted a small inland island surrounded by a freshwater pond. We had brought in barges full of clay. I got a permit from the Vineyard Conservation Society, and we dredged up a few boatloads of gayhead clay that had fallen into the Vineyard Sound. It was workable and had the right composition so that it wouldn't just dissipate into the surrounding salt water. They scooped out an area of roughly 8 acres. There were no trees between our man-made lake and the Gulf, so we could easily control the sunsets and the distant shots. We pumped all of the brackish water back into the ocean hundreds of yards out so that it would not affect our beaches. The mini trucks and trailers brought in countless tons of clay, which was spread around the bottom of our wonder pond to keep the water from dripping down into the water table. The third step in the construction was the infilling of the pond and the replanting. We brought up barges of palms of every variety, as well as fruit trees, peach trees from Georgia plantations, barges of banana palms from the Dominican Republic, and even some coconut trees from the Bahamas. Over 7,000 trees were planted, and we laid some sod to do our best to fill the lower sea level areas with a variety of organic mulch. This was comfortable to walk on, and that would be our protective ground cover. We were hoping for a thick layer of moss to reseed and develop since many of the plants were already blooming. It was beginning to look amazing.
Larry Reynolds was my construction foreman,
and he got along well with the Seminole crew. We had worked on 7 different films together, and we were friends. I watched him pay his dues and climb the ranks over the years. He was like a sponge, absorbing knowledge quickly from the people that had extensive experience. He was a quick learner who made innovations faster than anyone. If there was a problem, well, Larry had the solution. I knew we were in good hands for the completion of the set, so I hitched a ride with Carmel back to Dade County to make another check with Michelle on the green screen crew. She sent me a few phone shots and let me know they were ready to make a presentation. They had brought in several trainers and acrobats from the former Ringling training area. It was quite a crew, and I had heard all about the recent progress, but I wanted to see it for myself. The actors were nailing their lines and the camera crew was blocking. We all wanted the live-action actors to be very comfortable interacting with the green suit actors. It was very important to show just how much interaction Adam had with the animals. My cousin was still at my place, watching Freddie, my macaw. I brought the dogs with me. It was rough trying to make good time in the beast, and Carmel had a pretty fast Lincoln Navigator with more than enough room for my dogs. We opted for the Lincoln. "You hear anything from our enemies?" I asked Carmel as we headed over to Alligator Alley on the east coast of Florida. "Dolly's been getting some nosy press inquiries, but since you're leaving everything intact, there's nothing they can do. There's no long-term environmental damage, and you're basically building the resort out. The fact that you're using it for your movie is immaterial. I'm sure they know what's going on. Everyone has drones, and we're only 2 miles into the Gulf. This is going to cost them a lot more in lost profits than if they had just left you alone to make your film. I heard some of these smaller resorts are known for laundering cash." Carmel was able to mention all this while taking a hit off his Montenegro cigar.
"So, you confirmed that there's cartel cash
"Behind some of these hotels and parks?" I asked, taking a sip from my ever-present coffee cup. "Yeah, there's big money being washed and reinvested in the U.S. They have 10 to 20 billion a year to launder. They can't just keep burying trunks of it and buying cars, watches, gold, and jewelry. They're spending big time. I think you should hire my friend. He has a crew of former Navy SEALs, and they run a high-end military-style security crew. It'll cost you $20,000 a week, but it's only for 10 weeks. Carmel continued, "I'm not saying this to alarm you. Chicago was a pretty rough area and pretty resistant. Lots of people didn't want us to clean up the city or improve education. They were fine with men and women blowing their welfare checks on drugs. He lifted his shirt, and there was a 6-inch scar from below his rib cage to below his belt. I got shanked, and it wasn't a small shank either. It cut me deep. I almost bled out. They told me I was clinically dead for 15 minutes, and then bam, boom, I was back. And Viola, here I am. I don't want to see anything happen to you or any of the crew. I took the liberty of calling him, and well, I made the original deal. Teresa cut them a check already, but they haven't cashed it until you give the go-ahead. I've been keeping track of the expenses, and you're under budget nearly $1 million on the clearing, planting, and lake. I say just use them. It'll cost about $500 per man per day. They'll come in and hang around, inconspicuous, and keep a watch over the people and the island itself. The chief ran it by their council, and they're bringing over another barge. This one they haven't told anyone about, and it's called the High Roller. It goes for $10,000 a day, but they aren't charging for any room and board, only the staff salaries. Okay, I agreed. I'm actually glad you got that done. Ask Michelle to add their name for catering and craft service, and we'll feed them too. I'm glad I was baptized in the Holy Spirit. I started speaking in tongues. I mean really speaking in tongues and calling out to God in my prayer language. I don't know what I was saying. The stereo was pumped up with a Grieg symphony played by the Boston Pops. Carmel couldn't tell, but I knew his vehicle was full of the glory of God, and I could feel the power rising up within me. We pulled up to the warehouse Michelle had helped me to rent. I'd seen some live video and some screenshots, but nothing prepared me for how massive this was.
Chapter 17. The Green Room.
Carmel wanted to meet up with a few of his Illinois buddies around Lauderdale. Most of his friends were retired, but they were a pretty accurate news network, and he was very much interested in keeping his ears to the ground. The cartel interference was more than a threat or a rumor. If you've seen the high-rises in Florida, you'll know what I'm talking about. There were hundreds of buildings from South Beach north, each one with multi-million-dollar penthouses perched 50 stories up. It was not something you'd see anywhere else in the world. I called it drug money at work. I never thought they'd fight a Christian film in an Indian tribe, but being ignorant of what was coming didn't make any sense either. We had to be ready for anything they might throw at us. I was glad we were keeping a low profile. It wasn't just the large resort corporations that were trying to take us out. We had to be concerned about the smaller money laundering resorts as well. Before I left, Missy and Dolly had pulled me over and told me about some strange offers they had from someone that wanted to use their island to build a casino. There were more than a few idle threats, but the girls had brought it to their prayer groups and pretty much forgot about it until we told them who we had hired. "Hi, Michelle," I called, seeing her in the distance moving a large prop. "JB," she shouted, "wait right there. Don't move." My dogs didn't listen, and they rushed over, jumping up and licking her. They were practically airborne. Michelle is tough, though. They couldn't knock her over. "You look lovelier than ever," I said. For that, I got a big kiss. I mean it. I'm not just saying it to wrangle a kiss from a very pretty girl. "So, I'm a pretty girl, not a beautiful woman?" she jested. "Well, now you're a pretty girl. I'm sure later you'll be a very beautiful woman," I countered. "This place is amazing. You're all gifted. Every time I come back, it gets better and better. Did you read my script and review the scenes?" "Hey, not so fast at changing the subject, Ian." She was focused on defining my earlier comments. "What do you mean I'll be beautiful later on? How will you know? Do you plan on being around long enough to find out?" My dogs were lying down now, staring at the both of us. Whoever said dogs don't understand was dead wrong. "A man has to have hopes and dreams, right?" I motioned to her. "Without a vision, we perish, and I can't get the vision of you from the forefront of my brain. My Michelle, sweet Belle." I kissed her cheek. "Now give me the tour." I got a punch on the arm. "What was that for? The Beatles song I messed up?" "It was for being sweet but short," she pouted. "You could have drugged that out a bit longer. I know you have the verbal skills." I don't want to use my verbal skills on you," I forged ahead. "I want what I say to really come from my heart, always." A green-suited man ran up to us. "Thanks for hiring us, Mr. Walker. This is the best job I ever had." "Well, I'm very glad. Are you from the island?" I asked. I didn't recognize him. "Yeah, my aunt is the tribal leader, Dolly Ringworld. You know my brother from the marina. He's Jacob." "Both Dolly and Catherine are your aunts?" I asked. "No, Catherine is my mom," he replied. "We have a large family. We're going to be the orangutans and the gorillas. My cousin George is working the giraffe costume. You'll be happy that Lanny, Padrino, and Cruz are great instructors." He pointed at them coaching another actor as they climbed up a rock wall. "Well, I'll give Dolly a good report. I can't wait to see you on the set." "I think it's awesome that I get to move around as a computer creature. I love orangutans. I've only been to the zoo a few times, but they're my favorite." Michelle and I went over, and she introduced me to the Ringling Crew trainers and roughly 70 different green screen acrobats. Some of the actors would be playing multiple roles, and some would work the big poles and move the creatures around. Anything we could actually perform in the real world would make our job easier in the digital world. My dogs were off on their own exploring. "How long will you be back, Ian?" Michelle asked coyly. "Why, do you have something planned, like dinner?" I responded, trying not to be distracted. "Not just dinner, but dinner with my dad. Can you come tonight? We'll come to your house and meet you." "I need to hide the dogs, right?" I asked. "Yeah, my dad Henry is just a different kind of guy. He has a hard enough time realizing that I'm serious about you. Introducing the dogs, too? That wouldn't be smart." "Did you think I'd come back and not set aside time for you?" I asked. "I mean, for us? Don't kid yourself, Michelle. Your dad already knows a lot about me." "I figured you'd realize that sooner or later. You'd have to meet my dad at least, but you're spared from my mom for a bit," she smiled. "Do you know we rented a boat to live on down in Lauderdale? Carmel is meeting with him in about an hour. I don't care what report he has on you. I approve of you." "He's already received information about me from my agent, Rubenstein. Look, Michelle, you're extremely beautiful, intelligent, faithful, loyal, kind, and loving. If you were my daughter, I'd hire the CIA, NSA, FBI, and FAA to do background checks." "You're one of a kind. I just hope I can endure the scrutiny." For that, I got a full-blown kiss on the lips. Michelle and I retreated to her office. The messenger showed up with the paychecks for the crew, and Michelle had ordered catering from Jester's. I was a bit shocked to see the manager, Johnny. "Hey, JW, he laughed, eating a chicken wing. "You like them with the Jamaican jerk sauce? So, your girl tells me we're getting a film credit, right? Otherwise, I have to pump up the per-person cost to $11. "How much are we paying now?" I asked. "Well, I'm throwing in the afternoon snacks, morning coffee and rolls, and doing everything for $10 each meal. That's our best customer discount." "Buddy, let me give you a hug," I said. I looked over, and he had a couple of beautiful girls serving as well. "Who are they?" I asked, looking to Michelle to see if she was okay with the girls. "Oh, yeah," Michelle chimed in. "I'm okay with them. I'm even okay with your friend Maddie. In fact, more than okay. She's staying with me at my house." "Really?" I was taken aback. "What prompted that?" "Look, my man," Michelle took a piece of chicken and started munching. "She's a single lady and a beautiful girl alone in a room full of testosterone-driven men. If she's going to get any rest and do a great job, I figured she needs a hideout. Besides, she's great at canasta and's my new workout partner. We both picked out her Eve outfit. Sorry to tell all the boys, but she's not going to be buck naked, like ever. It's modesty all the way. That's the motto. Modest Eve." Michelle was on a roll. "Well, your boy Adam, Vinny, has some strange ideas about getting ready for the part. He calls it bonding. I say I'm going to bond him on the head. We're keeping him on a short leash. My friends Gloria and Maury have been taking him around and keeping him away from Maddie. Every dog has to have a tight collar." "You're parading him around?" I asked, frustrated. I was a bit shocked. I thought we were keeping this under wraps. How's that going to work out if he's the toast of South Beach? "Oh, he's not hanging out in South Beach. Don't worry about that," she smiled. "They've been jetting him over to Cuba and the Bahamas. He's so drained of adrenaline that he's not even thinking about sex. They had him snorkeling with sharks in Freeport, spearing barracuda, and swimming with the dolphins. They even took him up parasailing. That's enough to keep anyone on edge. My girls have been dealing with these hound dogs before Viagra was even invented." "Okay," I said, a little worried for the poor guy. "It's more important than ever that we keep this thing under wraps." "Oh, did I mention your friend Ben's little prison problem?" Michelle continued. "They put him back in prison, of course, but it seems he's going to get yet another miracle. My dad thinks he can get him out with just time served." "Like a pardon? A federal pardon for time served?" I was shocked. "He's got another 7 years." "Well, he's your friend, and you're like my friend, and my dad, well, he doesn't get to do many favors or use his connections. We have some great Israeli friends who know lots of things about lots of people, and they're willing to share some of those things in order to get Ben out. The feds are already working on a deal. The Israelis know how to make deals, and the ask is from the top." "The president went along with it?" I was shocked. "Really? A pardon? That's crazy." "Yeah, well, not a public pardon. He's getting out with time served so it stays out of the news." She handed me some food. "These are really good. Come here and I'll explain. Ben is your friend. You've become somewhat of a target. I paid him a visit and he's willing to hang with you. He's a lot tougher than you give him credit for. He knows the different cartels and you're going to need extra eyes around you, eyes with experience. We did it for you. My dad isn't cool with drug smuggling or money laundering, but he is cool with us. And without you, there is no us. Get it? You've already got some ex-SEALs on staff." I got a big kiss right on the lips. "Now welcome back, Ian. Finish up and we'll visit with Maddie, Vinny, and Antoine. They're all ready for the shoot. Let your friends help you out." The organization was impeccable. All the crew was working hard, and I knew the second director, Monty Alexander, and camera crew were going to knock it out of the park. I was amazed at how much God had connected the dots in my life. First, there was my vision in the waterfall. Then there was my meeting with Michelle, my friend Ben being healed after going on life support, T-Ball reconnecting with me, my parents coming down, and Maddie lining me up with the billionaire Teddy, who was the source of the film money. And the roadblocks, well, God showed me they were nothing. I excused myself from Michelle for a few moments and went into the small production office. I sat on my small chair in the corner and lifted up my hands. "God, thank you for finding me faithful and for opening doors that no one else could open. You also shut the doors that would have led to my destruction. You said that even if there were 10,000 against me, that you would be with me. God, I know they're coming for us. I don't know when or how, but it is certain. Please protect the actors and the crew. Whatever happens, Lord, I know you're there. Real gold, O Lord, does not burn. Make me a vessel, O Lord, not just of clay, but of real gold, so I'll be useful to your kingdom. Thank you, in Jesus' name." I couldn't help being overcome with joy. It was as if I was floating on a cloud, and outside, I heard the sound of thunder. We had set up another trailer for the main dialogue with Maddie, Vinny, and Antoine in his role as the voice of God, the walking spirit. The dialogue director was doing the stand-in lines for everyone. He was a friend of my dad's who worked for years off-Broadway and retired in Chilmark at Martha's Vineyard. I was lucky to get him. He didn't just work as an actor or director. He taught massive amounts of workshops over the years, and 10 of his pupils had won Tony Awards. Charlie Melcher was known for quality theatrical productions, and it just so happened that he had gone to seminary with my dad before he found his true calling. Michelle was waiting by the door with my dogs. It was raining, but in Florida, that's not rare. We have thunderstorms and torrential downpours frequently, and crazy storms before and after any hurricanes. We can handle the deluge. We ran across the parking lot through the puddles, and the dogs were excited and barking. Michelle had taken off her high heels and was hoofing it barefoot. It was wet and fun. We opened the sliding glass doors and entered the trailer. Right in the middle of a scene, the dogs proceeded to shake off, getting everyone wet. "Mr. Walker," Charlie laughed, "that's quite an entrance. I've been hoping to speak with you about some changes to the script." I shook his hand and glanced over at Maddie and Vinny. They were both wearing full, flesh-colored elastic bodysuits. Antoine was not in costume. I hugged Maddie and extended my hand to Vinny. "Hi, I'm Ian Walker." He smiled back and said, "Hi, I'm Adam, the first man." Then he laughed and nearly crushed my hand with his powerful handshake. "You're quite tall, taller than I imagined," I said as I looked up. "Yes," he answered. "My IMDb page says 6'4" but really, I'm 6'7". If I put that down, I'd never get work again. I'd be a freak. You know, some of the leading men are around 5'7". The women are about 5'4", except Maddie. She's 5'9". I think I'm even taller than Antoine." Vinny extended his hand towards me, "but just not as popular or handsome." "I know who's as popular as Antoine. Michelle said you've been having fun seeing the sights with Maddie and Gloria," I said. "You mean seeing the sharks? I'm glad I wasn't wearing white shorts when I saw 'em. I don't think they would have been scared by how tall I was. I would have been more for them to bite on," Vinny said with a smile. "Hey, JW," Maddie said. "It's nice to see you again. Teddy's coming down soon. I think he'll be happy with the progress." "I hope he's not the jealous type," I said as I turned to Michelle. "Can you give me a minute with Charlie? Just take them through their lines. I want to see the improvements Charlie wants to bring in. Thanks for coming in for rehearsal, Antoine." Next to the large rehearsal room was a craft service room for the director and the actors. There was no one inside, so it was perfect. Charlie put down the sides and showed me the red ink. "I know I'm not hired to be a script doctor, and frankly, I like your script, especially the interaction. It has a nice flow of dramatic moments and great dialogue. There's not a lot of dialogue, but what you have is wonderful. I've been reading through the voice of God and also the narrator voice setting up the scenes, and there are a few spots I'd like to make some changes in. I know you're using the original script and translations as a guide, and you don't wish to cross them out, but the original text does leave room for imagination and interplay. Hebrew was a picture-based language, and it was hardly an afterthought that God chose pictograms to convey the story of creation. You played out the scene between Adam and Eve after she ate from the tree really well, but I think some additional context to how he felt and a bit of him verbalizing that would help. Here are a few suggestions." He handed me the notes, and I quickly read through them. "Yeah," I said, looking up at Charlie. He had been patiently waiting and reading my face. "This is brilliant. Was this it?" "No, but a big part," Charlie said. "When they're cast out from the garden, there needs to be more action. It's a prime opportunity for drama. I'm not saying Adam has to turn on Eve or even throw Eve under the bus, but he needs to be more verbal. After all, the historical record shows they obviously had disharmony in their family. Their two sons fought and one murdered the other. This is not normal family behavior. I have some rewrites on that as well. You know, your dad and I go back a long way. When I decided to leave the seminary and pursue acting, he's the only one that supported me. Everyone else thought I was Judas, or worse, Abraham's nephew Lot, but not him. He never failed to come see me in New York or Boston or make me feel like I'd made the right decision. That's part of the reason I retired in the vineyard and I go to the weekly studies and services. We can serve God in many ways. We don't all have to be ministers. I want to be a service here and help you. I'm retired and I don't need a screen rewrite credit. Consider it my gift. Use what you want, and what you don't want to use, no problem." He handed me a full envelope. I put the dialogue changes on a USB drive and placed them in red. Just hit delete for whatever you don't think fits. I was blown away by his input. I knew my dialogue was a bit weak, but God had stepped in again. I don't know why I chose that moment to think of my macaw. I was missing Freddie, and I'm sure he was missing me. Macaws are very territorial, but also grow very accustomed to one environment. His wings were clipped a bit, but not enough to keep him from flying off. My cousin Josh Winters had taken time off from the University of Buffalo and was house-sitting. I was anxious to get back home and get a good night's sleep in my own bed, and hoping to weather whatever was coming up in my meeting with Henry. Josh was majoring in landscape architecture, so I brought him some of my plans to get his ideas on some of the plantings and paring I was going to do. He had spent a few summers with my great-uncle Willard in Key Largo, and I was aware of his affinity for all things Florida. I left the crew and drove home with my dogs. Michelle had everything under control. It was time to see my macaw and my cousin.
Chapter 18, Homecoming.
Is it a trite statement, or is it real and true to the heart? There is nowhere like home. It sounds a bit corny, like most of a greeting card saying, but it's more real than we give it credence for. We can spend so much time in other places that going back can have a calming effect on our hearts. A grandparent's house, a classroom, a favorite park or stadium, they all relate to experiences we've had. That's what struck me when I pulled into my driveway. I've seen a lot of houses, but nothing I've liked as much as my own. The boys bounded out and ran into the backyard. They nearly knocked Josh over while he was trimming some of my banana palms and my mango trees. I walked around and gave him a hug. We were close enough to do that. "Hi, cuz," I said. "Hi back at you," he said. "I love this place. I love Freddie. I love your girlfriend. She dropped by a few times, and I think she feels sorry for me being out here by myself. She loves Freddie, too. I mean, she has full-blown conversations with him." "Where is he?" I inquired. Josh nodded, and I walked over to Freddie's enclosure, slicing off a big piece of fresh mango. "Does Freddie want a mango?" I asked. Freddie hardly reacted to me or to the dogs. "Freddie wants a lawyer." He turned his beak away to Snubby. "Freddie wants a lawyer?" I asked. "Why?" "Freddie wants to leave." I laughed. "That's why Michelle's been coming over here. She's been teaching my parrot to ditch me." I looked at my cousin and he shrugged. Freddie tried to take the mango. "Sorry, Freddie. No mango for Freddie." Freddie walked over and snatched it out of my hand. "Freddie wants a lawyer." "Josh, did you know what Michelle was doing?" I questioned him. "Yeah, she was talking with the bird and he seems to like her." "What do you want me to do with all the branches?" "I've been gathering them up and they're behind the garage. Can I hire someone to haul them off?" "Sure, and hey, would you put out some food for the dogs?" "I have like 5 bags in the closet." "I remember, cuz. I was here a while ago when you were down in Dominica, remember? Not for the whole time, but for the first 2 weeks. Look, I know you're meeting her dad tonight. Go take care of yourself and get some rest. I'll look out for the boys. I'm practically brothers with them." "I'd wish you'd leave them here all the time," Josh smiled. "Yeah," I answered. "This is going to be a busy few months. It might not even be smart staying here." "What do you mean?" Josh asked. "Are you in some kind of trouble?" "Yeah," I answered. "Some people probably want me dead for bucking the system. My lawyer hired a security team of ex-Navy SEALs. Cartels have a lot of money being laundered through these resorts. They may not be so hot on the competition. Look, don't worry about it. Just worry about this place. Take Norm and Alex for a run and use the leashes, or they won't come back, okay?" "Sure," Josh answered. "Go get some rest. Did you say Michelle is coming here later?" "Yep," I said, hoping that her dad wasn't going to visit or even want to come in.
Chapter 19, Dad and Daughter.
Well, I'd seen nice cars, but nothing prepared me for Michelle coming to my house in a Lamborghini. It was a shock that she wasn't driving either. I saw her from the front window of the study. She lifted the door over her head and got out wearing a smoking hot red dress. I suppose her dad had made her dress to the nines. Her dad was not very tall, but was massive and built like a weightlifter. He was wearing a silk, double-breasted Italian suit. I knew it was old-fashioned, but someone didn't tell him that. He killed the suit, and it was a great outfit. He had a gray fedora, not the wide-brimmed one, but a stylish Panama. After he came through the door and sat down, he opened up a bit. I found out that his real name was Spitzeri, and that he was part Iranian and part Jewish. His mom's family was related to the Shah, who was deposed in the 70s, and his dad had been a multi-millionaire Iranian businessman. He flew to L.A. when Khomeini came to power, and they had been smart enough to send most of their money overseas, creating thousands of jobs in furniture manufacturing worldwide. "Look, Ian," Henry said, smoking a cigar, "you're dating my daughter. I talked to Saul Rubenstein about you. He had nothing but wonderful things to say, and Carmel says a lot of nice things as well. I know you two aren't married, but you are still family. He told me about the situation. I want you to stay alive. Carmel hired a few guys we knew about. I'm going to pay my boat crew to take care of both of you. My girl is working for you, and I don't want her getting caught up in any crossfire. Benny is coming out, like a marionette pulling so many strings, and he'll be there for you, even to take a bullet. That was our deal. Just then, my wisecracking macaw piped in. I want a lawyer! I want a lawyer! Michelle cracked up. Be quiet, Freddie, she whispered. Is that your idea of funny, honey? He asked. I don't find lawyers funny. Annoying, expensive, dishonest, greedy, and pesky, but not funny. Freddie, I told you, be quiet or you're out of here. I started putting the black cover over his cage. Come on, Johnny, Michelle pleaded. Let him see us. Yeah, Henry said. Let him annoy the heck out of us.
We're going to the Aventura Yacht Club for dinner.
I have a couple of people parked nearby I want you to meet. You aren't even going to know they're around most of the time, but I promise they're going to be around. They'll be everywhere even before you might need them. And don't worry about the cost. What good is it being wealthy if you can't take care of your own children? Josh rode with her dad while I followed with Michelle. It gave us time to catch up. I was surprised at the location chosen for dinner, but said nothing. You like working with the film crew? I asked. I mean, it looks like you're doing an amazing job. I can see your influence everywhere. Maybe that's because I am. Well, at least I'm giving it 100%. She left her comment hanging. She wasn't fishing for a compliment, but she was demanding after being away the last few weeks that I fill up the tank. She had given everything, and I was treating her like an employee. Well, I am slow, real slow sometimes, but I couldn't miss this clue. It was like a tunnel carved into the middle of a mountain. You're not a good worker, Michelle. Nope, that's a mistake. You're an amazing girlfriend. I mean, off the charts. If there was a grading system that rated girls in a magazine that you could send in letters to the editor, or a blog where you could upload stories like a Girlfriend Central blog, then you'd be right up there on the first page. Best in the world, it would read. I took my eyes off the road just long enough to look at her, nod, and let her know I meant it. I had connected. People will break their back for you trying to get some kind of acknowledgement for their value or their worth in your world. We do it when we're young, somersaults for our dad and mom, hand-drawn cards, made-up songs and poems, and even art projects. We played sports until we could play no more, and all just to hear those words, attaboy. Well, Michelle had done so much for me that now she was a target. I didn't know how to reconcile those thoughts. In the eternal battle for the souls of mankind, I was getting noticed. I was not so much on the sidelines working for others, but I had now moved to the center of the chessboard.
I was a bishop, cutting across on the white or black.
And I was a rook, heading straight to take out the enemy players. I was a knight, jumping over and slaying my dragons. I was a target now, and since I was, she was one too. She held onto my hand as we went over the small bridge to the yacht club. Her dad had rented a 70-foot yacht. He had not really rented it, but borrowed it from a good Israeli friend with the right connections. Not only did he get the boat, but he got the crew as well. There was a slim 40-something dark-haired, green-eyed beauty looking over at us, and two rather muscular 50-year-old twins who were definitely of Middle Eastern descent. They appeared to be the type you didn't want to mess with, and looked over at us, assessing us for any threat. They were all there at the table, eating at the club. We'd be eating in the main dining room of the boat that was 3 stories up. I was a little winded when we got there. Josh and Henry were already there and enjoying some bubbly. I took one glass, knowing that I accepted my limit. In front of everyone, I gave Michelle a kiss. Thank you, everyone, I said loudly. I saw her dad nod his head. Game on, he seemed to say. It was a weak signal that I had accepted his offer, but a clear signal. I should have just admitted to the dangers that Carmel had shared, but I was used to playing it close to the vest. I was not one to share my fears with others. In my prayer closet, yes, I poured out my heart and I called for help. You might say I prayed for Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, but more than that, I claimed Psalm 91 and all the protection it offered. I called out protection for all my crew. I was the commander of this little ship, and I was not willing to sacrifice anyone for the fulfillment of my vision. The girl stood first. I'm Esther. This boat belongs to my family. I served for 12 years with the Mossad. My cover was broken, and now this is my job, helping my cousins maintain this yacht. In case you haven't figured it out, it's our safe house as well as for our operatives in the USA. The shorter of the twins stood up. I'm Eli, the oldest of us, or as you say, the eldest, he chuckled. Well, by 1 minute anyway. My brother Davy and I, we're demolition experts. He held out his hand, which was somewhat disfigured and missing some fingers. We both suffered some injuries in our jobs, so we volunteered while we still had our main body parts. His brother stood up. I'm the youngest, Davy, he said, holding up both hands, but I have all my digits. I retired because it's just what brothers do. We stay together. We're cousins of Esther. Henry, he's our friend of the family, but much more, he is family. That means you both are as well. They broke out some surveillance photos from a folder. We still have access to satellite surveillance systems around the world, or back doors, as you say. Maybe not everyone knows the way in, but there's always a back door. We keep a watch on Cartagena and a lot of South America. Most of the cartel operations have moved to Mexico, but there's still a lot of hired muscle in the coastal cities, and they work for whoever wishes to pay them. Davy showed us a few black and white images on a screen. In the first image, 4 muscular Colombian males were walking onto a very large, sleek boat. They were all carrying duffel bags. That is diving equipment. Our satellites track them to the west coast of Florida. More than likely, they're holed up in one of the small coves by the Everglades. Davy showed a few faces. These individuals are new. This one we call the Panther. His eyes are nearly black, and he's known to have bombed the U.S. Embassy in Colombia, or at least to have played a part in the bombing. Here he is in a crowd in 1998. It's 20 years ago, but AI still identifies him. The cheeks may get bigger and the skin more wrinkled, but the skeleton and the positioning of the eye sockets, nose, mouth, and forehead is permanent. It does not change much, and it creates a unique identification pattern. He produced a photo match. Michelle spoke up. You have a crew there now, right, Ian? The SEALs you hired from Carmel, right? Yes, I answered. They arrived there today. They're watching the set, the resort, and the marina, but they're not watching the water around us. Esther added, They're watching only above ground. Who has underwater sonar? Not many, but we managed to get some from our friends in Iran and Russia. We only borrow the best, and if there is an attack, it'll likely come from underwater, at least from this source. Friends? I said, puzzled. I thought you were on the other side of the table with Iran. They wanted you eliminated the last thing I read. They don't know what happened to it, Esther said, but we made sure they shared their technology. Now we can pretty much track anything coming in from the water. The question is, will they strike before we can get it installed? I don't think they're aware we have such devices, and they'll not believe that you'll have them either. We had to reverse engineer and install our own operating systems, and we were able to build even better receptors. Still, it's a pretty sweet system. She showed us both 2 large submersible discs that almost looked like round plastic suitcases. We'll get readings from up to 20 miles away. If they send people in, we'll know about it. Henry poked in. Look, too much talk is going to ruin our appetites. I caught a Jewish grouper, and the chef I hired has prepared it. We should eat. Aren't those protected? I asked. No one was protecting that one, joked Davy. Don't worry, we got it yesterday in Nassau. This boat does 45 knots, so we go wherever we want. The fish is dead, so let's eat. The food was great. The Jewfish was endangered, and in Florida waters, you were prohibited from catching them altogether, but that didn't prohibit one from eating them. This particular fish had been filleted before coming back to the U.S. waters, and it's about the best tasting fish you can eat. I just wouldn't want to run into one underwater, as they're up to 40 feet long and can easily swallow you whole. If they do, well, like Jonah in the Mediterranean, you're not getting out unless the fish dislikes your taste and spits your dead body onto the shore. As far as dead bodies in the cartel, I didn't really want to think about that. I'd probably be the first to get targeted. If they knew about our production, all they had to do was check my IMDb profile and they'd know everything about me too. And property records are public information, so no one can hide everything. I stepped into the other room and called Dolly. Hey, I have some news. It isn't the greatest, but knowing about it can give us the upper edge. What? She asked. What exactly is our upper edge? Michelle's dad got me a crew from the Mossad, I informed her. You met the above-ground crew, but now we have our underwater team as well. They think the cartel may try to take out the resort since they don't want the competition. The Mossad crew thinks they'll attack from the water, and they're already anchored close by. You mean the other resorts are worried about our little operation? We're barely going to run 200 guests through at a time. Some of those places have accommodations for 100,000. What could we possibly do to make them want to destroy us? Dolly asked. Anything, really. I just saw some photos from Cartagena, I told her. More than likely, they're there already and making their plans. I don't know exactly where they're hiding out. You have people up and down the coast along the glades, so send some and try to find out. And get everyone praying. The sonar will be in tomorrow, but these are professionals. They're washing billions through the resorts, and they don't want anything getting in the way of their operations. They have cash, but they can't spend it, so they run it through the resorts, restaurants, and casinos. We might be small, but they know that we'll grow, and they don't want to risk it. Your lawyer said they'd done this a lot. Look at the Panhandle and think of some of the explosions. Those are bombings, and it's not by chance. They play dirty. I let it sink in, hoping she would get out and find the crazy Colombians. We'll be there tomorrow, I decided to add. I met your son. He's a very strong young man, and the rehearsals are going well. I even have some rewrites that'll have us on a great path. And, I hesitated, thanks for giving us the chance. I'm sorry to bring any trouble for you. About 2 hours later, Josh was leaving with Henry. He was going to check into the South Beach Hotel penthouse and bring the dogs and Freddie with him. Michelle and I stayed on the yacht and found ourselves tearing through the Keys on the Atlantic coast at about 50 knots. Without fail, we'd be at the island in the morning. The sonar would be installed and no one would be the wiser. To all outward appearances, we were just another billionaire's plaything, making waves and taking rays. That night, I stepped onto the front bow, and the air was refreshing. Michelle joined me. We watched the Southern Cross, and I showed her how to look beyond the top of the cross and the bottom to find true south. It isn't visible from most of the U.S., but in South Florida in the middle of the ocean, on a moonless night, you can see it. There's no point farther south in the USA than Key West. Look, I pointed out the sign of the cross. Can you make it out? Yeah, Michelle said. I can see it. What does it mean? Is it some kind of sign? The stars tell of the glory of God, Michelle. That cross is the eternal symbol of love. A God who makes man in his image, pays the price for man's sins, and gives us his own spirit as a deposit and a guarantee for our eternal lives. The forces we're facing now are rebels against the love of God. Perhaps no one's ever told them, or worse yet, they've accepted an inferior version of life centered around the here and now, with no thought of long-term consequences. I think we all need to think of the consequences, Michelle added. My father is very rich. But when I try to talk with him about eternity, he just scoffs and blows me off. He says he doesn't need religion, that all he needs is love. He says that God is love. To be honest, I'm really worried about his eternal destination. Well, maybe you should be, I added. What does it profit someone to gain the entire world and lose their soul? What could we give in exchange for our soul? I added with sincerity. Yeah, keep praying for him and don't stop. If God is love, then it means that God is more than one person, for love has a giver and a receiver, oftentimes alternating between both people. Our God is three persons, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and the union of all of them. It's amazing to me that the person of the Holy Spirit can live within us, helping us to make good decisions to accomplish His will, Michelle said, demonstrating the depth of her understanding. I was starting to get a strong impression in my spirit. I was drawn to let Michelle know how I really felt, and that I wanted a partner for life. Yeah, I knew like most men, or maybe all men, I could easily get carried away with physical attraction. After all, God had created men to desire women so that the world population would not stagnate. But it was more than that. Looking at Michelle in the moonlight, the shining stars reminded me that I was not going to be here forever. This was a girl God had brought for me, and the word said, God will put the lonely in families. She had dropped everything to help me on this project that was much more than that. It was a calling, and she had come right alongside me, and nothing seemed to scare her off. Michelle, I began somewhat nervously, I just can't think of spending my life without you. I mean, seeing you here now and knowing the risks you're taking with me means the world to me. The commitment you've made to God's calling on your life and the sacrifices you're making to your own personal goals, well, I'm wondering if you'd consider marrying me? I'm not officially asking right now, but I just wanted to throw the thought of it out there. With a backdrop second to none, including the stars, a palm tree-lined surf and small white caps everywhere, with misty clouds floating by as if they were torn from a cotton candy machine. Michelle looked over at me and said, "Ian, I would love to marry you, but right after we finish this film. Doing it now doesn't make any sense. I think it'll give us both something to live for. What do you think?" I wasn't expecting right now, and I knew she loved me too. "Yes, when we finish this assignment, I'll be your wife for better or for worse, for richer or poorer, until death do we part," she said, resting her head on my shoulder. And I knew she meant every word, and it filled me with courage. It was great having the Holy Spirit guiding me and the Son interceding for me. The Father was always open to my prayers and my praise. He was taking care of my every care and need. It was also nice to have a living human being to share my journey, and I was looking forward to my life with Michelle. I knew it was going to be a journey like no other, and I did not want to wait.
Chapter 20, Jolly Rogers Revisited.
The large pleasure craft sailing with the Colombian terrorists, who were funded by the cartel, had pulled in and moored by Sandfly Island. The boat was a wide-beam triple catamaran, and it only had a 3-foot draft. With an 88-foot-long boat, that was quite a feat. It was actually a combination hovercraft and catamaran with dual capabilities. The boat was supported by 5 large air cushions surrounding the center, port and starboard hulls, and the jet drives in the back of the boat could propel it up to 90 knots, which is nearly unheard of in nautical speed. In addition to being a true mariner, their captain, Juan, was also an expert in drones. There wasn't a drone created that he couldn't control. The only problem was they only had a range of about 20 miles. He was controlling them by stick and video, not like the Navy or Air Force that controlled them by satellite. The cartel, through an intermediary, had purchased pictures of the island. Photos were taken over a 1-year period twice daily, and they were able to track every part of our construction. They knew exactly where to hit and where the vulnerabilities lie, but they weren't counting on any blowback. It was supposed to be a simple in and out. They just lay the demolition charges underwater, set the timers, and get the divers back to the escape boat without even being noticed. With a 4-hour timer, they'd be past Key West and halfway to Cancun by the time everything exploded. Juan wanted to stop in Havana, but didn't want to risk any extra satellite surveillance. The crew knew that the amount of people who would be killed would certainly spark a complete investigation. They had no doubt that some government agency would be tracking their boat back to Colombia. Several agencies would study the aerial photos of the entire area for 800 square miles. No worries, he thought. They'd scuttle the ship and take the submersible back to Cartagena. There was a drop-off shelf about 30 miles offshore, and it'd be easy to bury the boat and ride back in. They'd each be $3 million richer. No one was going to care about the boat. Juan certainly didn't need the money, but his relatives and village did. He had cases of money that were literally rotting away, but for Juan, it was just a game and a chance to spread the wealth around. The 3 terrorists sat inside the control room of the ship. The unspoken leader of the demolition task was Rafael, an expat and former military specialist with the Special Forces in Iraq. He was a demolition expert without parallel and had single-handedly destroyed the remainder of the Kuwait Navy during the War of 2003. In truth, it was a ragtag navy, but Rafael had led the divers into the harbor south of Bashan and planted the explosives that had sunk their 2 remaining minesweepers. He did not wish to mess with the small patrol boats, believing those should be blown out of the water with a mounted .50 caliber gun that could, and did, make short work of the Iraqi rigid inflatable boats, or RIBs. "I don't like it," Rafael spoke. "What harm will we do by taking out their houseboats? How will that keep them from rebuilding? I'm sure they're insured and those can be quickly replaced. There are entire companies around Houston making those." Leon was the connection or the money man. His cousin ran the cartel that was funding the operation. No one is asking your opinion of the target, Raphael. They're asking for results. Can you bring enough of a payload to take down all the houseboats in the docks? We can't bring the ship any closer. You have to do it with one visit. How many pounds of plastic do you need for each? It's 12 miles each way, Leon explained. Our submersible can easily do that carrying one man with a payload weight of 8 pounds. That's all the batteries will do unless you want to beach and walk back. But that area is brackish and crawling with alligators. If you're going below 15 knots, you risk being attacked. And if you're found out, you'll reveal our entire plot. We only have one chance. I'll be wearing my Kevlar and driving the squid. I have my stun gun. I'm not so concerned, Raphael said. Leon answered, Ever been to Africa? Have you seen a croc attack? They don't let go, and they have a bite of 3,700 pounds per square inch. They can even bite through steel sometimes. Their American counterpart is rated at 2,900 psi and grows up to 19 feet and 1,000 pounds. What do you weigh, Raphael? I'm guessing 190? Trust me, you're not getting away. Juan stepped in and held up a few compact packages. These are smaller payloads than you're used to working with. I got the specs from the manufacturer, and you can attach them near the gas tanks. The batteries will be good for 4 hours, and for each ship, you're going to need to mount this guideline on the hull. Juan showed him a long line coming from the battery. You get it above water, and I can send my heli over and detonate all of them with one signal. If they need to go earlier, or if you're late attaching them, well, you're not coming back. Nothing personal, but I can't take the risk of the wires coming loose. Raphael grabbed the bomb. How many of these do you have? I have 15 for the boats and for the pylons around the marina, Juan said. They'll have to dredge out all the debris. It'll take a year or two before they can even think of rebuilding. What about their defenses? Raphael asked. We don't have any reports of anything. It seems they have a sense of complacency as an island community. They feel pretty safe. After all, they can see people coming by air and by sea, Juan added. Come with me, Leon said. He pulled up a rather ingenious trap, not too different from a wood lobster trap, but this was made of titanium, and there were 2 small alligators caught inside. Let me show you up close. Leon held a shish kebab and opened the hatch. The gator tried to rush forward, but only his snout would clear the opening. He rushed at the steel stick cover with meat and bit it in half. That was 1/8-inch tempered steel pipe, Leon said as he held it up. The gator bit it in half, so be careful out there. I'm not sure the coastal route is the best way because it gives you too wide a berth near the coast. I say you get out a few miles from shore and then come back in straight. There's brackish water all around, and the farther out from the island you are, the more salt content and less gators. They prefer the fresh water. Yep, Raphael said. Nothing like this in the Iraqi waters. Thanks, Leon. Just tell Juan not to be too trigger happy. You have my GPS tracker, so make sure I'm far enough away if he decides to detonate early. A bad concussion could seriously hamper my return.
Chapter 21. Floating By.
I slept soundly as we motored by the Keys and passed under the 7-mile drawbridge by Key Largo. Michelle was sleeping in a nearby cabin. We decided long ago not to enter into the temptation of sex before marriage, so neither of us wanted to be a stumbling block to the other. We knew the sex would come after the marriage, and we didn't want to cloud the waters by mixing in such a powerful relationship component before we had made a lifetime commitment. Staying in the same room was not an option since our attraction was very strong. Esther took the controls while Davy and Eli caught up on their sleep. They knew the Colombians were already there, and they were still trying to get a beat on their exact locations. As soon as they knew, they would destroy them. They were going to have to put their sonar in immediately. They didn't figure that their adversaries were going to wait around like tourists, so an attack was coming, and it was coming fast. We arrived at the marina in the early morning before the sun was even up. The team had taken their dive light and installed the sonar on the piers facing west and facing south. They believed the Colombians would be anchored out south by one of the many heavily forested islands. There were plenty of places to pull in and anchor, and with thousands of islands, no one was going to bother them while they staged their hit. "Esther," Davy said, We need to pull the craft away and anchor it around 7 miles out towards Naples. And let's take the rib back in. I need you back here in 20. Michelle and I had disembarked with the equipment that Eli and Davy had brought. They had rousted Dolly and the tribe and called for the security team Carmel had helped bring. The above-ground team agreed with the waterborne assessment of the danger. It didn't take them too long after viewing the satellite photos to realize that real danger had arrived. Dolly's tribe members had confirmed this as well. The ex-SEALs from the U.S. Navy had plenty of training and already had ideas they were implementing. "What do you want us to do, Eli? Do you need us to monitor the sonar?" Pete spoke up. "Do you guys have radios off-channel?" Eli responded. "Yeah, we have our own frequencies. They're not military, but no one's going to tap them. They're satellite frequencies and very hard to unscramble." "Can you furnish us with one for communication?" Davy asked. "If we get a hit on the sonar, we may need you in the water to remove the threat. More than likely, they'll be bringing explosives to bring the resort down. Since a majority of the facilities are in water, we're going to need to take them out in the water." "You need us to wait in the water for them?" Dressler said, surprised. "We don't even know when they're coming." "No, your teams will be on this ship here on the southern point, and this one here on the northern point," Eli said. "You'll be in your dive suits with your weapons and these. You'll go in on our signal." Eli pulled out 2 waterborne propellers. "These can pull you at speeds up to 20 knots. They're silent, and we'll keep them on platforms at the rear of the boats. We'll monitor any sabotage attempts and notify you." As he said that, Esther pulled up and the RIB running to the shore. "We'll keep the RIB tied right here by the fuel dock. Then it'll have a monitor for the sonar. It'll be ready when the saboteurs arrive." I stood up, standing next to Dolly. "We're going to assemble a prayer team. The crew was given the day off, and those who want to come into the clubhouse can come. Most of the tribe is already there, praying and fasting. It's a battle partly seen and partly unseen." "I don't have to tell you how much of our tribal reserves have gone into this place," Dolly said. "Nearly all of our resources have, but no matter what, we don't want anyone dying to protect our boats. We have 6 other vessels that are paid for and completely docked in the New Orleans shipyards. They should be shipped here soon. I'm personally praying for your safety and that the Lord's will be done." Dolly looked around at all of them, letting them know she meant every word. "I'm ready. And you have the sonar?" Esther asked. "Hello." She went around shaking hands with each of the SEALs. "I'm Esther, the better half, or better third." Dressler was surprised and everyone chuckled. They immediately began putting on their wetsuits and checked their short-range tanks. They had enough to give them 15 minutes of oxygen without limiting their movement. Once they were suited up, Eli came over with 4 underwater dart pistols and handed them out. "You know our country has a lot of shoreline. We're not only vulnerable to attacks from the land, but by the enemies that surround us by the sea as well. We have natural gas drilling to protect too. These are the Nehemiah 41s. They can propel a series of thin water darts up to 100 knots for over 30 yards. The tip can penetrate even a Kevlar water suit, and it releases a nerve toxin that can render anyone or anything unconscious and then dead within 30 seconds. You have 5 shots, so make 'em count. If you get the word and see anyone else that's not wearing our signature yellow emblems, then take 'em out, no questions asked. No one in the water around here is going to be an innocent party." "What about the gators?" Dressler asked. "Yep, they'll even take out gators, and anything underwater is a potential enemy," Eli responded. "We have a full ecological report for this area. More than likely, there won't be any on this side of the island." "Let's pray," Davy said, lowering his head. Everyone grabbed hands as the sun was beginning to come up. It was 6 a.m. "Dear Lord, our Heavenly Father, you have delivered our people from chariots, from armies, and from overwhelming odds. Please deliver us now from those who wish to destroy this place and the many people who live here. We'll do our best to be vigilant, but without your help, all our efforts are in vain. Help us now, dear God, and may the glory be to you alone." The installation went smoothly. A few of the local manatees came up to check out what the divers were doing. On this side of the island, there weren't many alligators to worry about. Eli supervised and tested all the sonar installations. The SEALs came up once the installation was complete. "When will you be going live?" John asked. "It's live now," Esther responded. She showed him the screen. "The colors indicate organic or man-made materials. The waves bounce back with a certain frequency. If you know the colors, you can determine if it's a diver or if it's a mammal, reptile, or other sea life. I can scan and get a better look by choosing the vector and zooming in on it." Eli was on the large houseboat farther south as I waited patiently. He had no driving skills, and his knowledge of communications was not enough to allow him to help.
He did what he knew how to do.
He prayed out loud that God would take the assailants out without any harm to their entire crew. Eli prayed in kind. "Unless the Lord guards the city, the watchman watches in vain." We believe in that more than anything. He wanted to man the controls from his position, and Davy was with him in that. They had been preventing attacks on Tel Aviv and Caesarea for years, and there was nothing they didn't understand about the program or the system. "I think we leave Esther with the men. We'll keep our speaking in Hebrew. The Colombians won't understand. It'll give us an additional edge." Davy laughed. "We're doing this to save the tribe's resort, but what of the continual danger? Don't you think they'll come back once we're gone?" "We will have to train them, unless you want to move to South Florida. Rebecca would like that, right? All the beautiful girls walking around and nothing," Eli responded. "Yes, Eli," Davy said. "Do you always have to remind me she's Hasid? She's mine and mine alone. She doesn't flaunt her body everywhere. Hey, what is that there? See that object? It seems to be moving around. 40 clicks. Esther, we have movement from the south. Estimate arrival in 5 minutes. Get 2 of your guys in the water, now," Eli said in Hebrew. Davy put 2 eyes on the moving object as the sonar was controlled by AI and was very good at anticipating drift, direct water resistance, and any changes in speed or direction. It could redeploy the waves and allow for incremental degrees of tracking. All the power for the sonar was through battery packs, and the Israeli inventor had given the system a chemical internal processing plant that could convert salt water into energy. The servos mounted on the dock only had a range of about 180 degrees, but that was enough to cover small amounts of movement and, in essence, protect the entire site. Eli was watching the bogey get closer, so he spoke to Esther again. "They must have already surveyed the area. They're coming from the bay towards the north dock, so hurry and get someone over there." "I only have 2 divers suited," Esther responded in Hebrew. "I'm going to go in. I got my rebreathing suit on. Can you tell what they're traveling in? How fast are they going?" "No, I can only guess. It looks like an LPV. It might be like 12 feet long. It's pretty fast. ETA is about 3 minutes. Davy looked at the screen. "They're not going to just plant one demo. They're going to wire this place to take it out. I wish we had our wire mesh." "We don't," Eli answered, "but we could lob an explosive to take out the diver. The side damage could be brutal." "You mean sea life? What's the range?" Davy responded. "Well, if we detonate before he gets here, like a mile away, we got heavy damage within a 300-yard range," Eli said. "Do it. I'll feed you the coordinates." "What about our guys?" I asked. "It's better to take out the penetration now," Eli responded. I walked out with Davy and said, "Get him out of the water." Davy began to run. They had the launcher on board and the RIB that Eli could coordinate. It would take him about 90 seconds to set it. It would send out a cluster of explosives set to detonate once they hit water. Any person or fish within the circle would be incinerated, or the kinetic force would render them unconscious or dead. It'd be like getting hit in the head with a sledgehammer. Eli gave the new command to Esther, and she got word to the others to get out as well. They weren't getting back in unless the explosives missed either. They split up and moved towards the different boats to see if the detonation worked.
Chapter 22 Sea of Fish.
Raphael was traveling full speed underwater when he looked at his diver's watch. He checked his depth and looked down as the screen showed his ETA. It was counting down from 120 seconds. A small pod of porpoise swam by, looking at him inquisitively. They were annoying him and caused him to slow down. He had no idea that the island security team had set up the sonar, and no idea he was being tracked. Juan was running the drones and looking for signs of interference as Raphael kept tearing through the ocean faster and faster. His communication device to the ship was still new technology, and it sent the sonar wireless signal to the surface where the ship could pick it up. He wanted to stay in silent mode because once airborne, anyone with a nearby scanner could listen in. His message light was blinking. A message from Leon. He wondered what the issue was. He didn't want to stop and communicate, and he was almost at the prearranged GPS position for the first bundle of explosives. His GPS timer said 100 seconds to the most southern dock, so he kept going. Miles away, Juan was monitoring the live camera feed from the drones and was alarmed that he had noticed multiple divers around the houseboats. To make matters worse, there was a sleek new yacht about 7 miles offshore. He saw that their security were carrying small weapons, and several were dressed in full diving suits. This was not a typical tourist or even maintenance dive. He sent the drone up higher and set the cameras to 360 degrees. Michelle walked up to me with Dolly and said somberly, "They're on the way, aren't they?" I nodded. "I think it's just one submersible. Look, Davy is going to launch." A charge went up a short distance and exploded less than 10 feet from the surface. Immediately, all the boats on the dock started rocking back and forth. Ian looked up at the drone. "Dolly, Michelle, don't look up," Ian said as he heard the high-pitched sound of the whirling props. "We're being droned. These people are pros. Dolly, I need you to call everywhere. They have a ship they're using for their base. Tell your tribe to keep track of any vessel within 15 miles that starts pulling into the Gulf. We need a complete description, even a photo if we can get it." Dressler, the underwater ex-SEAL team leader, came over to Ian. "You want us to haul in the submersible?" Dressler asked dryly. "We have a windlass we can use on the other dive boat. Is that okay with you, Dolly?" "Yeah," Dolly answered. "There'll be a nice bonus for all you. Bring it up. It's probably too late to save whoever was operating it." John was whispering to Peter, "Look, it's quite possible their pilot is unconscious and breathing. You can go 4 hours or longer on a rebreathe. If the explosion didn't dislodge the full face mask, he's still out there. We'll get him." Dressler overheard him. "You guys work the small crane and I'll get the pilot. From here it's less than a quarter mile." The crew went out in the twin-engine craft. Esther went with them, supplying them with the GPS location of the hit itself and the radius. John went overboard in his suit. "John, do me a favor. Attach this to the hull right under me." "Here," Esther said. The small radar-looking sensor was about the size of a large stack of pancakes. John and Mark went in and dove straight down. Dressler talked with Ian and Eli. "I should be able to identify the body even if it's separated from the machine. This reads non-organic material in 3D, and we can identify and size him as well, even down at the bottom. Look," Ian pointed, 1,000+ feet out. Eli handed Dressler a small device. "You can swim with this. When you're within 20 feet, all 5 lights will come on. Just follow the direction of the arrow." He dove in, using the small props to take him quickly to the target. As he got closer, Dressler saw a bit of movement from the pilot's body. A large gator was trying to latch onto one of Raphael's legs. Raphael was unconscious and not putting up any kind of fight as the gator was thrashing him about. Dressler took aim and sent 3 of the Nehemiah darts at the gator. They found their target, and the gator drifted away, paralyzed but floating to the surface. Dressler moved in closer to inspect. There was blood everywhere. The wound was not severe, but nonetheless, there was now blood in the water, which is never a good thing in the open ocean. Dressler tied a line under the pilot's armpits and, letting it out a bit, began to pull towards the boat. He wanted to give himself enough distance to be able to use his gun. He turned the small props back, swiftly breaking water. As he approached nearer the boat, he fired a signal that Esther noticed. She saw the signal and started towards him. Dressler climbed up onto a swim platform. "I have him, but let's get him aboard quickly. A gator got his leg and he's bleeding," Dressler said, putting down his mask. "Any word on the submersible or John and Mark?" "Let me take that line and hold still. I'll track your friends in a minute." Esther worked the rope and put it around the small rear windlass and began to pull. Peter pushed the engines in reverse, combating the current and trying to keep them stationary. Eventually, the body came towards the surface. They both pulled Raphael onto the platform and immediately removed his face mask. Esther felt for a pulse. "He's barely alive," Esther said, turning to Dressler. "Go, tell your partners to come in. Forget the sub. I have to take this guy in. He may have breathed too much of his own nitrogen and he's turning blue." "You want me to get back in with the gators while there's blood in the water?" Dressler asked, the concern in his voice obvious. Yeah, use my pistol. Look, I got 5 more shots. There's not many gators out there since it's mostly saltwater. Esther looked at him, wondering if he was really an ex-SEAL. We have no radio contact with them. If you don't go, they won't know. Yeah, Dressler said. I just freaked out a bit. I'll take them back with me.
You have their coordinates?
They're about 70 feet down and 100 yards out, Esther said. Just bring them in, and I'll come back for you all in about 5. We got to get this guy to a medevac. Esther pulled into the harbor, and I ran over as everyone gathered round. Where's everyone else? Michelle said.
Who is that, the pilot? I asked.
He's bleeding. Do you want me to get a chopper, or do you want to treat him here? We have a full-blown dispensary and medical office. Do you have oxygen? Esther asked. Michelle was helping to carry Raphael off the boat. Yep, we have a state-of-the-art facility. Dr. Ramos is only a practitioner here, but in the Dominican Republic he was a medical doctor. A golf cart pulled up and Catherine was driving. They loaded the still unconscious Raphael as Davy walked over rapidly to Esther. Did you get the sub? Where is everyone? I got this one back first, Esther said, pointing to Raphael. Come with me and we'll get 'em all. Davy jumped out of the boat and I got in with him. Okay, I answered. They're going to be drifting a bit with that nasty current. Treading water, the ex-SEALs had already surfaced and were waiting for us. The current had carried them about a quarter-mile downwind, but they were all in good shape. Dressler was underwater on spear gun duty, and he was the last one on board. Don't worry about the submersible, Davy said as he hung up his phone. We got a line on the boat leaving. That was Eli, and one of Dolly's tribal members saw a large craft pull out 20 miles down. We'll be able to follow it all the way back to Columbia, or wherever it's going. Mark took off his face mask. What then? All 3 of them waited for a response. Esther made the chopping sign. Davy was not given any more details. It'll be destroyed. Don't worry about that. It's not going to make it back. They're on radio silence, so no one will know where anything is. And since it didn't technically come here, it's not going to technically disappear either. The submersible can wait since we have the pilot, Peter added. I know you're going to make sure he tells you what you want to know if he regains consciousness.
Chapter 23. 24-hour urgent care.
It didn't take long for Juan and Leon to get their boat moving. Once they cleared the 20-mile state limit, they were up to nearly 60 knots, and they didn't care about their fuel burn rate. They knew the U.S. Coast Guard had interdiction capabilities in excess of 90 knots and a pretty good-sized base in Key West. It was their plan to get as far away from the USA as possible, and once they're far enough south, then to head over and get some petrol off the tip of Cuba. Leon was at the helm, and Juan was watching the drone video. You crashed that drone, right? Leon asked. They aren't going to be able to get any prints off it or identify anything. Yes, Juan answered. It might have been better to wait it out and leave tomorrow. We had a pretty good spot. Someone knew we were coming. Either they have a great intelligence network or they were praying for protection, Leon said. That's a weird thing to say. What made you say that? Juan asked. Did you see that cross in the garden? Leon asked. Those people are seriously religious. That place used to be a retreat, and poor Raphael is probably in hell now. I didn't know you believed in hell, Juan said as the boat took a sharp left turn, clearing a large space for a distant sailboat. I was an altar boy after I was confirmed, Leon answered. I even thought about the priesthood. Now I'm not sure if I'm even going to make it into heaven. Why don't you get some sleep? I'll have you relieve me in about 3 hours. Overhead, the satellite had no trouble following their heat signature. The boat was tearing it up, but running hot the whole way, from North America headed to South America.
Chapter 24. Final Goodbyes.
Ian and Michelle stood with Esther, Eli, and Davy. We have 99% accuracy within a 600-mile range, Davy said proudly. How much longer will they be in range? Michelle asked. 15 minutes. They're pulling away rapidly, and that thing is the fastest boat I've seen in some time, Eli said. Esther spoke up. Are you going to launch, cousin, or do you want to do this all over again? Are you certain it's the right ship? He asked seriously. You need to have not one bit of doubt. It doesn't feel good taking lives. Sometimes we must take one to protect another, when there is no other way. Esther nodded. Eli pushed the button. I just launched. You don't have to worry about them any longer. If you want to pray for them, you have about 3 minutes. They won't see or feel what's going to hit them. The decision had been taken out of my hand. More than likely, Eli had looked into my soul and saw that I was unwilling to destroy a monster, even a monster that wanted to destroy the people I loved. Yeah, they were just going to blow up the docks, but everyone around the docks and those living on the boats nearby would have perished as well. No warning shots were to have been fired and no lives spared, and we knew they'd return. I walked away with Michelle. The pressure had drawn us closer than anything we could have imagined. "I'll pray with you, Ian," she said, taking my hand. We went out on the deck looking south to where the boat would be destroyed. "Dear Lord, you said there was a judgment day for each of us, and shortly several people will die for their actions. We can't stop that, Lord, but we ask you to cover these with the blood of Jesus Christ. Please let them make amends in their hearts for their evil deeds, and let them seek your mercy and blood to cover their sins." I stood there watching, knowing that in a matter of a few minutes, retribution would have been paid out. I didn't bother to recheck with Eli or Davy or Esther. I knew the hit was for certain. They were from a very small country, outnumbered by their enemies almost 100 to 1. They were not going to miss, for in their work, to miss meant the death of not just family, friends, and neighbors, but of their entire country. Their weapons were precise.
Chapter 25, East Coast.
Construction on some of the final set pieces went quickly. It was amazing how plants, waterfalls, and flowers could transform a rather desolate piece of island into a veritable garden. Larry Reynolds was amazing. No one had ever built anything nicer, anywhere. I knew I had to bonus him substantially. I also had a new plan and decided to put it into play. I hastily bid Michelle and Dolly goodbye and drove back to Lauderdale to put the plan into action. I stopped at the green screen studio and visited a bit with Maddie. I also took some time to go by Henry's and have a talk. He was an important component, and without his input and help, my next plan would not be successful. I took the time to write up what I needed. Most of the time in the movie business, you have a wrap party at the conclusion of filming. We were having one before we even started, with some new elements added in. I called my friend Ben. "Hey, I need a big favor, Benny." "You need me to take a bullet?" "Sure, anything for the guy who got me sprung." "Oh yeah, it was your Henry." "Well, let's just say a lot of people owed him favors. How are things going with you and Michelle?" "No bullets, but here's the favor," I told him. "I need you to round up everyone she knows here and get them over to the island for the May 1st party. I have a list of names. Can you do it?" I knew Ben would have a blast contacting all of Michelle's friends. I gave my parents a call and told them about the party, leaving out many of the details regarding the attack on the island and the beefed-up security crew. I wanted to get Michelle something real nice, something that she would remember. I headed over to Palm Beach's most exclusive area. I was close to the Mar-a-Lago, one of Florida's top destinations, and decided to go into the jewelry store there. The items they had there were breathtaking. I wasn't really dressed the part of a wealthy traveler, but a young girl, probably more out of boredom than anything else, came over to try to help me. "I'm Ingrid," the young blonde said. "Those stones and settings are all real, and we work with the finest gemologist in Cape Town." "Ja," I said, checking to see if she'd speak German to me. "Ja," she laughed. "Or yes, what's your name?" "Ian Walker, and I'm looking for something for a very special girl. Ja." "Would you like coffee?" she asked as she gestured to the rear of the store. "We don't keep our best items here. Come to the back of the store. You'll be gated in, but I assure you the quality will be second to none. We're getting our new product line of Antoinette heirlooms. Many were crafted from the rings, bracelets, and necklaces in the old master paintings. They're discontinued." "Discontinued? So they didn't sell very well?" I asked. "No," Ingrid stated. "They're very beautiful, and we ran some expensive promotional ads, but no one wants to be associated with Marie Antoinette. She's viewed as a harbinger of disaster." "Well, let's see what you have," I said as I looked through the rings, brooches, and bracelets. I had a healthy producer's upfront fee that I hadn't touched that would make a sizable dent in my purchase. Later, I called up my wardrobe assistant. This film was one of the easiest she had worked on. After all, how many clothes do you need for people dressed mostly in fig leaves? Not many, I figured. I told her what I needed, and she said I could borrow it. After driving home to visit my dogs and my cousin, I threw the ball around a bit and then showed him how to work the beast. we went over the route to the island, and I laid down the law about him stopping along the way. I'd been to a few Oscar awards, Golden Globe awards, you name it, and I had a pretty good selection of nice clothing. I packed up what I needed and headed over to Spitz Furniture. I said hello to a few of the furniture temps who were writing up orders and headed back to talk with Henry. He looked up at me and just hung up the phone. I don't know who the poor guy on the phone was. "I trust you, Ian, with my daughter," Henry said, nodding his head and agreeing with himself. "And you take her right in the middle of all this crazy? Henry, you'd have been so proud of her. She's a chip off the block, really. And thanks for Davy, Eli, and Esther," I added. "They're still there?" Henry was amazed they'd stuck around. "Yeah, I told them they could leave, but they wanted to stay until the end. The problem was eliminated, and we're having a kickoff party for the opening next week. I talked to Carmel, and you can drive over with him. I got you some rooms in Naples. It's going to be important. Can you make it?" I asked sincerely. "A party before you start shooting the film?" Henry was confused. I handed him an invite that Teresa had made up. "Okay, I can make it." "Thanks," I exhaled in a sigh of relief. I was glad not to have to explain, since Henry misses no detail. I took a few moments and called Michelle. "Hey, I asked Ben to invite some of your Lauderdale friends, and I just left your dad's office. The party is officially on." "Is it bring your own beer?" Michelle joked. "On an Indian reservation, no firewater is heap bad wampum," I shot back. "Doesn't that mean money, Tonto?" she quipped. "Technically, but it can refer to anything of high value. In this case, it means the cost of alcohol for everyone will be very high," I laughed. I was on a roll, talking and not doing much listening. "I'm going to visit Adam and Eve. Anything you want them to bring to the party?" "No, not that I can think of," Michelle answered. "Tell them I said hello." "I'm bringing some fancy clothes to wear. It's going to be like a formal thing. Carmel is bringing his wife, and it's their 50th anniversary. I talked to Dolly and Catherine, and they're assuring us that Jacob is going to cater. This is going to be a 5-star event. It'll give the resort some publicity before we kick off the film and they open." I was making a good sales pitch. Would she see through it? I wondered. "Oh, I get it," she said as the light slowly came on. "You're throwing this party, making it about the resort, and saying nothing about the film. Why do you want my friends and parents to come? We're not really part of the resort." "It's my first movie, and I'm sharing things with my first love, you. I want everyone we know to be a part of it. Relax, Michelle. It's going to be wonderful." "Ooh," her words came out slowly dripping butter. "In that case, Romeo, I'll wear something unforgettable. Are you bringing the boys?" "Yep, and the parrot too. My cousin is driving them over. Are you okay with that?" I asked. "So this whole thing's for the resort? Nothing else?" she asked, expressing her doubts. "Why, do we need a better reason? We're not going to have a wrap party. Instead, we're going to start out with a party," I responded pointedly. "It's for all of us. The set's done, the props are set up, and the actors are ready to go. Makeup is ready, special effects are ready. Why not start it off with a celebration?" I had to decide who should be my best man. I'd purchased one really nice ring, but without knowing her ring finger size exactly. I'd also chosen several bands for the music. It was time to choose my best man, and I really had only about one choice, my friend T-Ball. He was coming, but I had not yet put the hit on him about being my best man. "You've got to be kidding me, Ian," T-Ball said in surprise. He was shocked. "You're planning a wedding and you never asked her to marry you?" "Well, why all the suspense and all the waiting? We both know that's the only logical step we can make, and frankly, after going through what we went through, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have by my side for the next 50 years or so. Bring your wife and your kids. You can stay at the hotel we have in Naples. The boat will bring you back and forth, and who knows, they may be hiring. Maybe it's time for you to get out of the Orlando resort rat race." "Yeah, I've seen a lot lately. It's all about the admissions and the room reservations. It's really not a family thing at all. I'll be there, buddy."
Chapter 26, White Wedding Day.
When you have a secret, you have to be careful for a few things. First, you have to know who it's safe for you to share it with. Secondly, you have to know who's not safe. Those are two pretty simple rules. Michelle's friends were suspicious, and they were asking all the questions. It was as if they could almost smell a wedding coming up. I knew I had to neutralize their questions or the proverbial cat would be out of the bag, maybe even frightening off the prey. I'd read Benny's text and it was important enough to call him back. "What's up, Benny boy?" I teased. "You still keeping the secret, right?" "You didn't warn me about the land shark," he responded. "Who, Gloria? Is she nipping around?" I asked. I can't say I was surprised. She was a lost soul, and she was addicted to drama, and sucking life from everyone around her seemed to be a necessary part of her addiction. Obviously, she smelled the blood in the water. "What'd she say?" I questioned. "It's her eyes, amigo," Ben said. "I mean, I've met many people, drug lords, dishonest businessmen, and even billionaires, but she's unique. She won't let it go easily. She keeps asking me if you two are engaged and getting married. It's like her wealthy socialite marriage is not enough and she needs to suck the life off of others." Sometimes people like to look down on their single friends and commiserate. It's not real, Benny. Many of us don't feel good about ourselves unless we're comparing ourselves to someone who is worse off, I explained. "She wants us all to get together. Can you do that tomorrow? Somehow she knows you're still in town. Is she tracking you or something, bro?" he asked. "Okay, set up a lunch at Jester's and I'll come over. I need you to pour on the charm, Benny. Talk about the resort, the 50th anniversary, anything. Let me drill down on Michelle." I never go to Jester's without the dogs. My cousin was glad for the break, and I was going to be picking up my mom and dad again. They'd be in on the secret, but not until I'd scared away the lioness Gloria. I dropped my parents off at my house since they were tired. Flying from an island with connections is never easy, and they were in their 70s. I told them I'd be back shortly and made my way over to Jester's. It was Saturday before noon, so the traffic was light. Benny was there a bit early, and surprisingly had a little treat for the boys. While he was dishing out the goodies to Alex and Norm, a Ferrari pulled up and it looked like a scene from a Michael Bay movie. The beautiful Gloria, decked in a red leather skirt and pale white, nearly open blouse, got out of her car in slow motion, with her hair blowing in the breeze as she walked over to us. "Hi, Ian," she said as she extended her hand. "And you must be Benny from Prison Break Miami, right?" "Hi, Gloria," I said, laughing. "Yeah, he got a break from prison after nearly dying. I don't think they sold the pilot, though." She looked over, and Benny shook his head no in agreement. "I thought I had it all together," Benny began, "making big money, dating expensive girls, and flashing around in my Lambo with my Rolodex dangling. I'd step out with my 2 Dolces and then poof, I'm almost dead, dreading for my eternity, and this guy shows up praying for me. And your friend Michelle was praying for me too. I'm not going to say it was my come to Jesus moment, but things had to change. Yeah, it changed me. I'm still making my way, but instead of walking into a train taking a tunnel to nowhere, at the end of my tunnel I'm definitely following the light. I don't always see it clearly, but it's there." Benny was not in the least apologetic for his newfound faith. "Michelle says hi," I said as I gave Gloria a kiss on the cheek. "She's hoping you'll bring her a few nice things to wear. She doesn't like to shop in Naples and says it's way too old school for her. Oscar de la Renta doesn't suit her style. You all want to grab a seat?" I ordered drinks for him and one for me as well. While I was sipping my vanilla-flavored virgin pina colada, Gloria pounced. "That seems very strange to me that you're having a big party on the reservation. Why wouldn't you have it here, where you both are from? What's really going on?" "Yeah," I answered, "we're both from here, but Carmel has no connections to Lauderdale, Miami, or West Palm. And why not celebrate his 50-year marriage in the new resort? You do know our film set is a permanent piece of the resort, right? I hope you're not saying it's too far to travel, or that you're afraid of Alligator Alley." "No, I'm not afraid. I've been to the Everglades. I haven't wrestled with any gators yet, but I can take care of myself." She emphasized the point by filing her nails right in front of me and nodding as if she was an assassin trained by the KGB. "Great," I said. "Michelle sent you her security code and she wants you to pull a few of her dresses and take them with you shopping. Pick her up 3 or 4 light dresses, linen, silk, merino wool. You make the choices. She knows your taste is impeccable." Just then my cell rang. "Yeah, Dad, I can bring you back something from Jester's. Just give me a few more minutes." "Okay, I love you too," I said, getting up from the table and taking the dogs with me. "I'm going to pick up a few things from the kitchen and don't worry about the tab. I got it covered. Gloria, that was my dad. My mom's feeling a bit faint, and I need to bring her some food. I'll see you at the island. You'll be staying with all the other guests at the Renaissance in Naples. Bring your hubby if he's around. Otherwise, Benny, the former jet-setting prison break dude, will be your host, along with Michelle, of course." "Okay, Johnny," Gloria smiled. "No more questioning your good intentions. My husband won't be able to make it. He's off in Cabo sport fishing. So, Mr. Ben, you're welcome to ride over with me and keep an eye on the new wardrobe. If we break down, you can stomp some of the gators with your dolces. They look like they're made of alligator anyway. How much did they set you back? $3,000? "No, $2,000, Benny laughed. "They were on sale. Look, Gloria, I'm not a marriage counselor. I've been engaged a few times, and each time we split up. They were smart girls, and they knew about my dishonest lifestyle. I guess I wasn't ready for the long term. You should lay down the law of love and tell your husband you need him more than his fishing buddies do. He can fly here from Cabo in about 2 hours in that C-650 Gulfstream he has. At 700 nautical miles per hour, he can be here in less than 3 hours. If he goes into Naples, maybe even less." "Really? His jet goes 700 miles per hour?" Gloria said, surprised. "I've only been on it a few times. He always finds an excuse to go without telling me this or that." "When he comes back, insist on going back with him. Hang out in Cabo while he's fishing and cross the Big Divide." I got a recap of their conversation later, as I, of course, was packing the beast to take my parents to my unplanned wedding. My cousin would be driving my work van. It wasn't luxury, but it was dependable. I stopped on the way home. The salad would stay cool, so I jumped in the water and did a bit of swimming. I usually took a snorkel and fins with me. It was a totally different experience being under the water. I was not a great swimmer, but I could snorkel. It gave me time to look and to think. Underwater, it was a different world. No phone calls and none of the pressure from the world above. I stepped out of the water with a clear head. The event was set to the backdrop of Carmel's 50th and the opening of the resort. It didn't need my marriage ceremony to make it unforgettable, and I knew putting Michelle on the spot without a chance to say no could be a big mistake. I picked up my phone and called Teresa. "Hi, Romeo," she quipped. "Have you asked Juliet yet?" "Nope," I responded, "I didn't. But you're right, and I'm going to. I can't propose to her in front of a bunch of people. That's just too much pressure. She might not be ready. I mean, we've been praying about this, making plans and slowly weaving things together." "Ian," Teresa exhaled, "what happened?" "A wave of sanity has come over you, so don't let it go. Ask her first thing when you get there. If she says no or later, that's fine, since only a few of us know." "Are you wrapping up things at the green room?" I asked. "Yeah, we got everything programmed in time to bring everyone to the real world. And just for the record—" "What for the record?" I interrupted. "Any woman would be happy to get married in the Garden of Eden. Anyone," she gushed, revealing the great friendship we had. "And especially to you, Ian."
Chapter 27, Alligator Alley Revisited.
The idea of driving any vehicle through a swamp full of alligators doesn't really sound that appealing. I never made that drive without all the extra blankets and a flare gun, gas can, and a two-way radio. Yep, really. It's a remote road and maybe should not be driven during the night. There are gators there, and they're fast. I never let my dogs out to do anything, and they don't eat before our trip, so that way they're not begging to go out and relieve themselves. My parents thought going to Collier County would be nice, since the area is known for their sugar sand beaches. They're everywhere and surrounded the land like a string of pearls. I told them about my plans to ask Michelle to marry me before the event, rather than embarrass her in front of the others, and they thought that was a wise move. "Son," my father said while my mom was listening, "the most important earthbound decision you'll ever make is whether or not to get married. To spring that on someone or to pressure them in front of others to make that type of commitment is really a mistake, a big mistake." "Ian," my mother said, looking around at the Everglades, "life is like a swamp. There are plenty of ways to get trapped, and sinkholes are everywhere. So are the pythons and alligators. You need a helpmate, and two are always stronger than one. If you're sure this girl is the one, then make it happen. Sweep her off her feet like your dad did to me. I've never regretted it." We had a straight 4-hour drive, and the sun would just be setting when we arrived in Naples. I was going to drop my folks off at the hotel we were using there, and Michelle was coming with Saul to pick me up. I was trying not to doze off. Frankly, I was exhausted from all the adrenaline running through my system, and now I was running on empty. I felt my phone vibrating and I put it on speaker. "What's up, Teresa?" I asked. "Are all the bases covered?" "Well, someone's trying to steal some bases, boss," she said. "From who?" "From Maddie," she said, the upset noticeable in her voice. "Apparently, Big Money Teddy showed up during the rehearsal, and you know what she looks like in that skin-tight outfit. Well, he said a few things and made her feel like trash. Word is out that he was drinking a bit. He wouldn't leave the dressing room and made her change in front of him. She was behind the scrim, but those things are not modesty screens." "Should I call him?" I asked. "Should I call her?" "No. Lucky for everyone, Benny dropped by for some wardrobe items. He heard the whole commotion and took Teddy on one of his friend's boats. The situation's contained for now. Benny thought he might be drinking or doing coke. He was on something." "Thanks for the tip, Teresa. See you tonight," I said. Then I dialed Maddie. "Prairie Queen girl," I said when she answered, "I'm so sorry about what happened with Teddy." "Well," Maddie responded, "if he'd shown me that much interest when we were dating, then things would have been different. I always thought he might have been gay." "Teddy? Gay?" I said with surprise. "Yeah, Antoine said something. He said guys that parade their masculinity sometimes are trying to prove something to themselves. Vinny's from the Dominican Republic and Antoine is from Tel Aviv. And they know lots of gay people. They're going to watch out for me on the set. Thanks for calling, though. It means a lot," Maddie continued. "Look, Ben breathed a few tidbits to me. Nothing I'm going to be talking about, of course. You're a good guy, Ian. One of the last really good guys. I've been with you on a few sets now, and I hope you find what you're looking for." I'd hoped Benny could hold on to a secret, but I don't blame him for telling you. He knows we're close. I have found what I was looking for, Maddie. Getting married is not going to be a dream come true or some fairy tale. It's going to be a life of hard work, compromising and putting someone else first. It has to be three, the man, the woman, and God, without God in between us, giving us love to give to one another and the grace to forgive and persevere. There really is very little to hold on to. Thanks for the well wishes, but please don't breathe a word because I'm going to give her a chance to say no. "Well, I think that's better," Maddie said. "I'm not holding a grudge against Teddy. When he got all those billions, he probably thought he was going to be happy. But really, that's sort of a mirage. Life isn't better with the more you get or the more people you meet or the more things you can buy. It's only better if you can make it better inside. And that only comes from peace with God and God's forgiveness. I'm going to tell Teddy that. He'll be worried about harassment charges, so maybe he'll give me a few minutes and really listen to me. He owes me that much. Hey, I got to catch the flight to Naples. Thanks for chartering the jet for everyone." "Better that, Maddie, than losing a few of the cast and crew to alligators," I said. "See you there." After 2 hours, I let my dad do the driving. He once worked an extra job as a tour bus driver, and now I needed some rest. When I woke up, we were already at the dock. I don't know if Michelle got the memo or what, but she was dressed in sparkling white, and in her hair she wore a hibiscus flower in full bloom. Carmel was messing with the dock lines to the boat, and he had on the standard polo-style sweater and shorts with a funky Greek naval cap. I guess Zorba was making a comeback. "Michelle," I called out loudly. My dogs were beating me to the punch, nearly running her down. They continued jumping, barking, and making their presence known. "Hi, Ian," she said, smiling as she knelt down to give both dogs equal attention. "Hi, Mr. Walker. Hi, Mrs. Walker. Welcome to Florida again," Carmel said to my parents as I waved to him and his wife, Linda. I immediately got a surprise hug and a kiss from Michelle. I turned to my father and said, "Dad, would you please watch the dogs? Carmel, there's something I need to go over with Michelle. We'll be right back." I took Michelle's hand and we walked south of the marina. There was a beach pretty close by that we went to, and there was about 100 feet of overgrowth on a small trail. I took my sweatshirt off and smoothed off a place for us to sit. It was 6 p.m. and the sun was rapidly descending. The sky was dark blue and purple-red with a small tint of orange. It was really a spectacular sight. "What's up, Ian?" Michelle asked. "Don't you want to get to the island?" Sure, I answered, but Carmel has the spotlight, and it's still high tide for 4 more hours. Things have changed a bit for me lately. Well, not a bit, totally. I wanted to talk to you about something serious. What? She asked, looking somewhat concerned. We were pretty close to a death-type experience, and there I was with you. Yeah, we had some of the Israeli military and ex-SEALs, but all I could think of was I had you. Someone I'd never want to be without again, at least for the rest of my time here on Earth. Michelle, would you do me the honor of being my wife? I know we're not really romantically involved yet. I was stopped mid-sentence and knocked over by her kiss. I knew she was strong, but she went overboard. After the kiss, she got up and shouted, "Yes, yes, yes!" I seized the moment and pulled out the ring. I put it on her finger, and it fit perfectly. The brilliant rock glistened and sparkled in the rays of the sunset. "Wow," she said, "this is amazing, even for a film producer and rock star dude like you. You must have emptied your bank account." Well, I thought long and hard. I wanted it to be memorable, but also practical for day to day. I know you work in that furniture store and single guys come in all the time. I want them to easily see that you're taken and off the market. I have one other question, and you could still say no. "What can be more important than getting married?" she beamed, letting the last bit of the sunset set her ring aglow. "I'd like to get married tomorrow," I said, looking into her eyes. "Tomorrow? During the cast party and the anniversary?" "I planned it to be more than just those. Gloria picked out a few dresses for you, and the resort has a cake, a band, and let's face it, nearly everyone we know is coming down. I have a minister here." "Your dad?" Michelle laughed. "Wow, you thought everything. You planned all this?" "Yes," I said, a bit afraid. "Look, originally I was going to ask you in front of everyone, but I didn't want to take a chance on you backing out. I know it was dumb, but that's why we have God to give us wisdom. Sometimes he uses our friends and family to dispense that, too." "So, anniversary, cast party, resort opening," she continued. And now wedding," I interrupted. Michelle looked at me, shrugging her shoulders, and she started to cry. They were all just necessary diversions to distract you from my main goal, which was to get you to agree to be my wife. I looked into her eyes again, hoping she'd agree with my plan. "Yes, it'll be beautiful," Michelle said, wiping off the tears. "Let the wedding bells ring. Buddy, if you try to get a glimpse of me in my dress, I'm going to ask Davy and Eli to sink you. And you better act surprised when you see me. It's going to be amazing." The beginning and the end.